Chapter 1 Cheat 20 years late. Ding. Data loaded. The God level strengthening system is here to serve you wholeheartedly. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting a novice gift package. Do you want to withdraw it? The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. In a hot pot restaurant with a very hot business. At this time, it was lunchtime, and there were customers ordering food everywhere, and several shop assistants were sweating profusely. Tian Yuking looked at the exuberant scene of people coming and going, and couldn't help nodding with satisfaction. Yes, this branch seems to be stable. Hearing the voice that suddenly sounded in his mind, he was stunned for a moment, but then calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Since crossing into this world 20 years ago, Tian Yuking has completely adapted to his new identity. An ordinary person who was born in a Konoha civilian ninja family, but did not choose to become a ninja, but became a businessman. With the gourmet food of the previous life and various superb operation methods, the hot pot restaurant became an instant hit. Soon, the market opened in Konoha and Fire Country. In just a few years, dozens of branches have been opened, all over the country of Fire. In Konoha Village, a second branch has opened. President, the business is really good, we are a little too busy, do you want to hire another waiter? The store manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and suggested to Tian Yuking, who came to inspect the work. Tian Yuking nodded with a smile. It's time to hire a few more waiters. Yes, you can make up your mind about this matter, and report it when the time comes. The store manager wanted to say something else when someone shouted, Mr. Tianyu, it's been a long time. The one who spoke was a boy with short black hair and a short stature, with a tachi behind his back, looking very polite. Are you Uchiha Shisui? Tian Yuking looked at the young man of the Uchiha clan in front of him, and his thoughts suddenly diverged. Uchiha Shisui. A sole character who did not appear in the original story, but runs through the entire Hokage ninja story. Especially the pair of Mangeki Sharingan who have the ability to change the will of others, amazed many Hokage fans. The strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods. It's a pity, a naive and tragic boy. Thinking back on the other party's future destiny, Tian Yuking secretly sighed. Uchiha Shisui is a genius. He started Mangeki Sharingan at a young age. He is powerful and has the name of Shinchi Shisui in the ninja world. At the same time, he was also the life mentor of Uchiha Itachi, which had an extremely important influence on Itachi's philosophy, which indirectly led to the annihilation of the Uchiha family. Full of thinking about the reconciliation between the family and the village, but naively believed in Konoha's high-level officials, he confessed his Mangeki Sharingan ability without reservation, and was betrayed and attacked by Shimura Dans. After losing a Mangeki Sharingan, in order to avoid intensifying the conflict between the family and the village, he chose to commit suicide silently, ending that short and gorgeous life. It can be said that the main factor in Uchiha Shisui's tragic end was his innocence. If you compare your heart to your heart, you will be Hokage, and if you master this kind of power in the hands of the enemy who is planning a coup d'état, you will have trouble sleeping and sleeping. Yes, I didn't expect Mr. Tianyu to remember me. Uchiha Shisui didn't know what Tian Yuking was thinking in the center. Seeing him recognize him, he was a little happy. After restraining the messy thoughts, Tian Yuking laughed. Naturally, I will not forget, you are the famous genius of the Uchiha family, no one will not know the power of Sharingan. Mr. Tianyu is joking. I often hear Mr. S name when I'm on a mission. The whole country of Fire is spreading, and the food of Tianyu Trading Company is the first in the ninja world. Uchiha Shisui said politely. Ha ha ha, this is all based on rumors, it's nothing, the ninja world is so big, and the types of food are innumerable, who dares to claim the first place? Come on, Shisui, there are still vacancies reserved in the store, you can eat there. No need to queue. Warm greetings from Tian Yuking. Then thank you Mr. Tianyu. Uchiha Shisui's eyes lit up and thanked. You're welcome, the reserved seat is originally for entertaining acquaintances. Tien Yuking recruited a waiter and asked him to lead Uchiha Shisui into the private room. Watching the back of Uchiha Shisui leaving, Tien Yuking's center once again had an inexplicable meaning. Counting the time, it seems that the night of Uchiha's genocide is not far away. At that time, do you want to intervene? Sharingan is also one of the direct descendants of Sage of Six Paths, and has profound development potential. Whether it is Manjiki Sharingan or Rinnegan, it is inseparable from the basic Uchiha bloodline. Once the Uchiha clan is wiped out, it will be much more difficult to get the Sharingan. After sending the store manager who wanted to continue to report to the business, Tien Yuking returned to the manager's office alone. System, is it still there? I meditated in my heart and called out to Cheat, who was 20 years late. Ding, yes, host. The mechanical electronic sound is slightly dull-keyed. Can you briefly describe your function? Tien Yuking asked curiously. It was the first time he had seen something like a system. Who would have imagined that 20 years had passed so mediocrely after crossing the road, that the self who had almost accepted his fate would still have a day when the salted fish would turn over? Okay, host. Immediately afterwards, a large piece of information entered his mind without warning. After digesting this information, Tien Yuking almost understood the capabilities of this system. God-level reinforcement system. As the name suggests, it is a cheat similar to attribute points. As long as you have enough reinforcement points, whether it is physical strength, mental strength, bloodline, ninjutsu, secret arts, forbidden technique, sealing techniques and other attributes, or intangible concepts such as talent and perception, you can strengthen them with one click. The source of the reinforcement points is the disturbance of the fate of the world in which the host is located. The bigger the change, the more reinforcement points, the bigger the impact, the more reinforcement points. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Blood Followers Boundary, Red Eye. In other words, I have to do things to get reinforcement points. After carefully chewing on the information that the system sent to him, Tien Yuking muttered in a speechless manner. After 20 years of being a little transparent, now let him do things directly? Just kidding. It's not that I just traveled through that time. If you need talent but no talent, you need resources and no resources, even being a ninja can only be cannon fodder. Today, his family has a big business with billions of dollars in assets. Even if he eats and waits to die, it is enough for him to spend his whole life. And the high-risk profession of ninja is not as tall as in the comics. If you don't do anything about production, and live only on task remuneration, how can you get better? Put it in the world of the previous life, that is, a group of mercenaries. But I thought about the future situation of the ninja world, as well as the god-level combat power and lifespan of the Tsutsuki clan. Tien Yuking waited for a moment, but couldn't help but accept the benefits given by Cheat. System, open the novice gift package. Ding. The novice gift package has been opened. Congratulations to host for obtaining the blood successor limit, Red Eye. Is it fusion? Red Eye? Tien Yuking was stunned for a while. He was very familiar with rolling eyes, Sharingan, etc. He was no stranger to Rinnegan and Tensegan. However, this Red Eye, it seems that I have never heard of it. After thinking hard for a while, he found a few words about red eyes in the corner of his memory. If I remember correctly, it should be a kind of bloodline boundary in Kirigakur, the land of water. Its owner is a child, it should be named Ranmaru, who followed the Black Hole Iya, one of the 7 members of the Ninja Sword, and briefly fought with the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto and his party. The ability of the Red Eye seems to be the nemesis of the Hyuga clan's White-Eyed. It can see through objects, perceive power, and perceive danger. It can also create chakra images to interfere with the White-Eyed exploration. Overall, it's a pretty good bloodline. However, everything is afraid of comparison. Compared with Sharingan, which can be continuously upgraded and eventually turned into Rinnegan, the red eye is far worse. Even if it is scorned by its evil eyes, under certain conditions, it can evolve into a Tensegan that is no weaker than Rinnegan. And what about red eye? Never heard of the possibility of promotion. Fusion. Tian Yuqing thought for a while, but still chose to accept. At least, compared with his current body, at least red eyes can bring him more possibilities. In an instant, a scorching warm current was born from his body and spread rapidly, like being in a hot spring, and every cell in the body was breathing. Especially the position of his eyes, the stinging pain like wisps of needles made him unable to help cover his eyes. But fortunately, the speed of fusion of the blood following the boundary is very fast. In just a few breaths, it's over. When Tian Yuqing opened his eyes again, it felt like everything had changed. The world is so clear and so agile. It's like taking off a veil, wiping away the dust in front of you, and becoming cleaner than ever before. It's just that he didn't open his red eyes. If the red eye is turned on. Red eyes, open. Thinking of doing it, Tian Yuqing runs the rare chakra in the body and gathers it to the eye area. Immediately, the black pupils turned into a dense wine red, like a layer of roses. It turns out that in the eyes of Hitomitsu ninjas, the world looks like this. Feeling the picture that was several times clearer again in his field of vision, and the airflow that seemed to be in slow motion, he understood for the first time the gulf-like gap between ordinary ninjas and blood ninjas. It's just an ordinary bloodline boundary, and it doesn't involve the bloodline of the Tsutsuki clan, and it has such a terrifying increase. No wonder everyone in the previous life said that the world of ninjas is a world that pays attention to blood. Without the blood of the Tsutsuki clan such as Uchiha, Senju, Uzumaki, and Hyuga, no matter how hard you try, you will not be able to become a strong person and step on the peak of the Jainin world. The body has also changed. Tian Yuqing could clearly notice that his cells became very active. After working hard for a long time in the past, I could only extract a little bit of chakra, but now it has been improved dozens of times with ease. He doesn't need to work hard, he can get it continuously with a single thought. The difference between heaven and earth. With a sigh, Tian Yuqing was quickly cheered up. You can be considered to have gotten rid of mediocrity now, right? System, open my property list. Host, Tian Yuqing. Physical strength, E. Mental strength, C. Strength, D. Talent, B+. Perception, A+. Ability, blood continuing limit, red eye, B+. Chakra extraction technique, D. 3 body technique, D. Strengthening point, 866. As for his personal attribute panel, Tian Yuqing glanced at it and got a general idea. In terms of strength, the F level is an ordinary person, the E level is a ninja school student who has just learned a little chakra, the D level is Genin, the C level is Chnin, the B level is Jainin, and the A level is Cage level. And the S level should be the legendary Super Cage level, the level where the god of ninja Senju Hashirama and the ninja world Shura Uchiha Madara are located. There are also, and evaluations in the system, which can be regarded as distinguishing ordinary, senior and elite. Just like Konoha Village's special Jainin, Elite Jainin Division. Obviously. In Tian Yuqing, who didn't choose to become a ninja, even if he incorporated the red eye of the blood and the limit given by the novice spree, in the system's detection, it was only a genin. However, this is not the focus of his attention. What really makes him care is his B+ level talent and A+ level comprehension. The talent at the elite Jainin level can also be said to be brought about by the boundaries of blood, but the perception of cage level really belongs to you. I really didn't expect that my comprehension was so high. Talent and savvy are well understood. Talent is an innate advantage, such as the sage body of the Senju clan, the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, and so on. Exists in itself. Comprehension is a learning ability, such as Orochimaru's scientific research ability, Senju Tobirama's forbidden technique development, etc. It does not exist in itself and is acquired through acquired learning. To be more vivid, it is the root and talent that are often mentioned in fantasy novels. A famous female emperor is a very clear example. The root bone is extremely poor. But the talent is the number one in all ages. Hey, I still have more than 800 reinforcement points. Tian Yuking was surprised when he saw the last column. The system has just been turned on. Where did this strengthening point come from? Could it be the starting capital sent to him by the system? Not right. Which startup capital is 0 and full? Asterisk. Chapter 3 Data of Uchiha Shisui. Ding. Although this system has just been opened, it has been with the host coming to this world for 20 years. The strengthening point comes from the changes and influence of host on the ninja world over the years. Without waiting for Tian Yuking to continue his reverie, the system gave the answer directly. So this is etc. Did the system travel with me? In other words, it wasn't that he was bound today, as he thought at first, but was there all the time? 20 years for just one startup? As expected of you. Spicy chicken system. Tian Yuking was speechless in the center, an old groove stuck in his throat. He didn't know if he should spit it out. Forget it, I'm not angry. This is the end of the matter, it is useless to say more, let's look forward to the system to bring him more help in the future. As if he had acquired a new toy, Tian Yuking began to familiarize himself with the blood successive limit ability he had just acquired, and he had a great time playing. It was not until there was not much chakra left in the body and the whole person felt a little tired that he reluctantly closed his red eyes. With the system, the previous Ninja World Monopoly route is no longer suitable. I have to make a brand new plan. If you want to improve your strength, gain lifespan, and live forever, you need a lot of reinforcement points. It is inevitable to do things and break the established destiny of the ninja world. Tian Yuking sorted out the existing information, combined with his own situation, and began to think about future plans. Before you don't have enough strength, it's best not to go directly to the front desk. It's too dangerous and not in my interest. And there are too many old silver coins hidden in the ninja world, Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Hamura, Tsutsuki Ishigami, Evil God, etc. The movements are too big, no one knows if they will be killed by an inexplicable slap. So, it is a good choice to learn from the seniors of Xiao organization and establish a behind-the-scenes organization. The first step is to construct an unwarranted mysterious organization, and then recruit powerful or talented ninjas to change from a corner. No way. It's not that Tian Yuking doesn't want to go to the sky in one step, reach the astronomical strengthening point, and then take off directly on the spot, slaughtering the Six Paths Immortals. The strength really does not allow it. With his current genin level rookie strength, if his movements are a little out of line, he will be taught how to behave in minutes. Genin is said to be an official ninja, far above the average person. But in the huge ninja world, it's just a cannon fodder. Well, no matter what the plan is, the first premise is that I have to have a certain amount of strength. After careful deliberation, and after roughly determining the preliminary plan, Tian Yuking couldn't help feeling emotional. The ninja world is much more realistic than the previous life. The law of the jungle that the strong eat the weak is more obvious and more undisguised. System, strengthen my physical strength. Ding, are you sure you can use 100 strengthening points to strengthen your body? Sure. Ding, the reinforcement is complete. Accompanied by a familiar heat flow, Tian Yuking only felt that his body was washed by an invisible big hand. All the accumulated fatigue and sub-health problems disappeared, and an unprecedented ease entered his heart. Host, Tian Yuking. Physical strength, E+. Mental strength, C. Strength, D. Talent, B+. Perception, A+. Ability, blood continuing limit, red eye, B+. Chakra extraction technique, D. 3 Body Technique, D. Enhanced Point, 766. Looking at the data changes on the personal panel, Tian Yuking was thoughtful. 100 strengthening points only increased the physical strength by a small level, from E to E+, which was equivalent to the best among ninja school students. The strength evaluation has not changed at all. System, continue to strengthen my physical strength. Ding, are you sure you will consume 200 strengthening points to strengthen your body? Has the consumption increased? Sure. Ding, the reinforcement is complete. The unknown great power came, and in the breath, the flesh and blood in Tian Yuking transformed, the muscles became tight, the blood became thick, and the bones became dense, just like the result of years of hard training, everything in a short time. Finished. Host, Tian Yuking. Physical strength, D. Mental strength, C. Strength, D+. Talent, B+. Perception, A+. Ability, blood continuing limit, red eye, B+. Chakra extraction technique, D. 3 Body Technique, D. Enhancing point, 566. Ordinary genin level physical strength, elite genin's combat power. It seems that after the physical strength is improved, it also has an impact on the strength, and there is a certain relationship between the two. No, it should be said that the evaluation of combat power is born after a combination of many factors. Body, spirit, and ability are the 3 dimensions that have the greatest impact. In that case, I should also pay attention to collecting more skills such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, illusion and sealing. There are 566 enhancement points left. There are too many attributes that need to be strengthened, and they are not enough. After consuming 300 strengthening points, he increased his physical strength by 2 small levels, from E to D, but the change in strength was not obvious. Tian Yuking temporarily gave up the plan to directly improve the combat power, and put the target on other attributes. With more than 500 strengthening points, it is impossible to improve the attributes of B level or above. After thinking about it, Tian Yuking clicked twice on chakra extraction, and the data immediately became C. 2 sub-levels, a sub-level of D level requires 200 points, and a small level of C level requires 300 points. In the blink of an eye, there are only 66 reinforcement points left. Sure enough, compared to the physical strengthening of the body and spirit, the strengthening of skills can clearly feel the changes before and after. I tried to use the new chakra extraction technique to extract chakra, and Tian Yuking felt the difference. The C-level chakra extraction technique, in terms of extraction speed and number of extractions, completely overwhelmed the good stuff taught by the ninja school. With the same amount of physical energy and mental energy, the extracted chakra is 80% more than before. The gap between the two is like a steam engine and an internal combustion engine. Not at the same level at all. After spending a little time sorting out all the information, Tian Yuking closed the system and walked out of his office. Coincidentally, Uchiha Shisui also finished eating and walked out of the private room. Mr. Tianyu, I'll go back first, I wish you a prosperous business. After paying the bill and saying hello, Uchiha Shisui politely left. System, check the data of Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui. Strength, A. Talent, A+. Comprehension, S. Ability, Blood Secondary Boundary, Mangeki Sharingan, A+, Uchiha Flow Swordsmanship, B+, Fire Style, A, Illusion, A, Body Technique, B, Body Flicker Technique, A, *. Chapter 4 The First Step in Planning. A and level Talent, S level Savvy. B level Taijutsu, B+ level Swordsmanship, A level Fire Style Ninjutsu and Body Flicker Technique, A level Illusion, and A+ level Mangeki Sharingan. Taken together, A level, close to the strength of A+. Should it be said to be the genius of the Uchiha clan, the famous Shisui Shisui in the ninja world? This data is too gorgeous. There are almost no shortcomings in the several dimensions that affect the strength of ninjas. Even the worst physical skills have the level of senior Jonin. Just horrible. In the face of such an all-round enemy, even if they are stronger than the opponent in strength, they may not be able to win. If you are not careful, you will find the flaws and complete the counter-kill. Especially the bright A and grade Mangeki Sharingan, Tien-Yuking envied and coveted the most. His blood is bounded by red eyes, and it is just AB and marked behind. In other words, if you grow to the limit, you can only reach the level of elite Jonin, and cannot break the threshold of cage level. Unless he is willing to spend a lot of strengthening points to increase the limit of red eye. E level requires 100 reinforcement points for each small level, D level requires 200 reinforcement points and C level requires 300 reinforcement points. Based on this calculation, each small level of A level requires at least 500 reinforcement points and a larger one may break through thousands of reinforcement points. Because the A level is different from the previous level, it is a qualitative change. In the ninja world, those are the other powerhouses in the cage level of the 5 major ninja villages. I don't envy, I don't envy, I don't envy. After reciting I don't envy several times in his heart, Tien-Yuking forced himself to look away from Uchiha Shisui's data panel. It's so infuriating. You said that you have such a good hand, how did you end up in such a terrible end? A dignified veteran in cage level with a card far beyond the imagination of the world, yet quietly committed suicide? No. I can't let Uchiha Shisui just disappear like this. At least, let the other party make a scene, and the ninja world is well known. Well, this matter needs to be carefully planned, it is very promising. Tien-Yuking touched his chin, his eyes twinkling. In order to get a lot of reinforcement points, he doesn't plan to be a human anymore. Dog is dog. Such a good target for the Uchiha family, isn't it worthy of his identity as a direct descendant of the Sage of Six Paths? After all, they are also giants in the ninja world, and the people who died in the original book were too dignified, right? The coup d'état didn't even pop up. I am afraid that even the senior officials of Konoha are very shocked. The strength of the 2 invincible strong clans in the ninja world has reached such a level. It is really shameful. It was easily wiped out by a young boy from his own family who rebelled. There was no such thing as the shocking battle I imagined at all. Fortunately, I prepared in advance and arranged a large number of anbu and routes outside the clan of the Uchiha clan. Another barrier, another seal, back and forth for several times. He even plans to play in person to provide force support to Uchiha Itachi. The result is this? That's it. Konoha is very quiet at night. Not as noisy as other cities in the Land of Fire. In the southwest, a large area of buildings that reveal the ancient style of the Sengoku era are scattered in a random manner, forming a fan-shaped area. That is the clan of the Hyuga clan, one of the 2 giants in the Konoha village. In a courtyard near the central edge of the fan-shaped area, a child with long black hair was practicing alone. The white eyes are open, and the blue veins are bulging, which looks a bit sinister. With a small body, in a way that is difficult for ordinary people to do, he punched his fists in a consistent manner. Every movement was very difficult, and the sweat could not stop dripping from his forehead. But he didn't care in the slightest. Call. After a long time, the child who had completed several times the amount of training of other Hyuga clansmen of the same age let out a long sigh and stood up. 8 trigrams 16 palms has been fully completed, next, 8 trigrams 32 palms, must be completed in 3 years. Shi completed the phased practice, the child showed a smile, picked up the kettle that was prepared earlier, and just wanted to raise his head to drink it. Suddenly, his eyes widened, his mouth opened slightly, and his face was incredulous. In front of him, a slightly illusory figure stood there at some point, looking at him quietly. Blind eyes. Without hesitation, the child instantly turned on the pupil technique. What the? Who are you? You dare to break into the Hyuga family's clan without fear of leaving here? After seeing the scene in the White Eye's field of vision, the child couldn't help being horrified and asked loudly. In his white-eyed vision, this clearly illusory figure actually showed a complete meridian system and the flow of chakra. It's more like a real person than a real person, there is no difference. However, the point is that this is just an illusory projection. Not even shadow clone, no entity. Hyuga Niji, the son of Hyuga Hisashi, the head of the Hyuga family branch house, is 5 years old and a rare genius. Do you want to know the truth about your father's death? Do you want to change your destiny? Do you want to know the true power of the White Eye? The illusory projection ignored Hyuga Niji's question, but said a long sentence on its own. The truth about my father? Change of fate? The true power of the White Eye? Hyuga Niji was taken aback, this mysterious man was beyond his expectations. But these few questions touched his heart deeply. He touched the caged bird spell on his forehead, which was covered by a white turban, his eyes moved slightly, and he nodded involuntarily. Complete the test, you can join us. When the time comes, you can get everything you want. Test? Hyuga Niji thought for a while, who are you? Star. What test am I going to complete? You'll find out soon enough. Etc. Buzzing. The illusory projection was distorted and dissipated in the air like smoke. Hey, are you still there? How can I contact you? Hyuga Niji glanced back and forth, trying to find out where the other was. After being busy for a while, I didn't see anything, not even a shadow. Star Organization. Looking at the empty room, there was a ripple in Hyuga Niji's dead heart. Maybe, the bird trapped in the cage will be free one day? Asterisk. Chapter 5 Uchiha Itaki and Shisui. In a dwelling not far from the Hyuga family, Tien Yuking breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help wiping the cold sweat off his forehead. Almost fell short. Fortunately, I persevered and didn't expose it on the spot. Rubbing his temples, he felt some pain in his eyes, the strength needs to be strengthened. It's just over 300 meters away, so it's a bit difficult. The illusory projection that just appeared in front of Hyuga Niji is naturally not a member of the mysterious star organization. Instead, Tien Yuking used the ability of Sweji to limit the red eye to create a chakra image, just fooling Hyuga Niji. Very good, the first foreshadowing has been laid. Wait for a while, and then add another fire and reveal some secrets, so I'm not afraid that he won't take the bait. Soothing the muscles around the eyes, Tien Yuking thought a lot. Although Hyuga Niji is still young, he has a good talent and also has the blood of Tsutsuki Hamura, which can be cultivated as a backup member. The real target is not him. Uchiha clan, no, to be precise, Uchiha Shisui. He was the first member of the star organization he wanted most. With a thought, lines of fonts appeared on the blank data panel. Organization name, Star. The main structure of the organization, leader, left and right deputies, 7 full members, reserve members, and peripheral forces. Regular member requirements, cage level, A, strength, with the limit of blood. Requirements for backup members, enough talent, having a bloodline limit, or some kind of powerful secret technique. Source of funds for the organization, in the early stage, it was provided by Tianyu Trading Company, and in the later stage, it directly controlled a small country and developed the economy. Organization Information Channel, tentative. Official member list, Tien Yuking, leader, Uchiha Shisui, in contact, Beluhu, not in contact, Oya Castle Yan, not in contact, Uchiha Xin, not in contact. Looking at the general framework of the behind-the-scenes organization he made, Tien Yuking scratched his head. It is not so easy to build a behind-the-scenes organization from scratch that is enough to set off a huge wave in the ninja world. The reason why the Xiao organization can develop is that there is a lot of help in various aspects. And also with the accumulation of war and Uchiha Madara. It slowly turned into the terrorist organization that forcibly started the Fourth Ninja World War by itself. Tian Yuqing, who did not have so many favorable conditions, could only rely on the memory advantage of his previous life to select those powerhouses who were hidden in the dark. As for whether the other party will join, that is the next thing to consider. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, the data panel disappeared. If you want the Star Organization to have the conditions to attract the strong, some necessary things still need to be prepared. Just relying on the secrets of the ninja world is far from enough. At the very least, there is a top-level biological laboratory that can study the secrets of the bloodline of the Tsutsuki family, and provide a way to strengthen it for some members of the organization. Well, after getting in touch with Uchiha Shisui, I will go to the capital of the country of fire and buy a biological research society. I remember that there is a good level that has already involved the field of cell cloning. Tian Yuqing recorded this in his mind before recruiting other members. After all, it takes its own strength to strike iron. Without sufficient capital, an organization built by deception alone will not last long. He also expects this behind-the-scenes organization to disrupt the ninja world and provide himself with a lot of reinforcement points. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Uchiha tribe. Dong dong dong. There was a quick knock on the door from outside the yard. Uchiha Shisui, who had just completed a difficult secret mission, dragged his exhausted body back home and was awakened by a sudden knock on the door before he had time to rest. Opening the door, a small figure came into view. "It's you, Itaki." A smile appeared on Uchiha Shisui's face. "Great, you're finally back, Shisui-san." Uchiha Itaki was very excited to see Shisui. During this period of time, the conflict between the Uchiha family and the village has become more acute, and the situation is extremely tense. However, Uchiha Shisui was arranged by 3rd Hokage to perform a secret mission at this moment. Many ninjas of the Uchiha family believed that it was Konoha's high-level revenge. "I want to use the convenience of the mission to eliminate the number 1 genius of the Uchiha family, and then suppress the Uchiha family. So Uchiha Itaki is worried about Uchiha Shisui's safety. Come in, tell me if you have something." Uchiha Shisui led Uchiha Itaki into the house with a smile. After being seated, Uchiha Itaki couldn't wait to bring up the family's various speculations about 3rd Hokage and others, as well as the dangers that Uchiha Shisui might encounter. "Don't worry, with my strength, general tasks won't be too dangerous." Uchiha Shisui shook his head with a smile, denying the clan's malicious speculation about the high-level Konoha. Also, Lord 3rd Hokage loves the village very much, and doesn't have the idea of killing people with a knife. "Don't talk about this kind of thing outside, it won't affect it well." "Is that so? But Shisui brother, you still have to pay attention to your own safety. Be careful." Uchiha Itaki thoughtful. "Itaki, look." After being silent for a while, Uchiha Shisui suddenly turned serious. As he spoke, his eyes turned red, and the 3 guyu in his pupils spun rapidly and connected together to form the pattern of a 4-cornered windmill. Uchiha Itaki's eyes widened. "Brother Shisui, are you?" Uchiha Shisui nodded. "Yes, this is the peak of the legendary Uchiha family Sharingan, Mangeki Sharingan. Now you believe that I won't be in too much danger?" Uchiha Itaki nodded frantically. With Mangeki Sharingan, brother Shisui, your strength must have reached an unprecedented level, and naturally there will be no danger. However, Itaki, I have Mangeki Sharingan, you have to help me keep it a secret." The relationship between the village and the family is becoming more and more tense. If some people in the family are made aware of the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan, it may cause unnecessary turmoil. Uchiha Shisui looked serious. "I know." Uchiha Itaki agreed. "Some clan members in the clan are clamoring for a coup d'état every day, and they will use great power to take back the rights belonging to the Uchiha clan from the high-level officials of Konoha village. If they didn't know it clearly, the family's strength is not as good as the village's. I'm afraid they would have fought long ago. Very good, then I can rest assured. Who? Uchiha Shisui's smiling face suddenly changed greatly, his muscles were tense, he blocked Uchiha attack behind him in a flash, and looked at the corner of the room vigilantly. Asterisk. Chapter 6 Organization Code, Zaiwei. Who are you? Looking at the figure that appeared in the corner of the room at an unknown time, Uchiha Shisui was startled, with cold sweat all over his back. With his strength, he would be quietly touched by someone, but he didn't notice it at all. If it hadn't happened to swept out of the corner of the eye, I'm afraid I wouldn't know from beginning to end that there are other people in my room. It doesn't matter who I am, what matters is that I can give you what you want. Tian Yuking manipulated the chakra projection and said in a hoarse and deep tone, for example, the high level of Konoha's fear and distrust of the Uchiha family, the growing radical faction within the Uchiha family. For more than a month, Tian Yuking did nothing. With the rather rudimentary Tianyu Trading Company, various sponsorships and activities have been launched, which has greatly affected a number of characters who will appear in the future plot, and gained a strengthening point. Then use these strengthening points and cooperate with your own exercise to develop some of the functions of the red eye of the blood after the limit. Just like the current chakra projection, the effects in all aspects have been greatly improved. It can even be done for a short period of time. It's ridiculous, the internal affairs of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, it's not your turn to be a hidden person to join in. Uchiha Shisui's pupils shrank slightly, and then he pulled out the sword behind his back and instantly appeared in front of Chakra's projection. The cold light suddenly appeared, and the blade pierced into the opponent's body like lightning. This. As soon as he touched it, Uchiha Shisui noticed something was wrong. The blade actually passed through the body directly, as if the stab was just a mass of air, with no physical feeling. Illusion? Or? Under the shocked eyes of Uchiha Shisui, Tian Yuking did not retreat but went forward, leaned out his front, and looked directly at him with his eyes. The invisible pupil power is hidden, and the pupil power of Sharingan collides and confronts each other in a subtle way. Wow! Uchiha Shisui, who was afraid that the other party was planning some kind of conspiracy, immediately stepped back, opened the distance vigilantly, and confronted him. Is your eye some kind of unknown pupil technique? After calming down his inner shock, Uchiha Shisui quickly discovered many overlooked details. At the same time, he also roughly understood the state of Tian Yuking at the moment. Not the real body, nor the entity, but a special chakra projection. Especially after a short fight, in the vision of the Manjiki Sharingan, the projection revealed more and more flaws, and the difference could already be clearly distinguished. Thinking of this, his heart quickly settled down. Maybe so. Tian Yuking was non-committal. Uchiha Shisui, what are your thoughts? My previous proposal. As long as you join us, the matter between the Uchiha family and Konoha is not impossible to resolve. You. Uchiha Shisui's heart that had been put down was raised again. From the other party's words, he noticed a fact. That is the body of the chakra projection in front of him, and it does not seem to be a loner, but a hidden force with an organization and companions. Now the other party is staring at him. Do not. Maybe their real target is not themselves, but the Uchiha clan and Konoha. That's right. You who own the Manjiki Sharingan are eligible to join us as a full member of the organization. Tian Yuking didn't care about Uchiha Shisui's careful probing. In other words, his purpose is to want the other party to think so. Only in this way can it be easier to consolidate the organization that does not actually exist and reduce the difficulty of fooling around. With Manjiki Sharingan, I can only be an ordinary official member? Uchiha Shisui frowned. Does such a powerful behind-the-scenes organization really exist in the ninja world? Or is the other party hiding too deep? No, such a dangerous organization cannot be left alone. Especially the other party seems to be eyeing Konoha. What is your goal? If I join, will it really resolve the conflict between the family and the village? Also, who are you? Although he didn't really believe the words in Tianyuking, he couldn't ignore it even if it was only 1 in 10,000. He. Our goal will naturally be understood when you officially join. It's impossible to talk to you too much now. But I can definitely answer you, it is definitely a great goal you never thought of, beyond everyone's imagination. As for who am I? This doesn't really need to be kept secret. You can call me Ziwei. Since the name of the behind-the-scenes organization is called Seeing, it is natural that the code names of the leaders and members are related to the stars. As the master of the stars, Ziwei naturally fits with the leader of the star organization. Nothing can represent him better than this code name. Ziwei, code name. Of course Uchiha Shisui would not take this name as the other party's real name. There is no one in the ninja world named Ziwei. So cautious. After communicating for a long time, no important information was obtained. It's all specious news. If I choose to join, how do I contact you? Or, do I need to give up my identity as a Konoha shinobi? After a moment of silence, Uchiha Shisui seemed to have made a decision. Wait, Shisui-san. Are you going to betray Konoha and the family? Uchiha Itaki, who had been protected behind him, suddenly spoke up and interrupted Uchiha Shisui anxiously. Interesting. Family, village, ninja, your pattern is only this level, you can't jump out and see the bigger world. Tianyuking's smile is not a smile, and if he means something, Uchiha Shisui, joining the organization does not conflict with your current identity, and there is no need to choose between the two. We're not that unkind, and we're not like the Akatsuki organization, which specializes in recruiting S-class rebels. There are also other official members in the organization who hold important positions in the 5 major ninja villages, and the famous ninja world. What? Are there any official members of this organization in the 5 great ninja villages? I'm not the first? Uchiha Shisui was taken aback again. Uncontrollably, a group of powerful men who are famous in the ninja world appeared uncontrollably. I didn't think that before, but now I think that everyone may be a member of the mysterious organization. Also, what happened to the Akatsuki organization that recruited S-rank rebels? Never heard of the existence of this organization. If what the other party said is true, then this Akatsuki organization must not be underestimated. A group of S-level rebels and ninjas will not be weak no matter how you think about it. Be content with mediocrity. It seems that you have made a decision, very good, believe me, joining the organization is definitely the best decision in your life. Tianyuking looked at Uchiha Shisui, who showed a hint of emotion, and thought that it was finally worth it for me to say so much, and to expose the Xia organization. Here, this is a tool for the official members of the organization to communicate with each other, don't lose it. Throw a ring to Uchiha Shisui, the whole body is black, made of a very rare ore, and the inside is engraved with a special pattern, which contains red-eyed chakra, which can realize long-distance consciousness projection. In general, it is something similar to Akatsuki's slide body technique. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Solicitation and Rejection. Contact Tool. Taking over the black ring, Uchiha Shisui paid more and more attention to this mysterious behind-the-scenes organization. According to Ziwei, this ring can be activated through chakra to communicate over long distances with people thousands of miles away. Even, it is possible to establish a consciousness projection and conduct face-to-face discussions with other members of the organization. With this method, even the 5 great ninja villages do not have a master. Brother Shisui, you. Watching Uchiha Shisui take over the black ring representing the identity of the mysterious organization, Uchiha Itaka spoke again anxiously. Although he was equally shocked and apprehensive about the strong Yamato mystery of the fictional behind-the-scenes organization in Tianyuking, he still believed more in Konoha's strength from beginning to end. Compared to joining the other party, he felt that reporting directly to the family and the village was the best way to deal with it. Itake, don't worry. Uchiha Shisui interrupted Itake directly and gave him a meaningful look. I see. Uchiha Itake, who understood it, stopped refuting. He, Uchiha Itake, I know you. Watching the small interaction between Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itake, Tien Yuking showed an inexplicable smile. The eldest son of Uchiha Fugaku, his talent is not weaker than that of the famous Shunshi Shisui in the ninja world, and he also has the qualifications to open the Manjiki Sharingan. How about it, do you want to join us with Shisui? Temporarily be a reserve member, wait until the strength is enough, and directly turn into a regular. Tien Yuking's tone is very flat, some of them don't seem to be pulling people, and the conditions given are not very generous, as if they are going through a process. Uchiha Itake refused without hesitation, sorry, I have no idea of joining any organization for now. Oh? That's really a pity. Tien Yuking didn't take it seriously, not even the slightest fluctuation in the tone of voice, it didn't look like a pity at all. Since I don't want to join us, and I know the existence of the organization, I have no choice but to carry out the necessary clearance methods. Clearance means? Hearing Tien Yuking's words, Uchiha Shisui's expression changed and he stood in front of Itake without hesitation. Don't be nervous, Shisui. You have decided to join us, and the organization will naturally not take action against people close to you. After smiling, Tien Yuking said faintly, what I mean by clearing is not in the literal sense. But through the means of sealing, clear the information about us in his mind to ensure that the information of the organization will not be leaked. Uchiha Shisui was stunned, the sealing technique clears the memory. As far as he knows, in the ninja world, there is a seal of memory, or a similar seal technique that cannot reveal information. For example, the root's tongue elimination technique is a curse that can prevent information leakage. But the sealing technique that directly clears the memory seems to have never been heard of. Moreover, even if there is such a sealing technique, I am afraid that ordinary people cannot master it, right? The difficulty of learning sealing is well known. But it doesn't matter. Uchiha Shisui is not worried about the mysterious Lagerstromia in front of him. If he asks the other party to do something, will he leave some hidden secrets in the process of clearing his memory? No. Uchiha Shisui refused very decisively, I can guarantee that Itake will not reveal the slightest information to the outside world. To be honest, Uchiha Shisui didn't really want to involve Uchiha Itake. The situation of the fictional behind-the-scenes organization in Tien Yuking is not clear. Once danger arises, it is difficult to escape with Itake's current strength. At least, we have to wait until he has figured out the details of the other party. Guarantee? This kind of absolute commitment is best not to say casually. Tien Yuking warned, forget it, since you are willing to bail him out, the organization will directly hold you accountable if there is an accident in the future. I hope you don't regret today's decision. Immediately, without waiting for Uchiha Shisui to continue speaking, his body quickly dissipated, turning into a cloud of smoke like chakra. By the way, the organization is still in the dormant stage for the time being, and you don't need to do extra things. If there is a situation, it will contact you through the ring. With the reverberation of the last words in Tien Yuking, the room completely returned to calm. Only Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itake looked at each other, each was silent, not knowing what to say. For collection. At the same time, Tien Yuking, who was staying in his own house, suddenly opened his eyes, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. Obviously very tired, but the spirit is unprecedentedly high. Exciting, so exciting. I didn't expect that I, with the strength of the mere elite genin, would be able to pretend to be in front of the cage-level powerhouses, and even blow the conch. I feel that today's experience can blow for a lifetime. Ding! Congratulations to host for making a small change in his destiny's trajectory and getting 400 enhancement points. Tian Yuking's body was shocked, and he couldn't wait to open his attribute panel. Sure enough, in the column of the last strengthening point, the number has become 507. It seems that I guessed right. It affects the fate of ordinary people and the fate of plot characters. There are two completely different effects. Before, in order to develop the ability of Sweji to limit the red eye, dozens of branches of the entire trading company carried out activities, affecting thousands of people, and they got 200 or 300 reinforcement points. Most of them are ninjas from Konoha. And now, Uchiha Shisui, who joined with other goals in mind, has surpassed the previous half-month's efforts. Pay attention in the future, and focus on the characters in the original story. System: strengthen my physical fitness. Ding: are you sure you will consume 200 strengthening points to strengthen your physical fitness? Sure. Ding: the reinforcement is complete. System: strengthen my physical fitness again. Ding: do you want to spend 200 strengthening points to strengthen your physical fitness? Sure. Ding: the reinforcement is complete. Needless to say, if you have reinforcement points, you will naturally use them. Tian Yuking directly added the reinforcement points he just acquired to his physical fitness. In just a few breaths, the physical fitness has changed from D to D+, which is more than powerful. And the improvement of his physical fitness has also caused his chakra volume to increase sharply again. Under the rising tide, his strength has also quietly improved by a small level. Now his data looks like this. Host: Tian Yuking. Physical strength: D+. Mental strength: C. Strength: C. Talent: B+. Perception: A+. Ability: blood continuing limit, red eye, B+. Chakra extraction, C. 3 body technique, D. Illusion, D. Body technique, D. Chakra projection avatar, C. Strengthening point, 107**. Chapter 8: Prepare for Trouble. Chnin. Looking at the strength evaluation on the personal data panel, Tian Yuking couldn't help showing a smile. After this period of exploration, he found that there are many functions in the system that are not displayed on the bright side. For example, the red eye of the blood following the limit in the ability column, because it is a reward of the novice gift package, it is directly instilled by the system, and the master has all the abilities from the beginning. As long as chakra and strength can keep up, the theoretical limit state can be shown. But this does not mean that the red eye of the blood following the limit only has these fixed abilities. It is not necessary to spend a lot of strengthening points to raise the red eye to a level comparable to the Manjiki Sharingan level, to give birth to pupil art similar to Kamui and Tsukuyomi. In fact, you can also choose an existing ability of red eye for in-depth extension and development. That's how his chakra projected avatar was obtained. From relying on a certain ability of red eye, it gradually turned into an independent type of secret technique, which is very similar to Rinnegan's slide body technique. Projection consciousness, ultra-long distance communication, etc. Very convenient. In addition, it is not cost-effective to directly use strengthening strength. The best choice is actually to strengthen physical fitness and mental strength, so as to drive the improvement of strength. Otherwise, the strength evaluation will go up, and the physical fitness and mental strength will not keep up, and the result will be a real man in 3 seconds. The short battery life is terrifying, and you will kill yourself if you are not careful. The strength is still insufficient. Thinking back on the whole process of fooling Uchiha Shisui, Tian Yuking sighed. He is very clear. From the beginning, Uchiha Shisui did not believe in himself. If it weren't for the mystery of Chakra's casting shadow clone, it would have given the other party a wrong initial impression. I'm afraid he didn't even have a chance to say the flickering words. Even though he hinted at the existence of the Star Organization several times, he did not hesitate to expose the Akatsuki organization. still didn't really impress the other party. Even Uchiha Shisui's joining the Star Organization was just to steal information, not sincere. But Tien Yuking didn't care. At this stage, his main purpose is to lay the foundation. It doesn't matter if he is sincere or not, as long as you come in and provide reinforcement points. Of course. Tien Yuking also understands. Flickering alone won't last long. If you don't have enough strength, you can't give the flicker what the target wants, and everything will return to its original point. The fate of the ninja world runs according to the established trajectory, which means that he cannot get a lot of reinforcement points from it. This is intolerable to him. Especially as time gets closer and closer to the day when Uchiha killed his family in the original book, he has to do something. The situation here in Konoha is tense, and the Anbu, Genbu, and Uchiha clan are all on high alert, and a little bit of trouble will cause a strong counterattack. Don't dare to act if you want to do something. In the final analysis, there is still a lack of reinforcement points. Otherwise, you will directly increase your strength to Kage level, Super Kage level, mere Konoha and Uchiha, and you can intervene as much as you want. Tien Yuking burst into laughter. He wants to participate in the genocide of the Uchiha family, isn't it just to strengthen it? If there are a lot of strengthening points to improve the strength, it will be a fart. Is salted fish bad at all? Well, since Konoha can't do anything, let's move to another place. The ninja world is so big. With the intelligence advantage I have, I can't plan a big show. Recalling all kinds of information in the memory of his previous life, Tien Yuking's eyes lit up and he found a good target for trouble. The leader of Kongnin village, Sheneng. A descendant of a small country ninja village that once existed in the ninja world, because in the Second Ninja World War, he was hostile to Konoha and was easily wiped out. The remaining descendants gathered and elected Sheneng as the new leader, secretly gathering strength, wanting to take revenge on Konoha and dominate the ninja world. It sounds like they were unlucky. In the original book, it clearly has the technology ahead of the whole ninja world. The master has the secret technique of physical activation, created the flying fortress Anchor Bandian, a big killer, and also formed an Air Force flying ninja. Even the technology of artificial tail beasts has it. As a result, he didn't understand the Air Force strategy at all, and chose to be hard-headed. It's just you, Sheneng. Who told you to have a bad name? You have to be called Sheneng. Are you scumbag worthy of such a sacred name? Tien Yuking, who has watched the anime, knows that Sheneng should still be wandering at this point in time. As a doctor, he travels in and out of ninja villages in various big countries, trying to steal the secret technique that can revive Zero Tail. The original trajectory of fate was that Yu Konoha got this method a year before Naruto graduated. By absorbing the negative emotions in the ninja's heart, turning it into a dark chakra, resurrecting Zero Tai, possessing a girl named Yuliu, and fighting Naruto. When the amount of dark chakra provided by Zero Tail is sufficient, it can also be used as the energy source of the flying fortress Anchor Bandian to activate this terrifying war fortress. An energy cannon that can destroy a mountain with one shot is simply science fiction. For some unknown reason in Tien Yuking, they did not make a splash in the ninja world during the Second Ninja War. But he felt that Sheneng and Kongren village could not be allowed to continue in obscurity like this. The achievements and honors of scientific researchers must not be silent. I am all for the great scientific development. Then, after arranging several shops in Konoha village, Tien Yuking found a time to leave the village that seemed to be a little troubled. Then, with the help of the intelligence system of Tianyu Trading Company and the underground black market, it took about half a month to find Sheneng, who was still hiding his identity. Without going forward directly, across a distance of thousands of meters, he opened the red eyes of Sweji to observe this outstanding actor who is about to enter the big stage of Jainin from a distance. Have to say, Shen Nong's ninja talent is really not good, even worse than before he got cheat. Chakra is rare, and the body has fallen into aging with age. If it were him, I'm afraid he would have given up long ago. But Sheneng did not. He also clearly knew his own situation, so he stole regenerative ninjutsu, combined his knowledge, and developed a body activation secret technique to make up for his own shortcomings. However, this secret technique also has huge flaws. It requires a large amount of chakra as the energy source of the secret technique, otherwise, the effect is not obvious. Therefore, Sheneng began to study dark chakra and zero tail again, and wanted to use this to power himself. It's a talent. Tian Yuqing couldn't help feeling that every good villain boss is a big boss with resourcefulness, patience, and technology. It's just a pity that when facing the protagonist, his IQ dropped crazily, like a madman, and finally died inexplicably. Asterisk. Chapter 9: The Secret Technique of Body Activation. Carefully observed Sheneng for several days. Tian Yuqing watched him practice medicine from afar, and was cheered and supported by countless civilians. Everywhere you go, you will be welcomed and given the best hospitality. Sometimes, Tian Yuqing also has some emotions. You don't know what a person's nature is until the last minute. No wonder Uchiha Itachi would say in the future, a man can only truly see himself when he is about to die. In the middle of the night, everything is quiet. After Sheneng fell asleep, Tian Yuqing quietly touched the place where he was resting, and a cloud of colorless and odorless smoke made the old man sleep soundly, even more soundly. Regardless of Sheneng's age, he has less chakra in his body, and his strength is vulnerable. But Tian Yuqing, who had observed him for several days in a row, knew that in terms of vigilance, he was even higher than some spies. After all, he is a professional who travels to the ninja village of the 5 great nations all the time and wants to steal secret techniques. No ordinary ninja can compare to him in this aspect. After successfully obtaining the target, Tian Yuqing began to search for the secret art of body activation. Soon, Sheneng pulled out a very small ninjutsu scroll at the place where Sheneng was close. Exactly what he wanted: secret body activation technique. Open it up and take a look. A large number of theories and partial data are densely written, as well as many conjectures. Obviously, Tian Yuqing came a little early. Although Sheneng has already started the research on the secret of body activation, he has only completed the basic part, and the follow-up is still in the works. However, Tian Yuqing was not disappointed. Instead, he transcribed all of them like a treasure. For him, having the basics is enough. In the latter part, you can completely use the ability of the God-level strengthening system, add some strengthening, and improve yourself. As long as the theoretical knowledge is rich enough and the strengthening points invested are enough, the new physical activation secret technique is definitely countless times stronger than the original. Hey, this is the information database of Kongnin Village. After getting the primary goal, Tian Yuqing searched around in Sheneng's room to see if there were other gains. The result was a thick document. The contents recorded in the 8 gate include several types of low-level 5 escape ninjutsu, the design of the flying wing suit, the structure of the mobile fortress, and all kinds of messy technical knowledge and principles, etc. After thinking about it, Tian Yuqing directly put this material into his pocket. After all, it is also a collection of Ninja Village, so it cannot be wasted. The star organization that he made up must also have a little background. The flying wingsuits and mobile fortresses of Nakhanen Village are very good. Especially an air battleship like Anchor Bandian, it is not realistic to build, and it consumes too much resources, and it is not worth it. However, isn't it fragrant to take it out to fool people? Think about it. An organization with such terrible weapons would be such an unreliable small organization? Naturally, people have a sense of expectation and recognition. After he got what he wanted and gained additional benefits, Tian Yuqing had no idea of continuing to rummage. The good things are all in hand, when will you wait? You have to leave a little clue, otherwise Sheneng doesn't know who to seek revenge if he wants to take revenge. This is not acceptable. Rolling his eyes, Tian Yuqing Vice Admiral dropped 1,000 copies in an inconspicuous corner. Afterwards, he erased his traces and disappeared into the night. The next day, Mimi had a good sleep, and Sheneng, who was refreshed, woke up. Wiping the corners of his dry eyes, he, who had not slept so relaxed for many years, was a little nostalgic, and for the first time he didn't want to get up immediately. "I want to lie down for a while." However, when his eyes swept somewhere in the room, the whole person was instantly startled, and immediately jumped up at a speed completely unmatched by ordinary old men. Gone. Looking at the empty secret box, Shen Nong's face was gloomy and dripping with water. "It is stored there, but some of the details that they have accumulated in the past 10 years after the war in Kanjin village." He immediately understood. "You are being calculated. The reason why I slept so soundly last night was because I was tricked." As a master of Grandmaster herbal medicine, in just a few breaths, he roughly figured out the ingredients of the medicine that caused him to fall asleep. "Damn it, who is it?" His fingers crossed his body secretly, and after feeling that the thing was still there, Shen Nong calmed down his furious heart a little. At least, he didn't lose his foundation. Shen Nong, who was unwilling to lose a lot of money inexplicably like this, searched around the room. It went back and forth several times, and there was no useful clue at all. The people who come here are very professional and leave no trace. Suddenly, Sheneng caught a glimpse of something familiar. It was 1,000 steel books, very small, caught between the cracks in the floor and almost missed. Picking up this 1,000 books carefully, Sheneng took out the magnifying glass and observed it carefully. He knows. The weapons of each big country in the ninja world are different. Except for the same specifications. In some details, there are traces of their own. Many people don't notice that a small ninja tool can reveal a lot of information inadvertently. This forging technique is undoubtedly Konoha's ninja tool. For a long time, Sheneng raised his head expressionlessly and muttered to himself in a low voice. More specifically, it should belong to Anbu. In this world, there are only two kinds of people who know you best. One is yourself and the other is your enemy. No doubt. As the leader of the descendants of the Konoha village that was destroyed by Konoha, Sheneng hated Konoha to the core, and the familiar cannot be more familiar. He has studied everything from the ninja family to the system, from the secret techniques of ninjutsu to weapons and equipment. Even the nuances of ordinary ninja and Anbu ninja standard ninja can be distinguished. Damn Konoha, I haven't gone to seek revenge for you yet, and you will take the initiative to call at the door, and I will make you regret it. Shen Nong gritted his teeth quite a bit. It is clear that he is the victim, his former home has been wiped out by Konoha, and the remaining descendants are wandering everywhere. In the end, before he and others went to take revenge, Konoha, the evil big country ninja village, actually shot again. Dispatched Anbu to hide his identity and quietly plundered the heritage of their Kongnin village. This is simply unbearable. Unacceptable. Revenge, revenge must be done. Violent revenge, let Konoha feel the pain. Asterisk. Chapter 10 The Targeted Soil Spider Clan. Tian Yuking, who had almost emptied all the information of Konggren village, did not leave immediately, but stayed as if nothing had happened, and continued to observe Sheneng's next movements from a distance. He wanted to see if Sheneng had the strength to take revenge on Konoha before he perfected the secret of body activation and found a way to revive Zero Tail. As a result, several days in a row, Shen Nong, who had lost a lot of his heritage, went on his wandering journey of practicing medicine and saving people like no one else. People have to admire, worthy of being the leader of a village, a scheming representative. Time passed slowly. Just when Tian Yuking couldn't hold back his breath, he wanted to go off the court in person and control some bandits to try a wave. Sheneng finally had a change. After treating the last village, he stopped moving forward, turned around and headed for the south of the burning country. Let me see what your cards are. With curiosity, Tian Yuking followed slowly. Don't worry, just like an old man, it took about 10 days to arrive at the border area near the country of tea. The rolling hills, lush vegetation, and the scenery of the primeval forest. Within 100 miles, there are no people in the wilderness. Along a hidden path, Tian Yuking followed Sheneng's walking route, crossed mountains, and came to a mysterious valley. In the valley, there is a simple training base. About 100 people gathered here for hard training. From time to time, you can also see 1 or 2 figures in wingsuits jumping off the cliff, hovering and soaring at a low altitude. The arrival of Sheneng caused cheers from everyone in the base. It turned out to be just a secret base in Kanjin village. Tian Yuking was slightly disappointed. His swedgy boundary red eye has a perspective ability similar to that of white eye, so he can easily see the base clearly. There are no big secrets in it. Not even the flying mobile fortress, Angkor Bandian, is here. It can be seen that this place is not the core of Kong Nin village. Shen Nong had no intention of staying at the valley base. After mobilizing all the ninjas, a large number of people left here. Aggressively rushed towards the northeast direction. Hey? With this attitude, are you looking for someone to fight? But Konoha's direction is not that way. Tian Yuking was confused and dazed by Sheneng's inexplicable behavior. Arguably, after being slapped in the face by the enemy, shouldn't he immediately summon the younger brother to fight the enemy desperately? Even if it is death, it is necessary to bite the other party fiercely. When it came to Sheneng, why did it become so strange? He was beaten by Zhang San, and then turned around to beat Li Si? What logic is this? Tian Yuking, whose curiosity has been completely hooked up, no longer thinks too much. Anyway, he will know sooner or later if he keeps up. Due to the existence of the large army, Shen Nong no longer concealed it, the rare chakra in his body surged, and the speed increased several times. In less than a day, he arrived in front of a big mountain by the sea in the east of the Fire Nation. At the same time, Yamanaka Hidden Village, where the Earth Spider clan lives. An old man with long white hair who looked very weak was carefully teaching his granddaughter. Grandpa, when can I learn the forbidden technique of our spider family? The girl who just completed a set of training tasks looked at the old man expectantly. Ying, don't be too ambitious. The white-haired old man taught a serious lesson. The forbidden technique of our Earth Spider family is a terrifying stunt that can condense the power of nature and then release it. The longer the accumulation, the greater the scope of destruction. If the gas storage time is long enough, it can even destroy everything in the area of millions of square kilometers, destroying the village and destroying the country. However, the greater the power, the more it needs a strong body and a tenacious spirit to carry it. You are now laying the foundation. It is not the right choice to look forward to that power too early. The old man is the patriarch of this generation of soil spiders, and is also known as the Walker of War. And the girl in front of him is his last relative. Millions of square kilometers. It's a pity that the girl's attention is all on the effect of the forbidden technique, and she doesn't care about the warning in the old man's mouth. His eyes widened, as if shocked, but full of expectations. Ying, are you listening? The old man's eyes twitched slightly, and he said solemnly. What? I see, Grandpa. Startled by the gloomy expression of the old man, the girl quickly lowered her head and made a well-behaved look. Never mind. Seeing his granddaughter behaving well, the old man also sighed. Our soil spider family has spread to this day, and there are only you and me left in the patriarch's lineage. This forbidden technique will teach you sooner or later. I hope that when the time comes, you can protect the forbidden technique that our Earth Spider family has passed down from generation to generation. While speaking, the old man's hand involuntarily touched his back. There, a black chakra ball is embedded in flesh and blood, and it is constantly intersecting with the surrounding environment. Threads and strands of energy invisible to the naked eye, like a trickle, flowed toward the old man's body. If there are people who know what to do here, I am afraid they will be shocked and speechless. Because that energy is the legendary natural energy. Since ancient times, other than sage mode, no one has ever heard of anyone directly harnessing this power. Outside the mountain without a name. Tian Yuking looked at the group of Sheneng who had stopped and thought deeply. Is the target in this Yamanaka? He opened his red eyes and stared at this unremarkable mountain with maximum power. However, for a long time, nothing was seen. It's desolate, and it doesn't look like it's inhabited at all. Everyone is ready, listen to my orders. Sheneng stood in front of the group of people, his face was solemn, and he gave orders. The air force took off, and the ground troops were formed in groups of 3 according to the usual training formation to surround the valley. The first round was bombed by the air force to destroy the enemy's resistance. The second round will be collected by the ground troops, and all the living enemies will be captured. This operation allows only success, not failure, here. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Sheneng's Crazy Ideas. Boom. A burst of violent vibrations and explosions sounded in this mountain where few humans have set foot on. Clouds of gunpowder smoke rose, shrouding the entire valley in it. 10 minutes later, the huge movement gradually subsided. Dense forests were raised, and the flat land became potholes, littered with twisted trees and branches. When Tian Yuking came to the front, the goal was such a dilapidated scene after the raging war. Not far from him, a girl who didn't look big fell to the ground and fell into a coma. I didn't expect there to be an unexpected harvest. Looking at the unconscious girl, the smile on the corner of Tian Yuking's mouth grew stronger. Shen Nong spent a lot of energy to break through the Earth Spider clan, and sacrificed 80 to 90% of the ninjas, and then it was difficult to beat the servants into serious injuries and complete the capture. And without any effort, he harvested a descendant of the Soil Spider clan who was automatically delivered to his door. It also carries the most valuable forbidden technique of the spider family. It's like a pie from the sky. Forbidden technique, angry. Tian Yuking opened the Earth Spider Firefly with great interest, that is, the Earth Spider family forbidden technique scroll carried by the girl. The first thing that catches the eye is the name of forbidden technique. Next, is the theory, principle, and practice method of this forbidden technique. There is not a trace of concealment in the whole article, and even every small milestone in the cultivation process has detailed annotations left by the seniors. Obviously, this scroll is the most precious heritage of the Earth Spider clan. Compared with those scrolls that simply write the forbidden technique practice method, they are thousands of times rarer and more valuable. Forbidden technique, the reason why it is called forbidden technique. The biggest reason is the uncontrollable danger in the practice process. If you are not careful, practitioners will pay an unimaginable price. But the scroll in front of him has a complete and systematic practice process and annotations. Even an ordinary ninja, getting it, can avoid those dangers to the maximum extent and complete this forbidden technique. The value contained in it can be imagined. Tisk tisk tisk. It's really daring to think and do it. The Earth Spider family, a genius idea. After a cursory reading of the angry hair technique, only shock and emotion are left in the Tian Yuking Center. The huge ninja world, with a history of more than 1,000 years, there are too many hidden things. No one knows whether there is a secret technique that can affect the balance of the world and give people infinite surprises in a family that is in ruins in a certain corner. Especially the forbidden technique of the Soil Spider family in his hands deeply shocked his heart. Because this is a high-level forbidden technique that goes beyond the ordinary 5-attribute ninjutsu and involves natural energy and yin and yang escape. Use the power of yin and yang to construct a special chakra energy ball to directly absorb the natural energy in the heaven and earth instead of the human body. It not only lowers the threshold for ninjas to perceive natural energy, but also eliminates the risk of petrification in the process of absorbing natural energy. Of course, this yin and yang escape energy ball also has a limit. If too much natural energy is absorbed, the balance of yin and yang in the energy ball will also be broken, and eventually the energy ball will be broken, and the human body will suffer backlash, and even if it does not die, it will be half crippled. However, for this, there are also ways to deal with it in the forbidden technique scroll of the earth spider family. That is, the chakra energy ball is directly implanted into the body of the practitioner, and the practitioner's body energy and spiritual energy are supplied to form a relationship similar to parasitic and parasitic. In this way, the caster has maximum control over the process and efficiency of the chakra energy sphere's absorption of natural energy. The stronger the body and the tougher the spirit of the caster, the more natural energy the energy ball can absorb. The more powerful and terrifying the power that forbidden technique can show. In theory, this forbidden technique has no limits. If the caster is strong enough, and the yin and yang escape is high enough, he can even be like the Six Paths Naruto after the Fourth Ninja World War in the original book. Like Six Paths Naruto, the natural energy of the entire earth can be gathered into one. This forbidden technique is very important to me, very important. Tian Yuking's eyes flickered, and his heart was extremely excited. The forbidden technique of the earth spider family also needs to find a way to control the speed and quantity of absorbing natural energy, for fear of exceeding their own limits and causing loss of control. But he is different. Combined with the physical activation secret technique obtained from Shen Nong, a cycle can be formed. Use the absorbed natural energy as the energy source of physical activation to essentially improve the level of life. Also, I probably understand what Shenong's plan is. Among the ruins, Shen Nong looked proudly at the patriarch of the Earth Spider clan who fell to the ground with serious injuries, vomiting blood, and fell into a deep stupor. His face was full of uncontrollable joy. As early as many years ago, he noticed the Earth Spider family. The source of everything is that during the Third Ninja World War, Konoha's third Hokage personally banned the secret technique of such a declining clan. In exchange, Konoha must rush to the rescue when the Earth Spider family is in crisis. This naturally caught the eyes of him who hated Konoha very much. After some investigation, he discovered the power of the forbidden technique, a family of earth spiders, which can be called a changer of the battlefield terrain. Due to his lack of strength and the fear of the earth spider clan, he didn't have much thought. But now, I haven't found a way to resurrect Zero Tai for a long time. In addition, the new hatred and old hatred of Kong Nin village was stolen by Konoha Anbu, resulting in a complete imbalance of Shenong's mentality. In desperation, the forbidden technique of the soil spider family was regarded as a secondary target. Ha 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 ha. That's right, it's this power. Although I can't get the forbidden technique of the spider family, but with you, the patriarch, I can do the same. What a perfect forbidden technique. After carefully examining the body of the warrior, Shenong laughed out loud. As long as you are loaded into Anchor Bandian's core as an energy source, you can provide enough power for the fortress to fly and operate. The steady stream of natural energy is even more perfect than Zero Tai. And with the energy you provide, my physical activation secret technique can be further improved. Konoha, wait for me. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Wedge Real Estate Trading Company. The Country of Fire, the capital. Compared with Konoha, the national capital, as a political center and an economic center, is far more modern than other places. There is a lot of traffic and people everywhere, and tall buildings are not uncommon. All kinds of advanced appliances seem to have come to the modern society in the late 20th century. Speaking of which, the technological development of the ninja world is very strange. The vast township area is full of ancient feudal farming civilization. The major country villages should be a little more advanced, but they still can't get rid of the feeling of being backward. However, commercial central cities such as Kyoto have a completely different style of painting. Electric lights, telephones, movies, TV, etc., electric power technology has already entered a mature stage. It's hard to believe that this would be a different part of the same country. The gap is big enough to open 100 years. But yes, it is precisely with such a foundation that after the Fourth Ninja World War in the original book, Konoha was able to transform into a city similar to the 21st century in the previous life in just over a dozen years. Tianyu Trading Company. Tian Yuking stood in front of the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly looking at the flowery city scene under his feet, his eyes deep. Every time I see it, I am amazed. If it is not very clear in my heart, the world in front of me is not the hometown of the previous life, but a supernatural world with the power to destroy the stars. He didn't want to run to Konoha village for a long time. Not to mention the backwardness of various facilities, they are often under inexplicable gaze. There is always a feeling of being watched. Very uncomfortable. Click. The door of the office was pushed open, and a fiery red-haired girl dressed as a secretary walked in. President, the negotiation for the acquisition of the Biological Research Society is not going well. It didn't go well? Why? The offer I gave should have exceeded their expectations. Yes, the President, the negotiation was very smooth originally, and it has reached the stage of signing the contract. As a result, another trading company was killed at this time and gave a higher price. Another trading company? It's not that they are raising prices on the ground, trying to raise prices by means of unreliable means. I also have this idea, President, but after investigation, I found that this new trading company has nothing to do with them. That's the real competitor. Tian Yuking turned around, took all the information about the acquisition from the red-haired female secretary, and pointed to the name of the trading company that was specially placed on the front page, Wedge Real Estate Company. Is he our opponent? Huo Neixiang, do you have more information about this trading company? Looking at the word Wedge, Tian Yuking frowned. He always felt that the name seemed not so simple. Others in the ninja world may not know, but as a traveler, no one knows better than him. The wedge is actually a secret technique used by the Tsutsuki clan to reincarnate and resurrect. The effect looks similar to Orochimaru's charm, immortal rebirth. But to be more high-end and perfect. By converting all of its own information into data, storing it in chakra, entering the target's body, and engraving the wedge seal. The wedge seal can provide the host with a large amount of chakra, as well as some of the abilities of the Tsutsuki clan. However, with the constant use of the host, the wedge mark will continue to activate, transforming the host's body and making it evolve in the direction of the Tsutsuki clan. When the transformation reaches a certain level, the existence inscribed with the wedge mark will wake up, seize the body of the host, and complete the resurrection. In the original work, the host who was marked with a wedge is also called a tool. However, the choice of device is not a simple matter. There are many conditions that need to be met, otherwise, the resurrection will be imperfect, and the lifespan of the new body is extremely short. So now you are eyeing this Biological Research Society, is it for the other party's cell cloning technology? The red-haired secretary Huo Neixiang nodded. President, this Wedge Real Estate Trading Company is just an ordinary trading company on the surface, but after investigation, it seems that the other party is not simple. Not only is the master secretly involved in a large number of industries, but he is also deeply involved in the illegal area of the ninja world. There are many ninjas under his command, and the power is very powerful. Especially their president, Oya Shiroyan, I have met once before. Chakra is very large, revealing a dark and bloody aura, and his strength is unfathomable. Wait, Oya Castle Flame. Tian Yuking was stunned for a moment. This name is not unfamiliar to him at all. You said that the president of the Wedge Real Estate Trading Company is Oya Shirokamura? That man with white hair and sunglasses. President, have you met each other? Huo Neixiang said suspiciously, it looks right, it looks very polite, but I always feel that his eyes are not right, like a dangerous lion majesty. It looks right. Tian Yuking's eyes flickered, and all kinds of thoughts kept surging in his heart. He did not expect that one of the official members of the star organization that he had previously scheduled would meet him in this way. Yuya Chenjun, that's a ruthless man. Born in the blood pool family, he has the blood dragon eye of the blood following the limit. This is a pupil technique that is not weaker than ordinary Sharingan. It is good at illusion and is good at using blood to complete various techniques. Legend has it that as long as there is a wound on the body, it will be made into a human bomb by the blood pool family, and life and death cannot be controlled. Because his wife was forced to death by the clansmen, he directly took action and killed the entire Blood Pond clan. Only his daughter Chino was left behind. Even Orochimaru took a very egalitarian attitude when talking to him, and it was because of the huge power of Oya Castle. More, or from his own powerful strength. With both strength and strength, Oya Castle is usually the biggest hobby is to collect all kinds of children of the blood following the limit. Sounds like Orochimaru. But in fact, he is not for science and research, but wants to raise these children and let them fight with other rich gladiators in the arena. I don't know if this is really just a hobby, or if there are other pictures. After all, it's a wedge, and it's cultivating a talented swedgy boundary ninja, so he can't bear to think too much. It really looks like it's making a qualified tool. It seems that it is necessary to meet first. Confirm the specific identity of the other party, don't call in the people from the shell organization. You can't use the identity of the president of Tianyu Trading Company. Let the leader of the star organization Ziwei appear again. Blood Longan, I hope it won't reveal too many flaws, **. Chapter 13 The Shell Organization that debuted in advance. Huo Naok Siang, you continue to negotiate with the Biological Research Society. Don't be afraid to spend money, as long as you can get the talent and technology of the other party, even if you spend twice as much money, it's worth it. With a snap, he closed the document in his hand, Tian Yuking instructed. After taking a detailed inventory of the Biological Research Club's family background, he found that he seemed to have underestimated the other party's background earlier. Do not. In other words, after the Wedge Real Estate Trading Company joined in, the other party began to raise. Using our own relationships, we obtained a group of top-level researchers from our peers, and then included the technologies in the hands of these researchers. As a way to increase the purchase price. I know. The red-haired secretary, Huo Naxiang, nodded without being sloppy, turned around and left. Wedge Real Estate Trading Company, Oya Castle Flame. Looking at the back of Huo Naxiang leaving, Tian Yuking's eyes gradually became darker. During this period of time, I have been busy doing things everywhere, but I have neglected the talents around me. Fire is incense. Full name is Uzumaki Fire is Incense. Born from the exterminated Uzumaki clan, he is good at sealing and biological science, and is also a rare high-end talent. According to the development of the original story, at this time, she should have accepted the invitation to go to the Hongzhou Islands in the Land of the Sea. A place known as the Island of Summoning. Help your opponent research the ultimate summoning beast. As a result, a few years later, due to the rampage of the ultimate summoning beast, everyone will be swallowed up, leaving only a ruin. But now, Uzumaki Hinoka has become the vice president and secretary of the Tinaihu Trading Company, and has full control of this trading company with dozens of branches. It is indeed a bit overkill to have an excellent researcher as a manager. Well, after dealing with the matter of Oya Castle, let her return to the familiar field and continue to study biotechnology. It just so happened that the Biological Research Club that had been acquired did not have a knowledgeable person in charge of it, so he was a little worried. Southwest of the Land of Thunder. The border area of the neighboring land is a deserted island. Because the Land of Thunder is steep, the country is full of rolling mountains and plateaus, and the closer it is to the sea, the more dangerous it is. The place you see is full of steep cliffs, and it is difficult for ordinary people to reach there. Thanks to the numerous islands, rugged terrain, and sparse population, it has gradually become a paradise for many lawbreakers. The seemingly peaceful desert island actually hides the existence of many entertainment cities. In order to meet Yuya Chenjun, Tian Yuking changed his face and came here with a brand new image. According to the information he got, the largest entertainment city here belongs to the Wedge Real Estate Trading Company. Their president also often appears in the entertainment city to watch the duel in the arena. After spending a little time, Tian Yuking booked a room in the entertainment city not far from Oya Castle. At night, without attracting the attention of others, he created a familiar chakra projection and walked towards Oya Castle Flame's room. For shadow clone without entities, the surrounding vigilance and garrison are not a big problem. It was very easy to avoid all the defenses, came to the room where the target was, and opened the red eyes. However, when Tian Yuking saw the situation in the room with his own eyes, he immediately raised a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. There weren't many people in the house, except for Miyaji Chen-jun. There was also a short old man. Wearing a blindfold on his right eye and leaning on a cane, he looks kind and affectionate. But Tian Yuking recognized it at a glance. Victor. Shell Organization, one of the members of the inner formation. In an instant, Tian Yuking couldn't help feeling a chill. Even if he was separated by hundreds of meters, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his body. As if somewhere, there is a pair of icy eyes watching him. But when he calmed down, he realized that he seemed a little too nervous. Satsuki's current situation is not good. Thousands of years ago, Satsuki Kagaya suddenly attacked and dedicated Satsuki as a sacrifice to 10 tails, but he didn't hold back. Even after so long, he still did not recover. In the original work, it will not officially appear until the Boren's Huan period, which shows how terrifying the damage he suffered. Even a star Satsuki can't resist it, it takes a long time to cultivate. It must be impossible for Satsuki to easily set foot in the ninja world without creating a suitable tool. Because he is also on guard against the son of Satsuki Kagaya, the Sage of Six Paths, Satsuki Hago Romo, who is hidden in the Pure Land. That is to say, what he has to face is not the Shell Organization more than 20 years later, but the Shell Organization that is still in the development stage. The other side. Oya Castle is talking with Victor, a member of the inner circle from the Shell Organization, and the atmosphere is not very good. Between the two, there is quite a kind of tension between the two. But they were restrained by their own, and it did not really evolve into a conflict. Tian Yuking did not dare to get too close, and even took the initiative to move away, so he could only hear a few words intermittently. Don't forget the beginning. The wings are hard. Sir Sixian is very unhappy. Device. To speed up. It's not complete, but it's enough for him to know a few things. In the end, with a loud shout, Victor walked out of Oya Shiroyan's room with a gloomy expression, and walked away quickly. It looks like the conversation has collapsed. Tian Yuking thought to himself, feeling that he didn't come for nothing this time, and confirmed a lot of information. Even if it's a solicitation, ahem, flickering Yuya Chinjian's failure, it's still worth the ticket price. The information that the Shell Organization appeared in advance had a great impact on his future plans. If you don't know anything, if you go to swindle Yuya Chenjun, the star organization that you built with all your hard work, is it not going to avalanche on the spot? Friends outside, after listening for so long, don't you come in and sit. Just when Tian Yuking was thinking about how to communicate with Yuya Chenjun next, a deep voice came from the room. Have you found it? Right. It's strange that he can't feel the power of the pupil technique with the blood dragon eye. But looking at the other party's meaning, it seems that the Shell Organization is really not in the same mind. Asterisk. Chapter 14. Silence for a moment. Tian Yuking still opened the door and walked in. Welcome to my casino. Oya Castle opened his hand, as if welcoming an old friend he hadn't seen for a long time. I don't know what to call this friend. Just call me Zi Wei. Tian Yuking, who was not sure what Yuya Chenjun was thinking, frowned. This is not the same as the fudge he imagined. At the beginning, the initiative was lost. Oya Castle Flame, the blood dragon's eye of the blood pond family, no wonder it can be found by my observation. In order to regain the right to speak, Tian Yuking took the lead in throwing out a piece of information. The meaning is obvious. I know some details about you. So, let's keep it simple, it's better to open the door and announce it directly. Oh. The eyes behind Oyakastle's sunglasses narrowed. He didn't want to mention his identity too much. The blood pool family left him only painful memories. It seems that my friend is a little anxious. After smacking his lips, Oya Chenjun laughed a little, but this is not a problem. Please sit down. Pointing to Victor's seat before, Oya Jokam invited politely. Tian Yuking sat down calmly. Anyway, he was just a shadow clone cast by Chakra, and he was not worried about any hidden means on the seat. Speaking of it now, my friend. In the middle of the night, avoiding all the guards and sneaking out of my room alone, what do you want to discuss with me? Yawu Chenjun raised his hands and looked at Tian Yuking in a good mood. I'm here to invite you. Since it cannot have the expected preemptive effect. Tian Yuking didn't waste any more time, and directly explained his purpose: join our organization. Hey? Your organization? Oya Castle Flame seems a little surprised. Looking at the shadow clone cast entirely constructed from Chakra and Tian Yuking, thoughtful. Yes, our organization's name is Star, which means the eternal and immortal stars in the sky. An organization that pursues longevity and immortality? Interesting. Not just fun, but a workable fact. Then have you achieved any results? Of course there are achievements, but you need to join the organization before you can get relevant news. Tian Yuking's meaningful flicker said, at least, it is more authentic than the leader of the shell organization where Mr. Victor belonged to. You know the shell tissue. Oya Castle's pupil shrank, and he quickly recalled the previous conversation with Victor in his mind, making sure that there was no mention of the shell tissue. It seems that this uninvited friend is not as simple as it seems. Of course I do. A boring organization looking for a tool of reincarnation for Tsutsuki. Tian Yuking showed a bit of disdain at the right time. Don't think about it, with the cold heart of Tsutsuki's group, once the reincarnation is completed, the entire ninja world will usher in the destruction of the world. What will they do then? And you? Originally it was not very sure. I thought that Tian Yuking just heard some information about the shell organization from nowhere. But when he heard the words that seemed like a spit, the whole person was shocked. He also knew something about the purpose of the shell organization. When he left Hell Valley in the early years, he received some financial support from each other, so he was familiar with each other. Over the years, after the frequent exchanges between the two sides, he gradually learned more news. For example, some members of the inner circle of the shell organization. For example, some of the action goals of the shell organization. He is also helping the other party to find things like tools, but the results are not obvious. The data required by the shell organization is too demanding. Even a genius with a bloodline limit could not meet the requirements. Therefore, he didn't have much hope for the search for the tool, and he relaxed a lot. The result attracted Victor's urging. Unexpectedly, the real purpose of the shell organization to find the tool would be this. What is Tsutsuki? After calming down the fluctuations in his heart, Oya Chenjun spoke again. He wanted to confirm more things. Tsutsuki? A group of aliens. Considering all living beings as livestock, I want to recover all chakra, refine medicine pills, and obtain a destroyer with stronger strength and longevity. If you want to know more, then join us. At that time, you will find out that the truth of the ninja world is so cruel and incredible. Tian Yuking stopped talking and issued the invitation for the second time. Star Organization. What can I get by joining you? What do I need to pay? After a moment of silence, Oya Castle asked in a deep voice. As a successful businessman, he has always believed that harvest and pay are equal. There is never a benefit for nothing. Great! Tian Yuqing secretly cheered to himself in the center, originally thought that there was not much hope for the exchange, but ushered in an unexpected result. Just revealing a little bit of information about the shell organization and Satsuki has fooled an experienced cage-level powerhouse. You can get everything you want: ninjutsu, secret jutsu, taijutsu, illusion, forbidden technique, and even the bloodline limit. Lifespan, longevity, resurrection, all are not a problem. Of course, the premise is that you can pay an equal price, or make enough organizational contributions. Anyway, bragging does not need to be taxed. Tian Yuqing naturally has to brag about this empty organization of himself, blowing hard in the direction of the tall. If you really want longevity, resurrection, etc., okay, pay an equal price. Didn't you say it? Equivalent exchange. What? Want to prstute? Don't say there are no doors, the windows are closed for you. Can you even do resurrection? Miyagi Chenjun took a deep breath, and the eyes under the sunglasses had unconsciously opened the blood dragon's eye, as if a hot flame was burning. Yes, resurrection is not false, the organization has already verified it. Hearing that Yuya Chenjun was concerned about resurrection, Tian Yuqing felt relieved. If you say other things, he may be a little nervous. But resurrection is different. In the original work, there are clearly several perfect resurrection techniques. The Dragon Life Reincarnation Technique of Kayan Village, the Reincarnation Technique of Sunagakur, the Ryan Tensei Technique of Rin Egan. Any kind of power that can bring about the resurrection of the dead. Although it takes a huge price to pay for life, all this is not a problem. There is too much scum in the ninja world. He didn't say that he had to pay such a price by himself, it was completely transferable. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Mutual Aid and Mutual Aid Organization. Resurrection. Yawu Chenjun frowned, feeling extremely entangled in his heart, constantly weighing the pros and cons of what Tian Yuqing said was true and false. After a long silence, he let out a long breath and made up his mind. You win. I can join your star organization. I hope that when the time comes, you can follow the agreement and really come up with a perfect resurrection plan. Otherwise, taking a deep look at the figure standing in front of him, Yuya Chenjun slowly opened his mouth and said word by word. In his heart, he will never forget his former wife. Even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he has to try it. Besides, he is very confident in his own strength and power, and is not afraid that the other party will deceive him. I believe that at that time, everyone will definitely not be able to please anyone. Very good. Tian Yuqing nodded with satisfaction. With the addition of Oya Castle Flame, his plan has become more complete. The shell-like star organization has gradually plumped up. After recruiting, flickering, 1 or 2 official members, the first meeting can be held. Let everyone meet each other, further deepen the existence of the star organization, and dispel some changes of some members who have other thoughts. This is your ring. No matter where you are in the ninja world, you can use this thing to connect with each other. After handing over the iconic black ring that belonged to the star organization to Miyuki, Tian Yuqing was once again grateful for his wisdom. Because he had previously noticed that Oya Castle Flame might have something to do with the shell organization and Satsuki, he had planned to get nothing. So I also thought about going empty-handed to explore some intelligence information. But when he was about to act, he accidentally put on a black ring. Doesn't the result come in handy now? Oh, right. I hope today's affairs can be kept strictly confidential. I don't need too many people to know about my existence, especially the shell organization. In return, I will give you a piece of information for free. In the Land of Rain, there is a secret organization whose leader has the legendary Eye of Sage of 6 Paths, Rin Egan. Its outsider technique controls the cycle of life and death, and can perfectly resurrect a dead person. Although the cost is very high, it is not comparable to the method of the master in the organization, but it is also a very rare method of resurrection. Feeling the increasingly rare chakra in Shadow Clone's body, Tian Yuking couldn't help but mention the organization again. This is definitely not touch porcelain. It is the mutual help between the two mysterious organizations, which sets off each other and elevates their respective styles. When it was exposed in the future, when everyone in the ninja world mentioned the Xia organization, they would naturally think of the Star organization. And vice versa. Let's all achieve each other. Xia organization, I thank you. Lift the table. Watching Tian Yuking's lifelike body twist, Yawuchen's blood-red eyes fluctuated. So, see you next time. Ding. Congratulations to host for making a small change in his destiny's trajectory and getting 400 enhancement points. Looking at the account balance in the system panel, Tian Yuking grinned slightly, evoking a cheerful smile. The 400 reinforcement points this time, plus Sheneng's previous harvest from destroying the Earth Spider clan, his number of reinforcement points has once again approached the value of 1000. However, this time, he was not in a hurry to use the strengthening points for physical fitness, but accumulated them and waited for them to be used for other purposes. The study of physical activation secret technique and forbidden technique, Furious Sky has entered a good state. After the official entry, you can use the system's functions to strengthen and add points. Of course, with the level of these two secret arts, the required strengthening points are definitely not a small number. But after a simple calculation of the price/performance ratio, Tian Yuking still felt that it was more cost-effective to use the strengthening point on this. Once the energy circulation system is formed in one's body, the physical quality, mental strength, and even the essence and talent of life will be strengthened all the time. Over time, you can save countless reinforcement points. Just when Tian Yuking was thinking about his future path. Konoha. After a period of fermentation, the information of the soil spider family was finally discovered by the Konoha shinobi who regularly contacted it. Broken ground, collapsed houses, and scattered corpses. Liaison Ninja looked at the scene in front of him, did not dare to neglect, and quickly sent the news back to Konoha. Hokage Building, small meeting room. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was discussing the information received not long ago with the three senior elders. It has been confirmed that the Yamanaka hidden village of the Earth Spider clan has been breached, and almost all the clansmen have been slaughtered. Yuditen Koharu was the first to speak. Except for the whereabouts of the Patriarch Wanderer is unknown, it can already be announced that the Earth Spider clan has been exterminated. Midokado Homura next to him also echoed, according to Anbu Ninja's on-site investigation, the Earth Spider family used their forbidden technique, and many terrains have been changed. Even so, the Earth Spider clan was still unable to resist the enemy and was completely defeated and slaughtered. At this time, Ziken Danzo, who had a bandage on his right hand, suddenly interjected, "The root has investigated the forces around the Earth Spider clan, and there is no change, it is not their hands." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of dry smoke and said in a low voice, "That is to say, an unknown force entered the country of fire and quietly wiped out the Earth Spider clan. Being able to solve the clan of the spiders who used the forbidden technique, it seems that they are not weak." Thinking of the terrifying power of the forbidden technique, Third Hokage's eyes flashed. In any case, there is an actual ally between the Soil Spider clan and our Konoha. This unknown force took action to destroy our allies without communicating with us. From this, it can be seen that it may harbor some malice towards us. If you leave it alone, you may attack us in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen said here, and Yuditen Koharu, Midokado Homura, and Shimura Dans all nodded in agreement. This has all run into the sphere of influence of our Konoha, and killed the quasi-ally the Spider clan. Can it still be a friendly force? Danzo. This matter is handed over to your roots. I need to know all the information about this faction as quickly as possible. Then dispose of it. The dignity of Konoha absolutely does not allow provocation. **. Chapter 16 Dr. Kenos. On the bustling street, a luxurious carriage was driving slowly. On both sides of the road, there are row upon row of high-rise buildings, one is more modern than the other, full of the beauty of technology. Looking at the carriages coming and going on the road, Tian Yuqing was speechless. Fire is incense, is the only means of transportation in the country of fire-only carriages. They have entered the era of electrification, but they are still so backward and primitive in terms of transportation. It's so magical. Huonexiang is a little unclear. The country is the largest and most prosperous city in the country of fire. Everything here is the best and the most advanced. The same is true for the carriage, which is far ahead of other countries in terms of shock absorption and comfort. Tian Yuqing scratched his head. That's not what I meant. Well, is there no better means of transportation other than a horse-drawn carriage? Huonexiang asked suspiciously. Does the president think the carriage is not fast enough? Almost. Huonexiang thought about it for a while, and said uncertainly, I seem to have heard that in the northwest of the ninja world, there is a small country called the Snow Country, which has developed a means of transportation called a train, which is faster than a horse-drawn carriage and can still transport a lot of supplies. It's just that the train needs to lay rails, which is expensive, and it can only travel on a fixed route. It can't turn around like a carriage, which is too inconvenient. As a personal vehicle, it is actually far inferior to a carriage. Tian Yuqing was dumbfounded. Huonexiang, you already know about trains, why don't you continue to imagine using the power of a train to make a vehicle similar to a carriage? That's right, what Tian Yuqing wanted to say was the car from the previous life. The ninja world has all the technologies for making cars here, how come no one invents the car? What age is it, still using horse-drawn carriages? I don't even think about it. How strange it would be to drive horses and carriages among the brightly lit high-rise buildings. Huonexiang's eyes widened suddenly. What the president said seemed to be very interesting. It is not difficult to change the power system of the train to the carriage. She can already imagine how big a wave it will cause once this brand new means of transportation appears. Talking room. The carriage has come to a large area of about 100 acres in front of the club. Inside the high fence, beautiful white houses are scattered in a random pattern, giving people a natural and comfortable feeling. President, this is the Biological Research Society we acquired. Huonexiang led Tian Yuqing into the club and introduced him to the various conditions of the club. Inside the club at this time, a group of people were already standing in front of the large conference room, waiting for Tian Yuqing to arrive. Welcome the president to visit and inspect. Seeing the arrival of Tian Yuqing and Uzumaki Onoka, a high-level executive hurried forward to greet him and greeted him with a humble tone. Tian Yuqing waved his hand. Don't make these fakes. Tell me, where are the researchers in the company? How much is the technical reserve? How is the state of the advanced equipment? It took several times the price to win this Biological Research Society. Tian Yuqing is not here to do charity. President, all the researchers in the company are in the laboratory, no one has left the company, the equipment industry is in good condition, and the loss rate and depreciation rate have not exceeded 3 levels. The high-level executive carefully reported. As for the technical reserves, there are only 3 perfect technologies in the company: nutrients, coagulants, and recovery agents, as well as some technologies in cell cloning and cell fusion. Nutrients, coagulants, restoratives? Tian Yuqing sneered. The name was rather tall, but in fact, it was just some medicinal versions similar to ninja food pills and hemostatic pills. Even the effect is not as good as Bing Liang pill and Zhigzu pill, it can only specialize in some non-ninja civilian market, and obtain not many benefits. In addition, the research has gradually involved the fields of cell cloning and cell fusion, and the consumption of funds has increased suddenly, and financial problems have arisen. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to buy it. Looking at the top of the Protozoology Research Society with a worried expression, Tian Yuqing interrupted his statement. Okay, where is Dr. Kenos? Dr. Kenos is in the lab, I'll go find him. No, just take me there. Watching Tian Yuqing leave, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This new president has such a strong aura. Too much pressure. Dr. Kinos is not very old, he looks like he is in his 30s, he is wearing a white antibacterial suit, short blue hair, and a pair of square glasses. When Tian Yuqing's group arrived, he was observing something in front of a microscope, and from time to time he took out a notebook to write and draw. Hearing the footsteps, Dr. Kinos raised his head uneasy. Didn't I say so? No one is allowed to disturb me while I'm experimenting. Are you Dr. Kinos? Tian Yuqing looked at the other side with a burst of surprise in his heart. Because the person in front of him was too similar to someone in his memory. Do not. It can even be said that it is exactly the same. The world of One Punch Man, the founder of the House of Evolution, Dr. Kinos. Why did he appear here? Did he travel like me? Tian Yuqing is very curious. The embarrassing introduction of the former senior executive of the Biological Research Society, Dr. Kinos, this is the new president. The new president. Dr. Kinos was stunned. What about the original president? Ahem, the original president has sold the club to the president of Tianyu because of a problem with the club's funds. The former executive explained in a low voice, it's because of your cell fusion and cloning experiments. Dr. Kinos. Ha 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 ha. Dr. Kinos smiled awkwardly, scratching his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry, President Tianyu, right. I'm Kinos, please take care of me. Dr. Kinos, who understood the current situation of the Biological Research Society, quickly adjusted his state and greeted Tian Yuqing enthusiastically. Hello. Reaching out his hand not to hit the smiling face, Tian Yuqing also responded with a smile. Moreover, the main purpose of his acquisition of the Biological Research Society is for their biotechnology, cell fusion, cell cloning and the like. In addition, the so-called coagulants, nutritional supplements, recovery agents, etc., have low technical content and little value. After learning that Drive Kenos in front of him was the developer of these technologies, he immediately understood who was the most important person in the entire society. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Attributes at the SS level. System, show me Dr. Kinos' data. Looking at Dr. Kenos with an unusually familiar appearance in front of him, Tian Yuqing communicated with Cheat in the center, trying to verify whether he could really be comparable to the genius standing at the top of mankind. Dr. Kinos. Strength, F+. Talent, C. Comprehension, SS. Abilities, Basic Biology, C+, Cell Cloning, B+, Cell Fusion, A, Gene Clipping, B, Life Extension, A. SS Level Comprehension? Tian Yuqing's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. This is the highest level evaluation he has seen so far. According to his calculations, that is enough to be in the realm of the 6 paths level. That is to say, if Dr. Kinos is not disturbed, it is enough to study the results of the 6 paths level. Or clones, artificial humans, or their own evolution. All in all, this is a great potential stock. Look, President, this is my latest research, the cell-level cloning experiment. In the laboratory, Dr. Kinos pointed to a cylindrical glass nutrient tank and introduced enthusiastically, this is a clone, whose cells are derived from the remnants of the country of Vortex, and have an incredible strong vitality and self-healing ability. Through the study of this clone, I have initially clarified some hidden secrets in the cells. Give me time, and I can make medicines that slow down cell division and prolong life. Oh? Life extension. Tian Yuqing is interested in CUHK. Not long ago, when he was flicking the flames of Oya Castle, he was blowing the conch, saying that the organization has technology to prolong life. It was just a lie used to enhance the style, but I didn't expect it to become a reality in the blink of an eye. Knew it. The real world is sometimes so magical and unreasonable. However, I like it. Yes, President. Dr. Kinos saw that the new president seemed to be very interested in this, and immediately explained in detail, according to the research, I found that the number of cell divisions is limited, and when the limit is reached, the cells will not divide again. Naturally, yes, people will enter death. However, the number of cell divisions of ordinary people is not the same as the number of cell divisions of the long-lived Uzumaki family. The cells of the Uzumaki family are far stronger than ordinary people in terms of strength and other aspects. So, I extracted some substances from the cells of the Uzumaki family and added them to the medicine, which greatly prolonged the cell's survival time and increased the division limit by a quarter. In other words, ordinary people who use the medicine will have a quarter to a third of their life expectancy. Can you imagine it, President? This is only part of the results obtained from the Uzumaki clan. If we can obtain the cells of the strange blood and limit ninjas in the ninja world, we will unlock countless mysteries of life. Strong body, tough spirit, long lifespan, power to manipulate nature, all in one person. Even if it is to become a god, it is not impossible. Speaking of his research, Dr. Kinos became extremely excited and flushed. Longevity, becoming a god. Tian Yuking was embarrassed for a moment. Even the eyes that looked at Dr. Kinos became strange. In other words, are you the deputy sent by the system to help me improve the fictional behind-the-scenes organization? I didn't mention anything. You put everything I want on the bright side. So sweet. Good, very good. After calming down a little, Tian Yuking's eyes became more gentle. Dr. Kinos, your research results have greatly exceeded my expectations and are more perfect than I originally thought. Don't worry, the new Shinra Trading Company will fully fund your research. Whether it is research funds or experimental materials, I will find a way to provide you with priority. Is it the cells of the bloody boundary ninja? Not a problem at all. Seemingly thinking of something, Tian Yuking paused. After a while, I will send you the cells of the Konoha Uchiha family and the Hyuga family. You should concentrate your resources first, use these two cells as samples, and clone each of them. A body is of great use to me. Uchiha and Hyuga? Ninja giants. Dr. Kinos was instantly excited. This is all rare research material. Especially for ordinary people, it is almost impossible to obtain the cells of this kind of blood Jijija family that attaches great importance to blood. Even the cells of the Uzumaki family that he is currently researching, it was because the Kingdom of Vortex was destroyed that he was able to buy a copy of the cells from the dead from the black market at a high cost. In order to activate the activity of these cells and clone, it took a lot of energy and resources. After all, living cells and dead cells are not the same concept at all. Don't worry, President. I will screen out the highest quality cells, clone the body closest to the source of the blood, and ensure that there will be no problems. Dr. Kinos' eyes lit up, and he patted his chest and promised. That's good. The research of the Shinra Trading Company will be handed over to you. Tian Yuking nodded with satisfaction. This trip to the Biological Research Society? No, it should be a trip to the Shinra Trading Company, and the harvest is really great. None of the previously prepared requests were made. It was taken over by Dr. Kinos. Glancing at the opponent's SS-level comprehension again, Tian Yuking left this brand new Shinra Trading Company with a satisfied smile. On the way back to Revolving Heaven, the secretary Huonoka suddenly said, President, I want to resign from the positions of Vice President and Secretary. Tian Yuking was stunned. Huonexiang, is something wrong? Huonexiang shook her head. No, President, it's my personal reason. Thank you very much for the training of the President, but in the laboratory of Shinra Trading Company, I saw Dr. Kinos' cloning technology, which is really incredible. You know, I'm a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Since the country of Vortex was destroyed, the Uzumaki family almost disappeared from the ninja world. I want to join Dr. Kinos' lab, learn cloning techniques, and recreate a Uzumaki clan, *. Chapter 18 Invaders from the Sky. Over the leaves. Looking at the quiet and prosperous village in the night, Sheneng stood on the flying fortress Anchor Bandian, with disgust and hatred on his face. Such peace is false and fragile. Such prosperity is built on the pain of countless small countries. Ugly, sinful Konoha. I bring you divine judgment. With a sneer, he turned around, and gave the order to attack the Kuro ninjas gathered on the deck. Immediately, teams of air ninjas took a neat step and jumped from the flying fortress Anchor Bandian. The stretched metal wings glide through the air, swooping down towards the Konoha village with no air defenses. Do-do-do. Almost at the same time as the air ninja flying unit approached, a rapid alarm sounded from the enchantment class located underground. Detection of enemy invasion. There are many, from the sky. Go and report to 3rd Hokage-sama. The perception ninjas wearing the link equipment roared loudly one by one, telling the information they saw. The ninjas around did not dare to neglect, and without any hesitation, they rushed on the way with the body flicker technique and passed on the information. Shhhhhhh. The sudden sound of weapon lasing broke the quiet night of the village. In the Hokage building, 3rd Hokage, who had not finished get off work, stood up suddenly and looked out the window with a solemn expression. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by Kunao's landing, one after another burning detonating talismans. The continuous sound of explosions, mixed with firelight, rolled up thick smoke and rose, and in the blink of an eye, the area in the center of Konoha was submerged. In order to maximize the damage to the leaves, Shen Nong took out most of the funds in the reserve and replaced them with weapons such as kunao and detonating talismans. Then directly bombed by flying troops, and threw them on key targets such as the Hokage building, ninja school, warehouse, and hospital. Who is it? Looking at the village swept away by war, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was extremely gloomy. As soon as he tore off the Hokage robe from his body, revealing the battle suit inside, he was about to jump out of the window. At this time, a ninja from the enchantment class entered the Hokage office and quickly reported, "Lord Hokage, an enemy from the sky has invaded." Hearing this, 3rd generation's expression became even more ugly. The enemy has already entered, and the report of the enchantment class has just arrived. What is the use? Come on, immediately order Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy, and other Janins to assemble and prepare to meet the incoming enemy. Inform Elder Mito Kato Homura and Elder Udaten Koharu and ask them to arrange for the evacuation of civilians as soon as possible. Let Shimura Dans lead the route to be vigilant, keep an eye on the Uchiha family, and prevent other forces from fishing in troubled waters. The rest of Anbu came out with me. S.A. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish speaking, a figure suddenly broke into Hokage's office. The speed of the visitor was extremely fast, and almost the moment 3rd Hokage noticed him, he had already deceived himself to the unsuspecting Anbu ninja and the enchantment class ninja. The vertical fingers turned into knives, and one blow stabbed the two people's throats. Who? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked and angry that the person who came was so bold that he directly ignored Konoha and his Hokage. Swish! In an instant, he blocked in front of the two at an unimaginable speed and grabbed the arm of the person who came. Hey, 3rd Hokage! Sheneng sneered, broke free from the grabbed arm in an instant, and launched an offensive towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the days when he captured the patriarch of the Earth Spider clan, he did nothing. Through research, he discovered that the Earth Spider family forbidden technique absorbs the natural energy, although it is very aggressive. But it matches his physical activation secret technique very well. After continuous practice, his strength has become countless times stronger. Whether it is physical strength or chakra amount, it is completely different from before. Even, under the nourishment of the celestial arts extracted from the natural energy mixture chakra, he regained his youthful state again. All the white hairs have turned black, and the cells are full of vitality. The powerful strength made him more and more confident. So, driven by the anger of revenge that could not be suppressed in my heart, after a simple preparation, I drove Anchor Bandian to kill Konoha, and took the initiative to meet Hokage. Boom! The fists clashed, the terrifying force collided, and the airwave rolled up, blowing all the documents in Hokage's office away. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't move, but the floor beneath his feet had sunk a few feet, cracks spreading in all directions. What a lot of strength! Third Hokage struggled and rushed out of Hokage's office with Shenong. Good come! Shen Nong shouted loudly, and the power in his body tumbled. This feeling that his gestures could destroy everything made him a little addicted, and his blood couldn't help surging. I saw his body suddenly sing, like a spring pressing on ultimate, and instantly pounced on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just stood there. Carrying the momentum of thunder, mixed with the sound of breaking the air, it is mighty. Boom! An even bigger shake came, and the smoke billowed. Without the idea of confrontation, Shenong felt the joy and excitement from every cell in his body, and Shenong attacked one after another, as fast as lightning. Bang bang bang! After Third Hokage suffered a loss of strength, he no longer sought to confront him. Relying on his rich combat experience, he uses flexible movement techniques and skilled 5-attribute ninjutsu to search for weaknesses while tentatively attacking. Soon, the originally violent battle scene seems to have changed its style. Shenong, who was obviously stronger and faster, was firmly controlled by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The angry Shenong roared again and again, bursting out even more terrifying momentum and chakra, but it was still of little use. Compared to a powerhouse like Third Hokage, his reflexes are not fast enough, his timing ability is not good, coupled with a lack of skills and a lack of physical control. As a result, the strength of the whole body is less than half, and there is a strong foundation, but it can't be used at all. Active Fist! Shen Nong with a gloomy face shouted loudly, and the breath of Pei Ran burst out, and the thick black hair danced wildly, very uninhibited. The wild power is like a volcanic eruption, and the whole person has become different. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were solemn, and he was on guard. Ha 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 ha, this is all my power, go to hell, Third Hokage, go to hell, Konoha. The black arrogance was steaming, and the clothes on Shen Nong's upper body were directly shattered, revealing explosive muscles, full of arrogance. Powerful strength, ultimate speed, more than one step higher than before. Ping asterisk. Chapter 19. The old man was careless, there was no flash. Terrifying power burst out, and the earth collapsed in an instant, turning into a giant pit. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't dodge, the corner of his mouth bleeds and flew upside down, and slammed into a house, deeply embedded in it. Disappear with Konoha, third generation. Shen Nong laughed wildly, and he was unforgiving, and followed him with a heavy fist. Lord Hokage! Lord third generation! The faces of the elite ninjas who had just arrived changed greatly, and they were about to rush into the battlefield. Don't mind me, let's deal with the intruders in the village first. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice came from the ruins of the collapsed house, and immediately, a Vajra Ruyi stick came out, blocking Shenong's pursuit. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, the ape demon. Leave this enemy to me. With the King Kong Ruyi stick, Sarutobi Hiruzen took the lead in attacking. You are too arrogant, third generation, I am invincible now. Shenong greeted him without showing weakness. As a result, two powerful ninjas started a close-body combat in the wildest way. Like a lion fighting a tiger, no one is to be outdone. The fists and the sticks collided, and bursts of ping-pong sounded, resounding in all directions. A wave of air swept through and turned into a violent storm. Wherever he passed, houses collapsed, the ground shattered, and spider-like cracks spread everywhere. Even a ninja like Hitaki Kakashi changed his face. The rest of the ninjas were even more stunned and deeply shocked. Everyone, go and deal with the other intruders first, just leave this place to Lord Hokage, we have to trust Lord Hokage. After a moment of silence, Hitaki Kakashi came back to his senses and made arrangements loudly. He almost saw it. Although the incoming enemy is very powerful, good at taijutsu and extremely fast, ordinary ninjutsu cannot hit the opponent at all, but third Hokage is not without resistance. It doesn't help that they stay. The best option is to follow the order, eliminate other invaders, and reduce the loss of Konoha is the most correct. Guy, you are with me. Greeting Might Guy, who was eager to try, Kakashi disappeared in a blink of an eye. Okay, Kakashi. Might Guy was stunned for a moment, and quickly followed. Soon. That leaves Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shenung, and a few Anbu members who are shadow guards. Boom. Another violent collision, and third Hokage gasped heavily. After all, he is getting older and his physical strength has declined drastically. Even with the blessing of chakra, he cannot resist Shenung, who practiced the secret art of body activation for a long time. Ha 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 ha, you can't do it anymore. Standing on a pile of ruins, Shen Nong laughed, looking at everything around him. His heart was very happy. At the same time, while the other party was not paying attention, he secretly absorbed the natural energy provided by the forbidden technique, a family of earth spiders that had been sealed away. It was obvious to the naked eye that the wound on his body quickly scabbed and recovered after a while of squirming. Third Hokage, what you Konoha once did to our ninja village, today I will repay one by one, blood debt and blood. Perhaps because he felt that the victory was in his hands, Shenung began to talk, expressing the uncontrollable excitement in his heart. Empty. A look of enlightenment flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. For this small ninja village that was destroyed during World War II, if it weren't for the sudden attack today, I'm afraid he would have completely forgotten about it. No wonder the enemy launched an attack from the air, leaving the Konoha barrier class without any early reaction. Everything is right. It's you. The grudges of the past are over. Don't continue to make mistakes. Peace in the ninja world is hard won, and it's too late to stop now. With a chance of 1 in 10,000, Sarutobi Hiruzen persuaded Shenung while wearing a familiar mask from the past. Wrong. Shen Nong's laughter stopped abruptly, his entire face was contorted, and he roared, "Why is what I did wrong? Back then Konoha destroyed us, now it's our turn to take revenge. Everything is just a cycle, a reincarnation. Peace? Who cares?" It seems that he was infected by Shenung's anger, and the energy that was already restless became more and more violent. The black arrogance rose, setting him off like a devil who came out of the depths of Juyu. Good chance. As his eyes flickered, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate to bully him and stamped it with one hand. 5 Elements Seal. The 5 types of chakra, burning wind, thunder, water, fire, and soil, pressed the palm of Shenung's belly. Suddenly, the violent energy stagnated. Puff! Shen Nong spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. The chakra in his body was sealed, and a huge backlash came, which immediately made his eyes black. Mean! Feeling the rapidly fading power, Shenung was extremely sad and angry. The old man is careless. No flash. Koran leader, order your subordinates to stop the attack. The price paid today is enough, we should not continue the hatred. Looking at Shenung, who was vomiting blood and was seriously injured, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief and persuaded hypocritically. Dreaming? Impossible. Shen Nong scolded weakly, even if I die, I will drag Konoha to die together. Looks like there's nothing to talk about. Listening to Shenung's infinite hatred and resentment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt trouble for the first time. Kong Ninja's strength is not strong, but the victory lies in being able to fly. Before Kong Ninja came into the world, how many ninjas could fly in the entire ninja world? Both are masters with huge advantages. After all, people are in the air, so what's the use if you can't hit them? And the air ninja can bomb at will, causing them huge losses. If that's the case, don't blame me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were gloomy, and he was about to step forward to meet Sheneng. However, at this moment, in the distant sky, a huge flying fortress with a distance of several thousand meters slowly approached Konoha. All the Konoha shinobi people raised their heads in astonishment, and many of them froze in place. That is, Hitaki Kakashi, who jumped on the roof and used the night to intercept flying ninjas in the low sky, was almost frightened and fell down. This kind of behemoth flying in the air naturally gives people a huge psychological pressure. Too terrifying. Many Konoha ninjas couldn't help but slap themselves, thinking they might be dreaming. Buzzing. With the sound of mechanical rotation, the human face statue on the flying fortress slowly opened, aiming at Konoha's position. Hey! A terrifying blue beam of light shot out from the statue of the human face, like a sharp sword that opened up the world, and slashed on the Hokage building. Rumbling asterisk. Chapter 20 The Shelling That Lights Up the Night Sky. Rumbling. The blazing light illuminated the entire Konoha, and at this moment, night and day seemed to be reversed. Countless people stood there blankly, watching the blue beam of light bombard the Hokage building, watching everything turn to ashes under the beam of light. Immediately afterwards, the blue energy beam that had not been exhausted turned a corner and cut straight in the direction of the northeast. The peaks were smashed and collapsed, and finally, the blue beam of light disappeared into the darkness in the distance. After one shot, everything was quiet. The noisy Konoha instantly quieted down, and all those who had seen this attack fell to the ground powerlessly as if they had lost their souls. Including third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hitaki Kakashi, they also stayed in place, their hands and feet were cold, and their bodies were soaked in cold sweat. At this moment, they didn't dare to move at all. For fear of being targeted by the flying fortress, I can only pray in my heart that the other party does not see me. Lord Sheneng. Taking advantage of the time when everyone in Konoha was stunned by the power of Anchor Bandion's main cannon, the nearby Kongnin quietly approached Sheneng, who had sealed Chakra. Not much nonsense, just pick up Sheneng and run. Chakra enters the wingsuit and rises into the air. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was still in a state of shock, glanced at it and made a seal on his hands, trying to prevent the other party from escaping. But the next moment, he was sweating profusely and stopped what he was doing. In the sky in the distance, a gun barrel aimed at third Hokage's position at some point, and terrifying energy gathered at the muzzle, twisting the air. The breath of death enveloped his heart, and all the hairs on his body were standing on end. Soon, the group landed on the flying fortress Anchor Bandion. Recall all flying units. After feeling that he was out of danger, Sheneng's face was ugly for a while, and after thinking about it, he still gave the order. A good raid, in the end, not only failed to achieve his pre-target, but also almost folded himself in. What a shame! But luckily they didn't get anything. Anchor Bandion's main gun directly destroyed 1/5 of Konoha, rewriting the map of this area. Dividing the complete Konoha into two, slapped the face of this so-called number 1 ninja village in the ninja world. It's a mouthful of anger. Standing in Anchor Bandion's control room, Sheneng checked the journey of war that was made into a living energy source, and found that the other party's life breath had dropped to a low point. If you continue to extract energy to fire, it may cause the opponent to die completely. Shen Nong, who has no better energy source for the time being, can only helplessly give up the idea of giving Konoha another shot. Retreat. Following Sheneng's orders, the flying fortress Anchor Bandion slowly climbed up, and gradually sank into the depths of the endless clouds under the staring gaze of a pair of eyes. Seeing this situation, the surviving Konoha people couldn't help but relax, rejoicing for the rest of their lives after the catastrophe, and suddenly felt like they wanted to cry. Once upon a time, the number 1 ninja village in the ninja world would also be reduced to what they are today? Many people looked confused. Not sure what to do next. After watching Anchor Bandion leave, Hitaki Kakashi and others rushed to the location of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen from various places. Then he stared blankly at the gully extending from the Hokage building, dozens of meters wide, glowing with sparks and lava, all the way to the northeast, at least a terrifying abyss of tens of kilometers. Couldn't speak for a long time. They are all elite ninjas from a village, and they can be regarded as the upper class in the ninja world. But what happened tonight really challenged their previous cognition and senses. After a long silence, Third Hokage cleaned up and simply arranged for some ninjas who looked lost to deal with the follow-up. And he himself came to a temporary command center, and began to gather the patriarchs and several elders of the major families to discuss how Konoha should deal with an enemy like Kanjin. For collection. Time flies. What happened at Konoha village was quickly communicated through various passages. Sand Shinobi village in the land of wines, Rock Shinobi village in the land of earth, Cloud Shinobi village in the land of thunder, and Misty Shinobi village in the land of water, an island country far away from the mainland. The entire ninja world was shaken. Konoha, the head of the 5 great ninja villages, was attacked by a group of descendants of the once wiped-out small ninja village, and suffered heavy losses. Even the terrain of the village has been divided into 2, it can be said that the face is completely lost. For a time, countless people were just around the corner. In the border areas, all kinds of temptations have increased several times at once. From time to time, there are some hidden ninjas and wandering samurai, wandering around the area around Konoha. It seems to be determining something, and it seems to be planning something. And Shimura Dans, who had a bad temper in the first place, saw this situation and couldn't help it immediately. All the routes were dispatched, with Konoha as the center, directly and forcefully killing or arresting these messy people one by one. In just over half a month, the land of fire has regained its calm again. But everyone knows that the current situation is only the calm before the storm. It is impossible for Konoha to give up revenge. The dignity of the 5 great ninja village, and the huge loss, need someone to pay for it. But Anchor Bandian, the flying fortress in Kanjin village, and the terrifying main cannon of energy, were a fierce tiger standing in front of Konoha. Before this problem is solved, it is also unknown whether Konoha has the courage to fight against the Kong ninja village again. Even, in order to make up for the strength of the village, Third Hokage was cheeky and invited back Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were outside the village, and temporarily sat in Konoha to stabilize the situation. The country of fire, the capital. When Tien Yuking got the specific news of Konoha, the whole person was stunned for a while, and it took a long time to recover. He had no idea that Sheneng would be so brave. Directly drove the flying fortress Anchor Bandian to kill Konoha, and fought against Third Hokage alone, and did not forget to bombard it with the main cannon. Underestimate each other. As expected of the existence in the original book that can be used as a big boss in the movie version of the villain alone, it really has the courage and means. Who would have thought that, in his prediction, Sheneng, who could only bring some harmless damage to Konoha at most, would cause such a terrible loss? This time, Konoha was directly injured. After the Third Ninja World War, Konoha, who has not yet recovered, encountered the Nine Tails Rebellion one after another. The consumption of the Foundation is very serious, and the comprehensive strength has dropped drastically. If it weren't for the prestige of the victors of the previous ninja wars, and the rest of the countries were also in the stage of recuperation. The ninja war has broken out. It can be said that the Sheneng invasion this time directly peeled off Konoha's tiger skin, allowing everyone to see Konoha's weakness. Coupled with the unstable Uchiha clan inside, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly recalled Jiraiya and Tsunade, wanting to increase the deterrence of Konoha. Chapter 21 Shimura Dan's Covet. In the root base. Staring at the confiscated Kong ninja village wingsuit, Shimura Dan's eyes shone brightly. The sudden attack before, of course, made Konoha pay a heavy price, the sacrifice of nearly 100 genin, and the death of thousands of genins and civilians. This made Konoha, who was already a little weak, worse, and the dilemma of insufficient manpower appeared after a long absence. But they didn't get nothing either. With the cooperation of some elite ninjas, Konoha killed some air ninjas and got their flying wingsuits. Through the analysis of the researchers, the principle of these flying wingsuits is roughly understood. It can be said that as long as they are given enough time, Konoha can also form a huge flying ninja army. At this time, a ninja wearing a root costume came up and said, "Sir Danzo, this is the memory of the Soruto you want." Taking the documents handed over by his subordinates, Shimura Danz glanced slightly. Immediately, he frowned. "It's all useless junk information. What did you do? Don't you have any information about the flying fortress Anchor Bandian?" The root ninja was expressionless and explained, "Lord Danzo, we have repeatedly searched for Kong Ninja's memory, and there is not a single omission. It's just that their identities are not high, and they can't get access to important information. In addition to the memory of training and battles, they also have some history of Kong Ninja Village and the like." Shimura Dan's face sank, and he read the document carefully again. Ever since he witnessed the earth-shattering bombardment of Anchor Bandian, the flying fortress of Kong Ninja Village, he has been thinking about getting this war fortress all the time. He felt that instead of letting a waste like Sheneng from Kong Nin Village control this weapon, it would be better to give it to him. As long as there is this powerful flying fortress, is it not him who has the final say in the entire ninja world? Even the other 4 major countries should crawl at the feet of Konoha and watch their faces and act. And he will accomplish a great cause that has never been seen before. Unify the ninja world. However, no matter how many intelligence personnel he sent out, the entire ninja world was about to be turned over, and there was still no news of Sheneng and others. After attacking Konoha, they seemed to have disappeared from this world. Therefore, he pinned his hopes on the empty ninjas who died in Konoha, and used the Yamanaka family's heart-turning technique to explore the memories in the brain. The result is still not ideal. The identities of those Kong ninjas are too low to know the situation at the top, let alone Anchor Bandian. After a long time, Shimura Danz put down the document in his hand, and ordered, "Add more staff and continue to investigate the whereabouts of the air ninjas." The root ninja replied immediately, "Lord Danzo, we have activated most of the dark lines, and once we have their whereabouts, we will act immediately." Shimura Danz waved his hand, "Don't take any action. Shen Nong, the leader of the Sky Ninja, is very powerful. Ordinary ninjas can't threaten him. Once the grass is frightened, it will be even more difficult to find them again. What Konoha needs is the flying fortress Anchor Bandian, that terrifying weapon that can destroy several mountains and a village with one shot." Thinking back to that destructive blue beam of light in his mind, Shimura Danz became excited. "After you find them, immediately send a message to me. I will find a way to capture that flying fortress." The root ninja was stunned for a moment, then nodded, "I see, Lord Danzo. Well, go down. Wander the streets of Konoha." Tian Yuking looked at the terrifying ravine that almost ran through the entire Konoha, dividing the village in 2, and a serious look flashed in his eyes. The power of the main artillery of the flying fortress Anchor Bandian was indeed somewhat beyond his expectations. In the original work, the zero-tail nothingness was used to provide energy, and with one shot, it destroyed a mountain and several air carriers. Compared with the scope of destruction in front of me, it is less than half. Is it because the natural energy absorbed by the Earth Spider family forbidden technique is higher in quality than Dark Chakra? Stopping in front of his half-collapsed store, Tian Yuking felt a little embarrassed. Accidentally, it seems that even his own industry has been affected. Is this self-inflicted? Because there were several streets to be rebuilt, Konoha at this time became a large construction site. The streets are filled with vehicles delivering construction materials. And since Sheneng mainly took care of buildings such as the Hokage building, the ninja school, and the material warehouse, apart from the last wave of shelling, the damage to the residential area was not too great. Of course, the focus of Konoha's reconstruction is also on key buildings such as ninja schools and warehouses. Commercial buildings can only be pushed back. After walking around for a while, Tian Yuking found a hotel not far from the Uchiha tribe and stayed there. Sheneng's sudden attack not only stripped Konoha's tiger skin, but also broke the balance of the ninja world. Most importantly, it also allowed the Uchiha family to see the weakness of the high-level Konoha. The radicals of the Uchiha family, who were planning a coup d'état, became more arrogant after this. Even some Jainin in the village heard that the Uchiha clan was planning a coup. This made Tian Yuking feel very speechless. Coup, rebellion. What a serious, confidential matter. It was actually played as a joke by the Uchiha clan. Everyone knows that you are going to have a coup d'état. If the coup d'état succeeds, there is really nothing to say. System, open my property list. Host, Tian Yuking. Physical strength, C. Mental strength, C+. Strength, C+. Talent, B+. Perception, A+. Ability, blood follower limit, red eye, B+. Chakra extraction, C. 3 body technique, D. Body technique, D+. Illusion, D. Fire style, C. Lightning style, C. Chakra projection incarnation, C+. Outer Deo Jinden, C+. Enhancing point, 66. Looking at his brand new attribute panel, Tian Yuking became more and more satisfied with Sheneng's ability to do things. Compared with himself when he just got the system, in just a short period of time, his strength has improved by more than one level. Unconsciously, the strength has gradually approached Jainin. This speed of progress is terrifying. The biggest change is the outer Deo Jinden in the ability column, which is a brand new secret technique that combines physical activation secret technique and forbidden technique, Furious Sky. Because the strengthening point is not enough, it only evolves to the C-end level for the time being. But the effect is amazing. Not only did it increase his physical strength, mental strength, and strength by a small level, but it also nourished his flesh and spirit all the time. He can clearly feel that he is getting stronger every minute and every second. Although it is very weak, under the accumulation of time, sooner or later, there will be qualitative changes from quantitative changes. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Uchiha Shisui worried. The Uchiha family. Just returning to his home from the end of the clan meeting, a deep sadness flashed across Uchiha Shisui's calm face. The emotions of the clan people are getting more and more impetuous. Due to Sheneng's sudden attack, the Uchiha family deeply felt the weakness of the village. The high-level people are far less powerful than we thought. We may not have no chance. These 2 sentences were the 2 words he heard and said the most at the clan meeting. If it was said before, the radicals in the Uchiha clan were only a group spontaneously united by some people who were unwilling to lose their rights and were excluded from the status quo. Because of the fear of the powerful strength of the village, at most, he would say a few words orally to express his dissatisfaction. So now, almost the entire Uchiha clan has become a radical, and even many originally neutral and moderate clansmen have joined the radicals. Because they suddenly discovered that the coup d'état is really possible. Just wait for the situation to stabilize, and after Jiraiya and Tsunade leave again, the remaining high-level villagers seem to be unable to compete with them in terms of strength. The family rebellion is imminent. Such a situation is obviously not what Uchiha Shisui, who loves the village and wants to live in peace with the family and the village, wants to see. What can we do about it? Can we stop the family's coup plan, improve the relationship between the village and the family, and restore peace? Uchiha Shisui thought hard, his brows furrowed. According to his previous thoughts, it was through his Manjiki Sharingan's pupil technique, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, that he forcibly modified the Patriarch's will to stop all this. But things are completely different now. Kong Ninja's invasion caused a huge loss of Konoha's strength, and the balance between the family and the village, as well as the balance between the radicals and moderates within the family, were all broken. Even if he changed the mind of the Patriarch, it would still be of no avail, because the coup d'état has become the common will of the entire Uchiha clan. Besides, the situation in the village is not optimistic either. At this moment, Uchiha Shisui felt a slight vibration from the ring he was wearing on his hand. It's that mysterious organization. Shisui's eyes narrowed, and his chaotic thoughts were quickly captured. Looking at the black ring on his hand, he was silent for a while, but he still entered a trace of his chakra and made a mark with one hand. In the illusory spiritual space, a vague projection of consciousness came out. Long time no see, Uchiha Shisui. Tien Yuking opened his mouth faintly. He has always kept an eye on the situation of the Uchiha family. I don't know if it's the weak sense of secrecy of the Uchiha family, or the ancestral self-confidence of their family. Anyway, as long as you are a ninja with a heart, you can get a lot of important information. For example, in Tien Yuking, who just returned from the capital of the Fire Kingdom to Konoha to check the damage to his store. It's easy to get the news that the Uchiha family is just around the corner. I heard that your Uchiha family is planning a coup d'état. How about it, do you need the help of the organization? Tien Yuking jokingly suggested, although we are temporarily in a dormant stage. We don't want to go to war and expose too much information. But when you encounter a perfect opportunity, you can make a slight exception. Konoha, as the leader of the 5 major ninja villages, the de facto uncrowned king of the ninja world, if you can have the master in your hands, you can save a lot of things. Hearing this, Uchiha Shisui's heart suddenly tightened. Does the Star Organization also want to mix with Konoha's internal affairs? It has also been a while since he joined the Star Organization. Even if he didn't find out much information, he still knew a lot of basic information. It contains a lot of secrets from the ninja world, the kind that even the 5 major countries are not very clear about. It can be seen that this mysterious organization hidden in the dark, even if it is not as powerful as they advertise, is an existence that cannot be underestimated. At this moment when Konoha was shaky, there was a big enemy outside, and the inside was unstable. He was targeted by a powerful behind-the-scenes organization. Obviously nothing good will happen. Without sufficient foundation, it is unlikely that the Star Organization wants to control Konoha, but it is very possible to detonate multiple conflicts, directly damage Konoha, or even destroy Konoha. The leader doesn't know anything. Not long ago, the second Sunin, Toad Sage Jiraiya and Katsuya Princess Tsunade Hime, who traveled in the ninja world, have been recalled by 3rd Hokage to sit in Konoha. A large number of retired ninjas have been reactivated and gathered at the border and in the village, firmly controlling the surrounding situation and preventing foreign enemies from peeping. Uchiha Shisui thought for a while and continued, and the situation within the Uchiha clan is also a little chaotic. Not everyone agrees with the coup. The leader wants to use the Uchiha family coup to control Konoha. I'm afraid it's just wishful thinking. Tien Yuking said thoughtfully, Oh? Is that so? I know that Jiraiya and Tsunade are back in Konoha, but just the 2 of them can't change the overall situation. Besides, isn't there still Sheneng from Konggren village? There is still some connection between the organization and him, and it can be cited as foreign aid to hold back some of the power. As for the Uchiha family, a group of arrogant megalomaniacs, carrying a cursed bloodline, it's not surprising to do anything. That's right, with the bad character of the Uchiha family, I'm afraid they won't cooperate with the organization at all. Pretending to be persuaded by Uchiha Shisui, Tien Yuking smiled and ended the topic. Boss, is there anything wrong with contacting me this time? Seeing that Tien Yuking seemed to have stopped participating in the Konoha affair, Uchiha Shisui hurriedly asked. It's not a big deal. Tien Yuking responded casually, you have joined the organization for some time, and you have a basic understanding of the Star Organization. After a while, there will be a small gathering among the official members of the organization. I'm here to inform you in advance. Don't be absent then. Our Star Organization pays attention to mutual benefit and equal transactions. If you have something you want, or something you want to do, you can also pay a certain price in exchange for the help of other regular members. As if thinking of something funny, Tian Yuking showed a wicked smile. By the way, the ultimate weapon of the air ninjas who invaded Konoha that day, you can also see the power of the flying fortress Anchor Bandian. Are you here yet? As long as you can afford the price, a full set of Anchor Bandian technology and blueprints can also be traded. Think about it, that's enough energy beam to destroy a big country's ninja village with one shot, ha 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 ha. Isn't it beautiful? Asterisk. Chapter 23 The Unfathomable Star Organization. Flying Fortress Anchor Bandian. Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened, and the projection of consciousness shook for a while, almost unable to maintain his body, and dissipated on the spot. For those of Konoha shinobi who experienced that invasion, no one can forget the scene of that night. Like a dream, entangled in everyone's heart, lingering. A behemoth like the top of Mount Tai pressed down from the sky, the ferocious gun barrel, and the blue energy beam that penetrated the sky. And the terrifying destructive power that burns mountains and boils seas and destroys cities and countries. This allowed the traditional ninjas who were still in the era of cold weapons to see the power of high-tech weapons that surpassed the times for the first time. Horrified, 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 terrified. What followed was unstoppable covetousness and longing. Even with Mangeki Sharingan turned on, Uchiha Shisui, who is known as the power of God Susanoo, is in control. He was also shocked by the strength of Anchor Bandian, the flying fortress of Kong Ninja Village. Most importantly, it is a power that can be controlled by most ninjas, not like the Mangeki Sharingan, which can only be obtained by very few Uchiha geniuses. Especially now. Master Kong Ninja Village, who owns this terrifying big killer, hates Konoha to the core, and he doesn't know when a shot will come from the sky. It even made Konoha's high-level worried hair almost fall out. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who returned, were very troubled by this, and they felt like a tiger was swallowing the sky and had nowhere to go. Active attack can't find anyone, passive defense can't block that kind of shelling. In terms of hard power alone, 10 Kongnan villages are not as good as one Konoha. But Konggren village is not stupid. Only an idiot will fight you head-on. When you are ready, isn't it fragrant when you send it directly into the soul? Why put yourself in a dangerous situation? After narrowly surviving from Third Hokage's hands, Sheneng felt his pain and made a serious self-examination in private. I am an old man. Why should I study those young, passionate, and impulsive things that are not suitable for me? Never do that stupid thing again. Of course. Shen Nong did not mean to give up his individual power. After all, the ninja world is a world where strength is respected. Even with the existence of Anchor Bandian, it is still not enough insurance. With the help of the living energy battery of the Earth Spider clan, he constantly absorbs natural energy, studies the 8 gate of the human body, and works hard to practice the secret art of body activation, and his strength improves every day. I believe that when we meet next time, everyone in Konoha will be very pleasantly surprised. Boss, are you telling the truth? Uchiha Shisui's heart was numb, but there was a hint of excitement that he had never experienced before. If Konoha can also have a flying fortress of his own, many problems will be solved. What the threat of Kongnin village, what the coveted by the 4 great powers. Even the idea of a coup for the Uchiha clan. All will vanish in the face of absolute power. Everything will return to its original state and peace will follow. Of course it's true. Tian Yuking secretly said in the center, can it be true? I personally took it out from Sheneng, and every word contains the efforts of Konggren village. If it weren't for this, Sheneng, who had endured for decades, would not have roared and hit Konoha, and fired the shot that shocked the ninja world. As long as you can pay the same price, the technology of the flying fortress is not so precious. Not such a precious thing. Uchiha Shisui was a little shocked, even an inter-era weapon like Anchor Bandian was not in the eyes of the Star Organization. It seems that he still underestimated this mysterious organization. But the top priority is to find a way to get this weapon technology that can help the village counter the threat of Kongnin village. The secrets of the Star Organization he has more time to explore a little bit. It was only at this moment that he really made up his mind to completely break into this behind-the-scenes organization and deeply participate in it. Instead of the previously envisaged distance, maintain a certain degree of distance. Boss, if I want to acquire the Flying Fortress technology, what price do I have to pay? With a decision, Uchiha Shisui quickly changed his attitude and took the initiative to ask. What price? Tien Yuking was half smiling. Uchiha Shisui, you should know. What kind of resources are needed to build something like a flying fortress? It is simply not something that one family can support. So, you want to give the technology to Konoha village? Seeing Uchiha Shisui's nervous appearance, Tien Yuking suddenly laughed. But what does this have to do with us? Whether Konoha, Rock Shinobi, or some other force. As long as you pay enough price, I don't care who the technology will end up in. Did I say that when you joined the organization? Uchiha Shisui. The identity of the organization does not conflict with your current identity. Because we don't care. Trust between people is a wonderful thing. Sometimes it can be very firm, and sometimes it can be very fragile. But only one thing is constant. That's profit. Tien Yuking opened his hands, expressing his own point of view indifferently. The Star Organization is different from the Xia Organization. It is a relatively loose organization. It links members to each other's bonds and interests. It is precisely because the organization can bring undeniable benefits to everyone that it has been able to develop and continue to grow. You want to trade the technical data of the Flying Fortress? No problem. But what price you need to pay, you can negotiate with the other party yourself. The member of the organization will gather after a while, and the official member with Flying Fortress technology will also come. Amway once again took a look at the members of the Star Organization, and Tien Yuking clearly felt that Uchiha Shisui was moved. I believe that if there are no unexpected circumstances, Uchiha Shisui will not be absent. Whether it is to obtain the technology of the Flying Fortress, or to explore more Star Organization information. With interests as the core, hook up with members of the organization. Uchiha Shisui took this news secretly, thinking that it might play a role in his communication with other members of the organization. Although our Star Organization doesn't mind how the technology you get is used, you should also be careful not to leak some of the organization's intelligence. It doesn't matter if you push it on Kong Ninja Village or Xia Organization, it's fine. Otherwise, just wait for the punishment from the organization. I believe you would not want to see such a scene. Tien Yuking thought for a while, and felt that he should not be too rude. It would be bad to expose himself too early, and added a warning. Well, the daily persecution of the Xia Organization is nothing. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Encounter with Orochimaru and Sasori of Red Sand. In a forest not far from Konoha. Sasori of Red Sand, who was wearing a black robe with a red cloud, glanced at Orochimaru next to him, and his handsome brows frowned slightly. Are you sure this place won't be discovered by Konoha's people? Recently, Konoha's ninjas have been carrying out carpet searches in the surrounding area like mad dogs. Any unidentified person, as long as they approach this area, will be surrounded indiscriminately, and then ask all kinds of information. The slightest intention to resist will be ruthlessly annihilated on the spot. Even though Sasori Akasha is confident in his own strength, he is not stupid. Fighting against an entire big country ninja village by himself, he still doesn't want to try the feeling of being surrounded and killed by a sea of tactical tactics. Don't worry, Sasori-kun. The pale-skinned and somewhat abnormal Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, with my familiarity with Konoha, naturally there will be no problem. Humph, I hope so. Sasori of Akasha snorted coldly. The mission this time was personally explained by the leader of the organization, Pain, to investigate the damage to Konoha village's internal strength, the information of Kanjin village, and the state of Nine Tails Jinkraki. If the mission fails, explain to Pain yourself. For Orochimaru, a pervert that has no artistic cells at all, but only dissects and studies corpses from a biological point of view, Sasori is getting more and more uncomfortable. In his eyes, the corpses of any bloody bound and secret ninja are perfect puppet materials. But Orochimaru has more than once dismembered these perfect materials in front of his face. Let him watch helplessly, one after another precious corpses are placed in front of him, slowly rotting and stinking. He was as uncomfortable as being scratched by a cat's claws. After completing this mission, I must mention to Pain to change partners. Sasori of Akasha turned his head and looked at Konoha village, which was on high alert, thinking about various ways to sneak in. At such a turbulent moment, it is not an easy thing to enter a big country's forbearance village without attracting anyone's attention. Sasori-kun, be patient. Anbu ninja will be handed over in another hour, and it's the best time for us to set off. Orochimaru smiled evilly, not at all impatient. Favorites? The edge of the Uchiha tribe. Tien Yuking walked out of the hotel with a relaxed look on his face, and wanted to find a restaurant to solve his dinner. In just a few hundred meters of the street, he felt no less than 3 obscure gazes swept past him. It's like he's investigating something, not letting anyone go. Konoha is too nervous. Tien Yuking shook his head in the center and didn't care. Anyway, his current status is only a small wealthy businessman, not even a ninja, and he is not afraid of being followed by Konoha. It was not what he expected. When he entered an izakaya, all sight disappeared. It seems that Konoha's focus in the village is mainly on the people who move around. Boss, bring a pot of sake and a few dishes of appetizers. Tien Yuking greeted him and found a seat against the wall to sit down. Wait a minute, your food will be ready soon. The owner of the izakaya responded. Quickly brought a pot of sake, and then walked to the back kitchen to prepare snacks. Gudong. He poured himself a glass of sake, raised his head and drank it. He let out a long breath. Comfortable. The sake in the ninja world is not the same as the wine in his previous life. It tastes like fruit wine. Guest, this is your appetizer, please take it slow. After a while, the owner of the izakaya brought several plates of special dishes. Well, it's not bad. Picking up a piece of green vegetable and tasting it carefully, Tien Yuking couldn't help nodding his head. The area of Konoha is not small, and there are not a few restaurants and hotels. In fact, there are not many that he has eaten. This pub is close to the clan of the Uchiha clan, and it was his first time here. Unexpectedly, the taste is not bad, much better than many places he has been to. Another team. Drinking a little wine unhurriedly, Tien Yuking saw a group of ninjas dressed in anbu quickly passing through the street through the corner of his eye, and he was speechless. This is the 4th team he has seen in a short period of time. It's not so obvious during the day. At night, Konoha's patrol team suddenly increased several times. As if it could be invaded at any time. The shadow brought by Kong Ninja Village has caused the entire Konoha to be startled, for fear that the other party will attack again at night. Tien Yuking drank the sake in the glass in one gulp, and felt that he should not stay any longer. It would be better to leave Konoha as soon as possible. Who knows if the high-strung Konoha shinobi will have a brain twitch. Send out the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to look one by one and examine all those who have chakra in their bodies. By then, it will be troublesome. What? Tien Yuking, who was full of various thoughts in his heart, was suddenly startled. In his red-eyed perspective, 2 figures with majestic chakra flowing in their bodies quietly appeared within his perception range. One is cold, one is indifferent. All of them exuded an unprecedentedly powerful aura. 2 unfamiliar cage-level chakras. With a thought, he used the system to call up the data panel of the other party. Orochimaru. Strength, A. Talent, A. Perception, S+. Ability, Body Art, A. Sword Art, B. Illusion, B. Earth Style, A. Wind Style, B. Fire Style, B. Undead Reincarnation, A. Impure World Reincarnation, A. Snake Ninjutsu, B+. Spell Seal, B. Sealing Technique, B+. Yaki Technique, A+. Rashomon, A+. Summoning Technique, A+. Orochimaru Body Replacement Technique, A. Human Modification, A. Cell Cloning, B+. Red Sand no Sasori. Strength, A. Talent, A. Comprehension, S. Ability, Body Technique, B+. Puppet Technique, A. Human Puppet Third Kazekage, A. Red Secret Technique, A. Deep Brain Exercise, B+. Human Body Transformation, B+. In an instant, a series of information appeared in Tian Yuking's consciousness. Especially the two bright names almost made his eyes widen. Orochimaru and Sasori of Red Sand? How could these two people come to Konoha village at this moment? Could it be the actions of Kanjin village that caught the attention of the Akatsuki organization? Asterisk. Chapter 25 Daily Persecution of Xiao Organization. Good guy, as expected of the Forbidden Technique Master Orochimaru. Looking at Orochimaru's list of abilities, almost none of them are below B grades, and many have reached A grades. It's different from his own basic abilities such as 3-body technique and chakra extraction to forcefully make up the numbers. Orochimaru's abilities were revealed after streamlining and streamlining. Many basic abilities were covered in some powerful abilities, and it wasn't that he wouldn't. Even so, it still gives a dazzling feeling. Compare with him. Sasori of Akasha, who is also a grade A strength, seems to be much more normal. The ability column shows some important means. It can be seen that at this moment, he has not transformed himself into a puppet, and is still flesh and blood. I'm so envious. A lot of powerful abilities, I really want it. Xiao Organization. Tian Yuking Zhongan sat in the izakaya, gazing at the remodeled Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha, thinking strangely. Akatsuki sent people to sneak into Konoha village at this time, obviously not to collect tailed beasts or something. In the original book, they dragged on until the Shippuden period before they started to act. There must be a reason. The biggest possibility is the relationship between Rinnegan and Gedo statue. Nagato's Rinnegan is not his own, but Uchiha Madara transplanted to him. There is a fit problem. Perhaps Nagato didn't take full control of Rinnegan until Shippuden, possessing the confidence to capture the tailed beast and suppress Gedo statue. Or, Gedo statue fell into silence after being sealed for more than 1,000 years. It takes the life force of the Rinnegan host to nurture and activate. Otherwise, it would not be able to carry the power of the tailed beast at all. Two possibilities, Tian Yuking prefers the second one. Compared with Rinnegan, the most important thing in the process of capturing and sealing the tailed beast is Gedo statue, the former Ten Tails body. Rinnegan also plays a supporting role. Since it's not for the tailed beast, the purpose of Akatsuki's organization is obvious. The cannon of the Flying Fortress Anchorbandian of the Air Ninja Village shocked not only Konoha and other big country ninja villages. Even the Akatsuki group dormant in Rain Shinobi Village was disturbed. Even the Akatsuki organization, which has White Zetsu as an intelligence officer, has obtained more specific and detailed information than other large ninja villages. You can also appreciate the power of that cannon. And after that battle, the air ninjas could use Anchorbandian to hide in the sky so that no one could find them. White Zetsu's intelligence ability is extremely powerful, but he also relies on the earth and trees and cannot fly into the air. Therefore, Konoha has become the first place for the Xiao organization to obtain more information. Of course. As one of Konoha's Sunin, Orochimaru is far more familiar with Konoha's various arrangements than others, and is also the best person to dive in. Is Pain eyeing Anchorbandian too? Do not. Maybe Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu. Nagato entered a strange state after awakening Rinnegan, claiming to be a god and looking down on everyone in the ninja world. Tien Yuking blinked, and a familiar moving image flashed through his mind. How many floors does a bag of rice carry? A bag of rice has to be carried on the second floor. A bag of rice is... Cough, cough, cough. Well, let's not complain about carrying rice. The atmosphere of the middle school is too strong. But in any case, Nagato's strength is the real number one in the current ninja world, not counting those old silver coins, and he can be called a super cage level goalkeeper. In the evaluation of the system, there should be a grade of S. Far from being comparable to what he is now. After talking about it for so long, it's almost time for the Star Organization to do something. Mix the water of the ninja world first, and confuse the attention of some old silver coins who are secretly observing the ninja world. After all, it's easier to fish in muddy waters. Thinking of doing it, Tien Yuking made a mark with one hand, injected a trace of his chakra into the black ring he carried, and called out Uchiha Shisui. Leader. After a while, Uchiha Shisui's consciousness projection appeared in the illusory space. He looked at Tien Yuking with some puzzlement. We only contacted at noon, and came again at night. The contact between our organizations is too frequent, right? Uchiha Shisui. The organization just got a message that the Akatsuki organization has sent 2 members to sneak into Konoha. Their identities are Konoha's S-rank rebellious ninja, Orochimaru, one of the Sunnins, and S-class rebellious ninja of Sand Shinobi Village, the genius puppet master Akasha no Sasori. The purpose seems to be 9 tails. Pay more attention and find a way to collect some of the other party's intelligence. Tien Yuking gave full play to the art of language and directly set the goal of Orochimaru and others on 9 tails. It immediately caught the attention of Uchiha Shisui. No way. Tailed beasts have the power to change the battlefield and terrain, and are equivalent to the strategic nuclear weapons of the ninja world. Of course no one is allowed to peep. When Konoha was attacked by Kong Ninja Village and was in a precarious situation, Akatsuki sent 2 S-level rebel ninjas to sneak in secretly and wanted to capture 9 tails. There was no logical problem at all. Konoha in normal times is powerful, and no one dares to test it easily. But now, it's different. The entire village's attention was focused on guarding against the attack of the Kong Ninja Village, and the attention to the tail beast and Jinkriki decreased a lot. This is the opportunity. Understood, Chief. I will pay attention to collecting their intelligence. Uchiha Shisui was shocked. Xiao Organization. A mysterious organization that was only heard from the leader's mouth has quietly recruited Orochimaru, one of the Sunin. Plus a Sasori of red sand at Sand Shinobi Village. Just the exposed tip of the iceberg made Uchiha Shisui feel suffocated. These 2 people, both of them are the powerhouses of the Mega Ninja world. It is comparable to the shadows of the major ninja villages. It can be seen that the level of other members of the organization will not be lower than these 2 people, as for the leader of the organization. After the brief call, Uchiha Shisui couldn't sit still any longer. In a blink of an eye, he left the Uchiha clan's clan and galloped away in the direction of the central area of Konoha. He wanted to report this important information to the top of the village as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if you are caught off guard, Orochimaru and others who are familiar with Konoha really may succeed. Is this too urgent? In the izakaya, Tien Yuking watched the figure rushing out of the Uchiha tribe and quickly disappeared at the end of the street, and couldn't help shaking his head. Don't you verify the authenticity of the information? Or, because I was too worried about the village, I chose to forget it. Forget it, I'll be a good person and help you. Let's reveal the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha. *. Chapter 26 Hello Uncle Snake, Goodbye Uncle Snake. On the street. Using the transformation technique to change the look, Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha, who are like ordinary villagers, are walking slowly along the road. Ahead, a figure in a white robe stopped them aggressively. "Is there a problem?" Looking at the young man standing in front of him, Sasori Akasha was confused and felt a little baffled. Tien Yuking said indifferently, "Orochimaru, Sasori of Kisha, the Xia organization sent you too." Although Sasori of Akasha did not know how this unfamiliar young man in front of him saw through their identities and knew the existence of the Akatsuki organization. But the hostility on the other side is too obvious. It seems that the next moment is about to start. Involuntarily, he secretly began to be on guard. "Who are you?" Looking at the disguised appearances of the two, Tien Yuking grinned. "The former genius puppet masters of Konoha Sunin and Tsunagakure don't look very strong." "Well, since you've encountered it, let's try it out first." As he said that, his eyes widened, and the invisible pressure spread, turning into a substantial mental storm, sweeping towards Orochimaru and Sasori of Red Sand. "Humph, I don't know whether to live or die." Sasori Akasha, whose face was ignored both times, was unfazed. When even taking a step forward and the chakra thread on his finger catapulted out, he must teach the guy in front of him a lesson. If he wasn't inside Konoha, he didn't want to cause the entire shinobi village to target him because of too much action. He must make the opponent into a puppet and turn it into his collection. At the same time, Leaf Center area. Inside the building that temporarily serves as Hokage's office. Third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and others sat silently in the hall with serious faces, listening to Uchiha Shisui's report. "Orochimaru." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes are complicated. The Uchiha family and the village, the master and the disciple and the rebel, don't know what to think. "Old man, to be cautious, let me check it out. If Orochimaru does show up, that's a big problem." Jiraiya does not have much prejudice against the Uchiha family. When Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade and others were thinking and hesitating, the first one stood up. "No, Jiraiya, sit down first." Mitokado Homura, one of the members of Konoha F4, looked at Jiraiya and calmly persuaded, "If you don't know the true or false information, you must dispatch the top combat power of the village. What if it is an enemy's trap?" "Senior Homura, they are all companions in the village, isn't it a bit?" Jiraiya scratched her head. Not long after he returned to Konoha, he didn't know much about the situation of the village and the Uchiha family, only that the relationship between them was somewhat tense. "I never thought that the situation between the two sides had deteriorated to such a point. They are almost treated as enemies." "Jiraiya, don't talk yet." Tsunade glanced at Uchiha Shisui, who was on one knee, and pressed Jiraiya down first. "Shisui, what evidence do you have, or can you ensure the correctness of the information?" "Master Tsunade, I am willing to sacrifice my life." Just when Uchiha Shisui was about to use his life as a guarantee in exchange for the trust of the village's top management, a sudden explosion and fire suddenly sounded in the village. Not good. Someone really sneaked into Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others stood up immediately, looked at each other, and made a decision in an instant. "Jiraiya, Shisui, you two come with me and go immediately to stop the enemy's invasion. Tsunade, you stay where you are with Homura, Koharu, and others, and do a good job of personnel command and logistical support. No superfluous nonsense." The third generation took the lead, leading Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui, and disappeared in place in an instant. "Very good, really good. When did Konoha become a soft persimmon anyone can squeeze?" Tsunade was also pd off. Konoha is also the place where the blood and dreams of her grandfather, younger brother, and countless Senju clan members rest. The three ninja wars did not defeat it, but defeated the enemy again and stood at the top of the world. Now what? First, the unknown Kong ninja village, a raid destroyed 1/5 of Konoha, resulting in huge losses. Immediately after that, there are two more betrayal and forbearance, and they have to intervene. For Tsunade, who regards Konoha as a treasure, it's a slap in the face. Orochimaru, even if it's you this time, don't worry about it. With gritted teeth, Tsunade didn't want to stay here anymore. He turned around and strode out. The other side. An obscure chakra silk thread catapulted directly into Tianyuking, who did not evade in the slightest. I thought it would be some kind of hidden master, but I didn't expect it to be just a weak chicken. You are too careless. Ended. I will knock what you know out of your mouth bit by bit. With a slight movement of his fingers, he was about to use the puppet master's stunt to completely control Tianyuking. But the next moment, the complexion of Sasori of Akasha changed. This feeling is not the existence of the entity, is it illusion? Illusion? No, no, no. The white-robed youth transformed into Tianyuking showed a meaningful smile. It's just a chakra projection. If you understand it as the clone technique in the three-body technique. Clone technique in three-body technique? The kind of illusion created entirely by chakra, the basic ninjutsu that is taught in the ninja school and has no practical significance at all? Haha. Do you really think I'm the kind of melon skin ninja who doesn't know anything? Fun ninjutsu. Orochimaru, who had been silent for a while, also got a little bit of energy. Can you tell me the specific reason? Such a realistic chakra projection, as well as the previous Kamui pressure, a strange clone of the fake. Licking the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru's killing intent was condensed into a sharp blade, stabbing Tianyuking. The blade of killing intent. Want to know the principle of casting shadow clone? Yes, as long as you can survive the siege of Konoha. Along with the laughter in Tianyuking, his body quickly collapsed, leaving only a burning detonating talisman. Rumbling. A fire burst out suddenly, illuminating the street in the dark and attracting the attention of a large number of Konoha shinobi people. Damn, calculated. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Summoning Beast, 10,000 Snakes. It's been tricked. Looking at the ninjas quickly gathering around, Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha looked at each other with very ugly expressions. Let's go. It seems that our infiltration mission failed this time. Shrugging, Orochimaru's body gradually sinks, and he wants to use Earth-Style's ability to leave Konoha first. Strange cast shadow clone, unknown forces, and the information of Akatsuki's organization seems to have leaked. Akasha Sasori frowned, glanced at the surrounding environment, and quickly calculated the escape route. SHHHHH. Before Orochimaru could speak, figures appeared from all directions on the street. Ding! A cold light suddenly appeared, and a sharp kunai was pinned to the place where Orochimaru was about to disappear. Hum hum hum, not bad speed. Orochimaru, whose spell was interrupted, emerged from the mud and praised with a wicked smile. However, just with you guys, we can't keep us. Looking at the dozen or so Anbu ninjas surrounding them, Orochimaru and Sasori Akasha no longer maintained the transformation technique and returned to their original appearance. Let's take action together and get out of Konoha as soon as possible. I don't want to be blocked by a group of masters here. Feeling the swiftly approaching chakra sense in the distance, Orochimaru said something to Sasori of Red Sand. Immediately afterwards, he rushed forward. I don't need you to tell me. Sasori of Red Sand snorted coldly, took out a seal scroll, summoned a commonly used puppet, and instantly connected the chakra silk thread on his fingers. Suddenly, the puppet became alive as if it had gained a soul. Puff puff. The two cage-level powerhouses attacked, and Anbu, who was at the Chunin and Jainin levels, naturally couldn't resist. In just half a minute, it was easily slaughtered. There was blood all over the ground, staining the ground red. When Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui arrived, they saw such a scene. Ms. Sarutobi, long time no see. After waiting to collect the sword, Orochimaru smiled at Third Hokage and others. And you, Jiraiya, I didn't expect to meet in such a situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the dozen or so Anbu corpses lying on the ground, and then looked at Sasori of Akasha next to Orochimaru. In his mind, some information about the other party flashed quickly. Sasori of Red Sand, Tsunagaku Genius Puppet Master, Grandmaster Various Toxins, S-Class Betrayal. This is a strong enemy, not comparable to ordinary rebellion. Orochimaru. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes were fixed on Orochimaru's familiar face, and countless memories flashed in his eyes. In the end, he forcibly suppressed his compassion and became firm. Orochimaru, how can you attack your fellow villagers? It's different from Sarutobi Hiruzen's complicated heart. When Jiraiya saw the dozen or so dead Anbu ninjas, she got angry on the spot and asked loudly. Sure enough, after so many years, you still haven't made any progress, Jiraiya. Orochimaru sneered, I am no longer a Konoha ninja, but a betrayal. Isn't it normal to betray and kill people? Jiraiya clenched her fists, damn it. Orochimaru, this time I must catch it. Want to catch me? It depends on your ability, Jiraiya. Orochimaru doesn't care. His eyes collided with Sasori of Akasha, and a consensus was reached in an instant. They are not stupid, they will fight with Third Hokage and others on Konoha's territory. At this time, Uchiha Shisui said, Sir Third Generation, Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha are not alone, they joined an organization called Akatsuki, whose purpose is to capture the tailed beasts of the major shinobi villages. What? Hearing Uchiha Shisui's words, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya were shocked, but Orochimaru and Akasha no Sasori were also shocked. In the previous report, due to the urgency of time, he did not mention much. Because the more you say, the more you need to explain. When everything is confirmed, I am afraid that Orochimaru and others have already planned to succeed. However, there were still casualties. This makes Uchiha Shisui very self-blame. Looking at the besieged Orochimaru and Sasori of Red Sand, he had no reservations, and said all the information he had obtained from Tien Yuking. Uchiha, how did he know the intelligence of the organization? Or, is that the white-robed youth from before? That kind of fine Kamui pressure, and pupil power that is limited by the blood of pupil surgery. The faces of Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha were unusually gloomy. The information revealed by Uchiha Shisui has already involved the core goal of their Akatsuki organization. They couldn't understand how Uchiha Shisui knew about these secrets. Know the organization? Third Hokage's eyes narrowed, and he took a deep look at Shisui and made up his mind. One is his own apprentice, the current Konoha S-rank betrayal, and the other is Tsunagaku's genius puppet master, the same S-rank betrayal. Since he infiltrated Konoha and killed more than a dozen Anbu ninjas, he couldn't turn a blind eye. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly, don't let any of them go, catch them all. If there is resistance, kill without mercy. With the third Hokage's order, Jiraiya and Uchiha Shisui immediately acted and quickly formed the seal. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. Wind style, Beast Wave Gale Palm. The two had never dealt with each other before, but at this moment, an unprecedented tacit understanding broke out. Taking advantage of the wind, the fire more than doubled its power, shrouding Orochimaru and Sasori of Red Sand under raging flames. Earth style, Earth Wall. A wall of earth rose sharply, blocking the front of Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha, blocking the surging sea of fire. Puppet art. Using the earthen wall made by Orochimaru, Sasori of Red Sand danced his fingers and controlled a puppet to shoot out countless thousands of copies. Vaguely, you can see the front end of Qianben, flashing a faint blue light. Everyone be careful, Qianben is poisonous. Uchiha Shisui's eyes instantly turned blood red, 3 black Guyus spun, holding a ninja sword to chop down all the thousands of books that would attack Orochimaru. Jiraiya abandoned Sasori of Akasha and stood opposite Orochimaru with a complicated expression. He, do you want to catch up? Orochimaru, holding the Kusanagi sword, stabbed at Jiraiya in a flash. Fire style, big flame bullet. Mouth bulged, and Jiraiya opened her mouth and let out a fiery flame. Compared to before, it's a little bit better. After avoiding the fire bomb, Orochimaru also stopped pursuing close combat, biting his fingers and pressing toward the ground, summoning technique. Bang! White smoke filled the air. And a huge python suddenly appeared on the street of Konoha, twisting and crushing dozens of houses. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Third Kazekage Puppet. Myriad snakes. Third Hokage looked at the giant boa constrictor, unable to keep his peace any longer. Summoning beasts of this level are not so easy to deal with. If you let the other party wreak havoc, I am afraid that the entire Konoha will suffer huge trauma. Damn, Orochimaru! Jiraiya scolded angrily, biting her fingers as well, summoning technique. Bang! White smoke rose, and a toad no smaller than the 10,000 snakes appeared in the field. Wenta, stop Wan Shi and don't let it continue to cause damage in Konoha. After explaining to his summoning beast, Jiraiya confronted Orochimaru again, and the various ninjutsus were constantly used alternately, and the fight was very fierce. Not far away, several afterimages flickered in the moonlight, colliding from time to time, making a sounding golden sound. In the end, they separated from each other and confronted each other. Humph! I underestimate you. What a tough Uchiha, Sharingan. Sasori of Red Sand manipulated the puppet, his eyes gloomy. He originally thought that it wouldn't take too long to deal with a Uchiha kid, and his main enemy was still Third Hokage. After all, it was an existence known as the strongest Hokage who led Konoha and won several ninja wars. Even he was extremely vigilant. As a result, after a short fight, he could not take down the Uchiha Shisui who he ignored. Looking at Third Hokage, who was approaching and preparing to join forces with Uchiha Shisui, Sasori of Akasha no longer hides his cards. He ripped open the seal scroll and released his strongest puppet. Everyone in Konoha, this is my most satisfying work so far. Enjoy my art. The puppet that controlled the Third Kazekage slowly floated up, and Sasori of Akasha laughed and started to activate the spell. Immediately, a large amount of chakra spewed out from the Third Kazekage puppet. Pieces of tiny iron sand dug out from under the earth, gathered in the air, and then quickly condensed into thousands of pieces, flying all over the sky. That's Third Kazekage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened and he exclaimed. The mysterious disappearance of Third Kazekage has always been an unsolved mystery in the ninja world. And this incident triggered a series of chain reactions, which eventually directly became the fuse of the Third Ninja World War. Unexpectedly, the missing Third Kazekage would die at the hands of Sasori, a rebel of Tsunagakuer. He even made him a puppet. Not good. Recalling Third Kazekage's ability, Third Hokage suddenly shouted, "Shisui, dodge immediately!" Ha ha ha, it's too late. It rains when iron sand. Accompanied by the wild laughter of Sasori of Red Sand, countless black sand and iron books slammed down like raindrops, densely packed, covering one side of the sky. Uchiha Shisui's face changed greatly. It's the magnet style of Third Kazekage. Not only him, but Jiraiya, who was fighting Orochimaru, was equally shocked. No one would have imagined that Sasori of Akasha still had a puppet of the Third Kazekage in his hands, which could use the sand and iron ninja technique he had in his lifetime. Earth style, Earth flow city wall. Earth style, Earth wall. Third Hokage flashed, splitting a shadow clone, and using Earth style ninjutsu at the same time as the main body, blocking himself and Uchiha Shisui behind. The sharp sand iron Kyanben ripped through the air at an extremely fast speed, and even the city walls made by Earth style were easily pierced. Not good. In the scarlet eyes of Uchiha Shisui, the traces of the slightly blue light on the sand iron thousand book were reflected, and his heart froze. For a puppet master, the real lethality is never those swords on the bright side, but all kinds of poisons hidden in inconspicuous places. Tsunagakura is especially good at making poison. Every time the ninja war, a large number of Konoha shinobi die on sand shinobi's poison. Absolutely not to be hurt. Lifting the ninja sword, with the help of Sharingan's powerful dynamic vision, Uchiha Shisui shot down most of the sand iron senbon with lightning-like reflexes. The rest was blocked by Third Hokage. It's useless, even if you can block it once, can you block it countless times? Before Uchiha Shisui and Third Hokage could breathe a sigh of relief, Sasori of Akasha controlled the Third Kazekage puppet to explode again. The hundreds of millions of books around were smashed into the original iron sand, one by one, one grain at a time, gathered together and turned into a square black square. This time, my attack range is the entire street area, and all the sand and iron have been mixed with highly poisonous. You have to stop them all. Otherwise, it won't be one or two dead. Akasha Sasori explained excitedly, his 10 fingers beating flexibly as if playing a famous song. Come on, Sand and Iron Realm Law! All of a sudden, slender and sharp steel drills began to spread under the black iron sand squares, stretching and interlacing like a grid. There are too many people to avoid. Third Hokage swept his gaze and roughly calculated the coverage of the iron sand boundary law. Looking around at the ordinary ninjas, Anbu ninjas, etc. who came to fight, my heart suddenly became heavy. Hokage-sama, leave it to me. You'd better go and help Jiraiya-sama first, I can deal with Sasori of Akasha. His eyes stopped for a moment on Sasori Akasha, and Uchiha Shisui finally made up his mind. Tensions between the Uchiha clan and the village's higher echelons have kept him from revealing his Mangeki Sharingan. Fear of further imbalance of power between the two sides, the outbreak of civil strife. But at this moment, if he continues to hide, Konoha will once again lose a large number of backbones. At that time, the other big ninja villages in the ninja world are very likely to provoke wars. Shisui, Third Kazekage's sand and iron world method is a wide area attack ninjutsu, ordinary methods can't resist, you still come with me. Third Hokage's face was solemn, Uchiha Shisui's strength was very strong, and even more rare, it was a top-level fighting force of the Uchiha clan who had a heart for the village, and now Konoha could no longer suffer heavy losses. No, Lord Hokage, please believe me. Uchiha Shisui said solemnly, and immediately, the scarlet pupils changed, and a distorted four-cornered windmill pattern appeared. That's Mangeki Sharingan. I see, Shisui, I'll leave it to you here. Third Hokage nodded, turned, and headed for Jiraiya. Chapter 29 Susanoo 99 Mangeki Sharingan. According to legend, the Uchiha clan has the invincible power of manipulating tailed beasts at the apex of the limit of blood. But since Uchiha Madara, one of the two founders of Konoha, Mangeki Sharingan has not appeared in the ninja world for a long time. Third Hokage did not expect that the young Uchiha Shisui would actually open these legendary eyes. Uchiha. Thousands of thoughts swirled in my heart, all of which were mixed for a while. But after seeing Orochimaru, his former lover, Third Hokage instantly suppressed all distractions. What emerges in my mind are the scenes from the past between master and apprentice. Susanoo. In another battlefield, Uchiha Shisui shouted, the pupil power of his eyes began to flow frantically, and 2 tears of blood flowed down his cheeks. Immediately, green skeletons quickly condensed, enveloping Uchiha Shisui in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterwards, flesh and blood made of a special chakra blend was attached to construct a basic humanoid frame. In the blink of an eye, a huge green giant appeared in everyone's eyes. Ding ding ding! The growing and spreading iron sand barrier slammed into Susanoo, making a crisp sound of gold and iron clashing. It seems that the green giant is not the materialization of chakra, but a real steel god. It was obviously the first time that Sasori of Akaza had encountered such a technique as Susanoo, and he was surprised to see the green giant standing above the earth, sheltering all the Konoha shinobi. It's useless. How long can you last for this kind of technique that consumes a lot of chakra? After calming down, Sasori Akaza didn't know what Susanoo meant, but he quickly noticed some of Uchiha Shisui Susanoo's weaknesses. This powerful and strange ninjutsu is definitely not an ordinary ninjutsu, and cannot be used as an ordinary ninjutsu. As long as he keeps attacking, the one who can't hold on in the end must be the other party. Take it, magnet style, sand and iron world attack. The black iron sand quickly converged and shaped into strange geometric shapes. Sand iron cones, sand iron spears, sand iron cylinders. With a majestic momentum like the top of Mount Tai, it slammed down. Damn it! Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth, and more blood flowed from the corners of his eyes. Susanoo, 99. I saw the green Susanoo opened his breastplate, revealing a thick, flaming chakra group. Under Shisui's control, it turned into sharp arrows and shot out at the puppet of the third Kazekage and Sasori of Akasha. Boom boom! It exploded violently, causing the earth to tremble. The attacks of the two sides collided together. You come and go, no one wants to show weakness, and they are superimposed again and again. Visible to the naked eye, a cloud of white air bubbles was born at the very center of the collision, and then expanded dramatically. The dazzling light blooms, dispelling the night, as if a small sun has risen. Rumble. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the battlefield was revealed. The place where Uchiha Shisui was standing has long since been turned into a rubble, and only his feet and behind remained the same. The green Susanoo upper body was also bombarded with potholes by a terrifying force, and the green chakra flames burned at the wound, as if to restore the injury and reshape the complete Susanoo. Opposite. The puppet of third Kazekage had lost an arm at some point, and suffered multiple injuries on its body, revealing its internal mechanical structure. And Sasori of Akasha had a gloomy face, and his whole body was stained with dust and bloodline, and he didn't look very well. Cough cough cough. Suddenly, Uchiha Shisui knelt down on one knee, put his hands on the ground, and coughed wildly. Even Susanoo was illusory, like it was about to dissipate. Too much consumption. Raising his head, he glanced at the grey-faced Sasori of Akasha, and Uchiha Shisui secretly calculated his remaining pupil power. This is the first time he has used Susanoo to fight since he started Manjiki Sharingan. Unexpectedly, the consumption of chakra and pupil power far exceeded his estimate. At the same time, Orochimaru, who was struggling with third Hokage and Jiraiya, was also attracted by the violent collision between Susanoo and Magnet Style. Splashy! Is that the pupil technique of the Manjiki Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, Susanoo? It's perfect. It's God's masterpiece. An absolute defense that can't even break the sand and iron of third Kazekage. And that powerful attack. The long tongue kept licking the corners of his mouth, and Orochimaru's heart seemed to be on fire, burning his longing. I want it so much. Uchiha Shisui is the perfect container for Orochimaru, who has preliminarily perfected the forbidden technique undead rebirth. If it can be obtained, then the Manjiki Sharingan in the Uchiha family's legend will also become his possession. Orochimaru, come back. As the battle went on, Jiraiya finally relented. Looking at the familiar appearance of the other party, he carried the possibility of 1 in 10,000, and persuaded in a deep voice. Not just him. Even third Hokage was subconsciously showing mercy. Otherwise, the powerhouses of the two cage levels would not be able to win an Orochimaru for such a long time. Maintain this seemingly evenly matched fight. He. There was another brief collision, and after the three staggered, Orochimaru laughed. This time the battle looks like it's over. Jiraiya, and Mr. Sarutobi. Looking forward to our next meeting. As soon as the voice fell, his body gradually softened, revealing the color of soil. Soil clone. Chase, Don't let him run away. Gritting his teeth, third Hokage gave the order. What happened tonight? No matter what, there must be a result. At least, between Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha, there must be a victory. To show the strength of Konoha. To restore the dignity of a great country that has been ridiculed again and again. Otherwise, Konoha's deterrent power as the head of the 5 major ninja villages and the uncrowned king of the ninja world will really disappear completely. Asterisk. Chapter 30 Red Secret Skills, 100 Machine Exercises. Orochimaru. Sasori of Akasha naturally noticed Orochimaru's escape, and after cursing inwardly, he no longer had any intention of continuing the fight. Taking advantage of Uchiha Shisui's breathing, he quickly put away the puppet of the third Kazekage, and in a flash, he was about to escape from the encirclement of the Konoha shinobi. Let's go together. He's running out of chakra. In the crowd, some ninjas from the Hyuga clan opened their eyes, saw Sasori's state, and roared loudly. Catch him! You mustn't let him escape! Damn betrayal, dare to invade Konoha! Hearing this, all the Anbu ninjas and ordinary ninjas were excited, and the fighting spirit that had been extinguished by the terrifying battle between Sasori and Uchiha Shisui burned again. If you can't deal with you in your heyday, can't you beat the underdog and bully the exhausted you? At that time, I can also boast to others that I once fought against the S-Class rebellion. A whole. Kicking away Anbu, who suddenly came out, Sasori Akasha's whole body is bad. Obviously I was with Orochimaru. Why did you Konoha arrest me alone? Didn't you see that Orochimaru was about to leave Konoha? Too damn it. Call out. Once again avoiding a kunao shot from out of nowhere, Sasori of Akasha flicked his fingers and protruded a chakra thread. Puff. The kunao, who was flying in the air, turned in an instant, and stabbed the ninja in front of him. Be careful, the other party is a puppet master, don't use kunao and shuriken, they will be counter-manipulated. Just throw detonating talismans, 1,000 books, and other ninja tools that are not easy to manipulate. An experienced ninja immediately reminded. Rustling. The chasing ninja understood instantly, took out 1,000 copies from the ninja kit, and threw them according to Sasori of Akasha. As for the detonator, sorry, it's really too expensive. Ordinary ninja who would pick up the explosive charm and use it as an ordinary ninja tool. It's not that there is a mine at home. After a battle, the reward for the task is not enough for the cost of the detonator. Machine light shield seal. Sasori of Akasha sullenly manipulated the arm part of a puppet to block in front of him. Pieces of wooden planks unfolded and turned into fan-shaped shields, chakra surged, and easily blocked all the thousands of books that were coming. Regardless of the ninja biting behind him, Sasori of Akasha fled away from Konoha at the fastest speed. Look at the number of ninjas behind you. If this is surrounded, I am afraid I really have to explain it here. One chase and one escape. Sasori of Akasha soon saw the forest outside Konoha. As long as he goes in, using the complex terrain, he has countless ways to get rid of the chasing soldiers behind him. Suddenly, Sasori of Akasha saw 2 familiar figures rushing towards him. It was Third Hokage and Jiraiya who were chasing Orochimaru. FK. You Konoha don't talk about martial arts. Sasori of Akasha was shocked and almost didn't swear. Why? We do the same task in groups of 2. Why is the enemy staring at me alone when facing danger? Damn Orochimaru, he definitely has some kind of connection with Konoha. When I go back, I must report him to pain. Under the sudden change of mind, Sasori of Akasha couldn't take much care of it. Take out the seal scroll and open the Shikai seal. Swish swish. Countless red figures shot out from the seal scroll, standing above the sky, a large area of black pressure. At first glance, the number is not less than the number of chasing troops on Konoha's side. Crack. Sasori of Red Sand connects a special puppet in front of him with chakra threads. Then, from the chest of the puppet, nearly 100 of the same chakra silk threads spit out in an instant, and quickly connected to the figure in the sky. Red secret technique, 100 machines exercise. Sasori of Akasha shouted loudly and took out an immature secret technique. Because his body has not been transformed into a human puppet, he cannot directly manipulate these hundreds of puppets. And the quality of these puppets is not too good, they are all made of ordinary materials, which can't reach his ideal level. But with the help of the special puppets transfer, he can still exert 50 to 60% of the power of this secret skill. It's more than enough to stop Konoha's pursuit. What? Hundreds of puppets? How is this possible? Isn't the limit of a puppet master number in 10? Everyone was shocked, even Third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Shisui, their eyes widened. It's amazing. It's like a one-man army. The ninja world has never heard of such a puppet master. Even Monzaemon, who created the puppet technique, would never have imagined that one day, the puppet technique could develop to such a height. Ola! Sasori of Red Sand moved his finger, and the puppets in the sky immediately moved, showing their weapons one by one and pounced on the Konoha shinobi. Don't fight in close quarters, use ninjutsu. Third Hokage shouted. The leader stood at the front, and divided into 4 shadow clones, each with an attribute. Wind style, Wind Dragon Ball technique. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bomb technique. Water style, Water Dragon Bomb technique. Lightning style, Thunder Dragon Ball technique. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. 5 escapes, Dalian playing technique. 5 lifelike chakra dragons come together to form a positive cycle based on the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint, and their power increases dozens of times. In an instant, half of the sky was illuminated. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Wind style, Great Breakthrough technique. Fire style. The remaining ninjas suddenly came back to their senses, and quickly performed their ninjutsu skills, attacking the puppets in the sky. One after another ninjutsu burst out with brilliant light, and the roar was endless. It's like the battlefield of the Ninja World War. Intense. After a long time, when the smoke dissipated, most of the puppets in the sky had been eliminated, leaving only 3 or 2 puppets with broken limbs and broken arms standing quietly on the ground. Ha ha ha, what puppet master, we Konoha shinobi teamed up to beat it all together. That's it, what about hundreds of puppets? Is it comparable to the ninjutsu performed by a large number of ninjas? Looking at the army of puppets that had been solved by themselves and others, everyone couldn't help showing a relaxed smile, and the pressure in their hearts disappeared instantly. Wait, something is wrong. Third Hokage and Jiraiya looked at the broken puppet in front of them, their faces uncertain. All that remains here are puppets. And Sasori of Akasha has escaped. Asterisk. Chapter 31, The Serpent's Break with Sasori. Ran away. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. In their eyes. Or in the eyes of most of the 5 orthodox ninjas. Betrayal and forbearance are just a group of losers who cannot stand on the stage, have lost their homes, and can only hide in the darkness of the ninja world. If it weren't for the fact that the major ninja villages didn't want to spend too much energy on them, the whole world would have no place for them. But tonight's battle changed Konoha shinobi's perception of betrayal and forbearance. I didn't expect Orochimaru and Sasori to join the same organization. Third Hokage's face was extremely low. Under the moonlight, it looked particularly gloomy. The matter between the village and Kong Ninja involved a lot of energy and gave him a headache. After finally recalling Jiraiya and Tsunade, the internal and external situation was stabilized a little, but such a thing happened again. Simply head-scratching. Touching his fairly thick hair, an inexplicable thought flashed in Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. At this rate, I won't go bald, right? Xia organization. Jiraiya's thoughts at the moment are also on this organization that sounds familiar. To him, it didn't matter whether Orochimaru was caught or not. The companions who grew up together since childhood, are they really going to kill? Even if Konoha wants to stand up, it is impossible to take him. Isn't Sasori of Akshasa the best target? And this is also the reason why he and Third Hokage abandoned Orochimaru and went straight to Sasori of Red Sand after the battle. It's just a pity that Sasori's trump card was too unexpected. After a lot of efforts, they could not keep the other party. I will pay more attention to that Akatsuki organization in the future. Jiraiya made up her mind secretly. Unlike Jiraiya, who was in deep thought, Uchiha Shisui was full of lingering fears at the moment. The power of Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha greatly shocked him. Fortunately, he got the information provided by the leader of the Star Organization in advance, and joined hands with Third Hokage and Lord Jiraiya to expel the other party from Konoha. Otherwise, Nine Tails Jinchuriki might be really dangerous. He could completely imagine that once the village lost Nine Tails, I am afraid that what was waiting for Konoha would be the joint invasion of the four nations. This side of Tianyuking. He watched the entire confrontation between Konoha and Orochimaru and the others from a distance, and until the end, Third Hokage and the others returned empty-handed, and they all caught his eye. Of course, he didn't directly use red eyes to observe Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and others. For other powerhouses at cage level, even if you don't have the ability to perceive, you can easily detect the sight, chakra, and the like that stay on your body. Therefore, Tianyuking always uses the perspective of bystanders and the behavior of some Anbu ninjas to judge the development of things. Knew it. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya still have an old love for Orochimaru and don't use their full strength at all. Uchiha Shisui is desperate. But he always misses Konoha's companions in his heart, and he never forgets to protect those Anbu ninjas who are dragging their legs, resulting in the magnet-style attack of the puppet of the third Kazekage, which consumes too much pupil power and chakra. My strength is not fully displayed. It's just that Sasori of Kisha has a lot of cards and slips fast. At this time, he has developed 100 secret tricks to perform, otherwise he will end up miserably. 3 cage-level powerhouses led a group of Jainin and Chunin to besieged and killed, and there was a steady stream of support behind them, and the demigods would hate it. After Yo-Yo's evaluation of the sudden battle, Tianyuking thought for a while, and once again picked out a chakra to cast Shadow Clone. Outside Konoha village, dead forest. Orochimaru was in a state of embarrassment, and most of Akatsuki's black-bottomed red cloud robe was shattered, and only half was left. Half of the sleeve was hanging there, and it could be broken at any time. But it doesn't look like the situation is very good, but the real injuries are not many, they are all superficial injuries. For ninjas of this level, it won't take long for them to recover. Orochimaru, UBD. After a while, Sasori of Akasha appeared and cursed on the spot. At this time, how miserable he was. Not to mention the fact that Xiao's organization uniform is gone, even one arm is missing. From the position of the shoulder, it was broken at the root, and the blood flowed unstoppably. On his abdomen, there were still traces of burning flames, and the flesh and blood were scorched, exuding the aroma of barbecued meat. In order to escape the siege of Third Hokage and others, he gave up a lot of things. Nearly 100 puppets that were saved with great difficulty were all gone at once, and even the experimental puppets that verified the transformation of their own body were replaced, so that they could escape from the Golden Cicada and escaped safely from the ghost place of Konoha. I won't forget this account. With a cold snort, Sasori Kisha coughed twice again, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, which looked really badly hurt. I hope you will have a reasonable explanation from Chief Pain. Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, he quickly followed the route he had left before and left. After all, this place is still in the periphery of Konoha, and the distance is not far. At the speed of Konoha's group, it won't take long for them to come over. Better to go first. He. Orochimaru didn't take it seriously when he saw Sasori of Akasha's frantic appearance. Everyone is betrayal, who doesn't know who? Do you still expect me to stay and fight the enemy with you? There is no black hand behind the back, it is already looking at the face of everyone who is also a member of the Xiao organization. Come out, I've been with my friends all the way. Suddenly, Orochimaru looked towards the empty corner. Clap clap clap. As expected of Orochimaru, the senses are sharp. After only touching it once, I can clearly perceive my hiding. Tian Yuking controlled the cast shadow clone and came out. It is you. Just now, you were tricked by you. There was a murderous look in Orochimaru's eyes. He is not a good-tempered person, and he will naturally have to take revenge after being calculated. Well, don't be angry. I came to you this time, not to fight. Tian Yuking waved his hand in a nonchalant manner. Besides, I'm just a shadow clone caster now. If you want to vent your anger, wait for me to finish talking. What's the matter? Could it be that you want to continue to pit me? With a hoarse voice, Orochimaru continued taunting relentlessly. Asterisk. Chapter 32, Information on Belohu. No. How can you say it's a scammer? Just get to know one of the legendary Sunin, Orochimaru, your strength. Unfortunately, Third Hokage and Jiraiya can't seem to let go of their old relationship and refuse to fight hard. Tian Yuking said with a pity, but Sasori of Kisha's whole cards are almost drawn. Third Kazekage puppets, 100 machine maneuvers. To be honest, we are still more interested in you than Sasori of Akasha. Especially the whole bunch of forbidden techniques you learned from Konoha sealing techniques. Impure world reincarnations ninjutsu that can confuse the two worlds of yin and yang and break the boundary between life and death is really intriguing. Orochimaru frowned, eyes like electricity. Who are you? Even the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation knows it. Even he, during the Ninja World War, made a lot of credits. He can freely choose the forbidden technique of sealing techniques to study, and he does not know the existence of impure world reincarnation. Or later, by collaborating with Shimura Dans of the Root, to study the taboo experiment of Senju Hashirama cells together. Only got information on impure world reincarnation from Shimura Dans. He was sure that the huge Konoha, who knew the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, did not exceed the number of palms. However, now, the unknown mysterious person in front of him has definitely mentioned impure world reincarnation. He is even very sure that he has learned this forbidden technique. Tian Yuking smiled silently. Who am I? It's such a boring question again. No way. It seems that if I don't tell you a little bit of information, you won't continue to listen to me. Looking at Orochimaru, who was about to move, Tian Yuking understood that the opponent's patience had reached the limit. Continue to tease, I am afraid it will be counterproductive. Orochimaru. As the leader of the Star Organization, I formally invite you to join us. Restraining his arrogant attitude, Tian Yuking had a serious look on his face. Didn't you always pursue immortality? Join us and you will get what you want. Longevity and longevity are not such elusive delusions. We've got very advanced technology. Immortal. Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and carefully examined Tian Yuking, as if he was judging something, and finally said with a hoarse voice, although I don't know where you got my detailed information. However, if you want to use your mouth without a reason, convince me to betray the Xiao organization and join your so-called Star Organization. Stop joking. It's not easy. Tian Yuking, who had fooled several cage-level experts in a row, had to admit it. Orochimaru is too cool. Before being defeated by Uchiha Itachi, his mind was completely distorted and he was addicted to Sharingan. His reason is always above his feelings. Or, without enough interest, he will not do anything easily. Give. Tian Yuking, who is the incarnation of chakra projection, will naturally not prove anything to Orochimaru on the spot. He directly threw the black ring representing the official member of the Star Organization. This is a tool for connecting members of the star organization, and the effect is similar to the slide body technique of your SIA organization. After a brief introduction to the role of the Black Ring, Tian Yuqing opened his mouth and said, "After a while, there will be a small gathering inside the organization. You can see, what our star organization has is definitely far beyond your imagination. Equal exchange, mutual benefit. You won't be disappointed." Taking over the Black Ring, Orochimaru's interest was obviously much greater. Regardless of whether what Tian Yuqing said is true or false, it's not a loss to go and see when the time comes. Maybe it can really bring you a lot of surprises. Zi Wei? Hey! If there is nothing else, I will leave first. The Konoha group is about to find this place. I don't want to be beaten by the old man and Jiraiya together. After tidying up his appearance, Orochimaru did not use Tian Yuqing's shadow clone cast to vent his thoughts of being trapped. At this moment, he needs time to study the Black Ring and investigate the information of the mysterious star organization. It has been a long time since there was something that made his eyes light up in the ninja world. Ah, one more thing. Tian Yuqing thought for a while, then suddenly asked, "Billia who, you should know. A friend who used to be a ninja school, now a betrayal. Where is he?" "Billia who?" Orochimaru was startled. He hadn't heard the name for many years. Long before he left Konoha, Beirahu had already defected from Konoha for violating the rules and conducting human experiments in private, and disappeared without a trace. "Did you follow him too? Is it because of his forbidden technique, Guiluo technique?" "To some extent. Beluhu and Orochimaru are the same kind of people. It's just that compared to Orochimaru, the talented penultimate, Beirahu's aptitude is quite mediocre and often overlooked." Over time, Beirahu's character gradually became distorted. Low self-esteem, arrogance, cruelty, longing for approval, etc. impelled him to be unwilling to be ordinary, and developed the forbidden technique that can plunder the blood of others, the Guiluo technique. That technique is not perfect, no one's body can bear that kind of burden. The success rate is too low. Once you fail, you will die on the spot. Even if it succeeds, it will become a ghost. Orochimaru commented, "Instead of betting on the odds of 1 in 10,000, it is better to go through another method." Shaking his head, Orochimaru did not continue. "Because it involves his fundamental, immortal reincarnation technique. According to the information I received, Beluhu has been staying in the border area between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth in recent years, a place called Mount Sumuru. As for whether he will leave, we don't know." "Mount Sumuru? The border area between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth?" Tian Yuqing nodded, which matched the location in his memory. "It looks like the next flicker has appeared. Guiluo technique has a lot of flaws, but it is not impossible to continue to develop and complete it." In his opinion, the step of directly swallowing the blood and the limit ninja is too rough and has no technical content at all. People are different. Forcibly merging two people into one, the hidden dangers are too great. It is far better to use cloning technology and cell fusion technology to create one's own blood cloning, and then devour it with the Guiluo technique. Repulsion and backlash can be avoided to the greatest extent possible. ****. Chapter 33 The Old Silver Coins and the Secret of the Ninja World. The ninja world is huge. There are also many hidden threats. On the surface, the 5 kingdoms seem to be the rulers of the entire ninja world, and their words and deeds affect the war and peace of the entire world. The 3 ninja wars were provoked by them. However, the location of the war was arranged within a small country in the border areas of major countries, resulting in countless tragedies and tragedies. However, in fact, the real powerhouse is far from what the people from the 5 major countries can imagine. Ghosts in the kingdom of ghosts, bliss box in the kingdom of grass, evil god religion in the kingdom of soup, relics of the ancient empire in the kingdom of rivers, underground dragon veins in Lulan. Too many secrets are hidden in corners that no one knows about. Behind them, there are a number of terrifying powerhouses that are beyond cage level and even 6 paths level, and they don't know what they are planning. As far as Tien Yuking knows, there are Sage of 6 Paths Satsuki Hago Romo, Satsuki Hamura, Satsuki Ishigami, Evil God, Teiku God, and so on. There is also the Satsuki Yura style who arrived in the ninja world early. Especially the old silver coins like Satsuki Hago Romo, who escaped from suspended animation and stayed in the Pure Land world, but through chakra, they always pay attention to the old silver coins in the real world. Who knows what decision he will make? Indra and Ashura are still his biological sons. Conceived by Black Zetsu, generation after generation fights and entangles from generation to generation. I never saw him stop it. It was not until the end of the Fourth Ninja World War in the original work that Satsuki Kagaya broke out and appeared in the spiritual consciousness of Naruto and Sasuke calmly. Granted them the power of yin and yang at the 6 paths level, and with their hands, defeated Satsuki Kagaya and sealed it again. So the whole world cheered, and peace came again. However, Tien Yuking thought about it carefully, but suddenly found that the results after the 2 seals were obviously different. The seal 1,000 years ago created a moon hanging above the head of the ninja world. And this time, there was nothing left. Even if it is sealed in the starting ball space, there will be no traces left, right? If I knew this was the result, why didn't Satsuki Hago Romo seal Kagaya in another dimension thousands of years ago? Then, why worry about Satsuki Kagaya breaking the seal? Can't find it. Another point, Black Zetsu has emphasized more than once, Satsuki Kagaya is the ancestor of Chakra, the Almighty God. The ninjas called the ninja world are a group of shameful thieves and thieves. All chakra belongs to Satsuki Kagaya. Literally understood, Satsuki Kagaya ate the chakra fruit and is the source of all chakra in the ninja world. If you dig deeper, a completely different situation will emerge. Chakra will. Or the seed of chakra. People in the ninja world cannot refine chakra. Only after being taught the seed of chakra can they mix physical energy and spiritual energy into chakra and use this power. From the very beginning, the so-called chakra was not owned by the refiners. It has an owner. The original owner, named Satsuki Kagaya, held the highest authority. Because of this, Satsuki Kagaya was able to achieve immortality and be resurrected with the help of another person's body. Black Zetsu's sneak attack on Uchiha Madara was more about awakening the Kagaya's will contained in the chakra within the opponent's body and realizing the resurrection of the body. Similar to the wedge of the Satsuki clan. As for Kagaya after being sealed for the second time, it is not clear whether the highest authority of chakra has been changed. Sometimes, the more you know, the more you have to be careful. Not to mention that his current strength is still very weak, not to mention those big men hidden in the secret world of ninja, even a random cage level powerhouse, or even elite Jainin, can make him unable to eat Kabuto and go away. Even if the strength is really strong, you have to stick to it to have a future. In the ninja world, you can't be the first bird. As the saying goes, when the gun hits the first bird, the first wedge rots. There are too many people secretly staring at the ninja world. The result of being an early bird is to be researched and targeted by others. If you are not careful, you will be finished. So unsafe. Forget it, why do you think so much? Tien Yuking retracted his thoughts and shook his head speechlessly. You don't have to come out on your own to do things. The current star organization, which is only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, is still pregnant with ghosts, and it is not useful at all. At least, until his own strength can suppress these rebellious guys, don't imagine that, like Akatsuki's organization Nagato, casually instructing the members to complete the task. There is no benefit, they are all uncles. Put Xiao organization to the front first, and attract everyone's attention, so that I can plan something secretly, right? Rinnegan's name is very good in the ninja world. Anyone who hears the news of Xian Reunion will not be able to stop the shock in their hearts. Will be desperate to study, to test, to control, to destroy. The boss in the middle and late stages of the original work appeared nearly 10 years earlier, and the trajectory of fate has long been messed up. In this way, the strengthening points will naturally increase continuously. Inside the temporary Hokage office, Third Hokage sat in a chair with a sullen face, gulping down a cigarette. The smoke filled the surroundings, filling the small room with the smell of tobacco. Beside him, Uchiha Shisui and Jiraiya lowered their heads and said nothing, not knowing what they were thinking. At this time, the door of the office was pushed open, and several figures walked in one after another. The first person was the bandaged leader of the root group, Shimura Dans. They were followed by Mitokado Homura, Yuditen Koharu, 2 Hokage advisors, and Tsunade, 1 of Sunin. Seeing that everyone was here, Third Hokage put down his pipe. "Everyone sit down. Shisui, please tell us about the situation." Uchiha Shisui did not dare to delay, and hurriedly explained Orochimaru, Sasori of Akasha, and some information about Akatsuki's organization to everyone in detail. It's just that he didn't say anything about the Star Organization, nor did he mention the news in Tienyuking. At this critical moment, he did not want to bring a more mysterious and powerful enemy to the village. Hearing that Konoha had been invaded again, Shimura Dans immediately became angry. "You are so bold, what do these bastards think of the village? Kuro Ninja Village, Akatsuki Organization, Sheneng, Orochimaru, Sasori of Akasha. One by one, they don't take our Konoha in their eyes at all, do they? The author has something to do. I just came back, the update is a bit late, I'm sorry. By the way, is this book still read? The data is very poor. Everyone give more flowers, collections, etc. There is also a book review area. The author, I don't know why I've been locked in a small black house for 30 years, and I can't post comments. If you have any questions, just say, the author will read it. Asterisk. Chapter 34, The Eyes of the Clones. Can't let them continue to wreak havoc. Mitokado Homura echoed, "We must counterattack. Passive defense is not in line with Konoha's usual style." Although Yuditen Koharu did not speak, he nodded, clearly agreeing with Mitokado Homura's point of view. Konoha, the leader of the 5 kingdoms, was attacked by inexplicable forces one after another, and his face was almost lost. If they continue, they will not only lose their prestige, but will also create a very bad example for others, enticing many forces to follow suit. At that time, I am afraid that the entire ninja world will look down on them. Third Hokage looked at Shimura Dans. "How is the investigation? Is there any trace of Sono Ninja Village?" Because he is in charge of the route, Shimura Dans is responsible for more than half of Konoha's external intelligence work. This includes dispatching spies to major ninja villages and forces, as well as a series of tasks such as assassination, framing, and so on. Even the famous walking Maiko Yakushi Nono and Yakushi Kabuto were once members of the route. To inquire about the intelligence and information of the major ninja villages in the ninja world. The Kong Ninja Village has an air fortress, Anchor Bandian, that can fly. It doesn't need to be landed at all. The information collected so far is very limited and not very useful. Hearing Third Hokage's question, Shimura Dans muttered. Honestly, without Third Hokage, Shimura Dans is drooling over the air ninja flying fortress itself. Most of his forces were sent to pursue Sheneng and others. But the result is not ideal, there is no useful news at all. What about the Xia organization? There are not many S-level rebels in the ninja world, and Konoha has always been concerned about their whereabouts. It is impossible to quietly emerge a mysterious organization that recruits S-level rebels. Jiraiya opened her mouth and asked urgently. He finally remembered. Akatsuki organization, isn't this an organization formed by several disciples he once taught in Rain Shinobi Village in pursuit of peace? In the early years, I got news that the Xia organization was destroyed by hands of the Salamander, and those disciples also died in the war. When I first heard it, I was very sad for a while. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha, who invaded Konoha this time, would be members of the Akatsuki organization that had long since disappeared. This discovery made Jiraiya both unbelievable and a little complicated. Xiao organization. Shimura-dan's face darkened even more. When it comes to the Akatsuki organization, he is not ignorant. It can even be said that it is very related. Years ago, Shimura-dan's and Hands of the Salamander teamed up to launch a conspiracy that severely hit Akatsuki's organization, which was originally friendly with Konoha. The original leader, Jiraiya's apprentice, Yahiko, also died in that conspiracy. It was thought that the remaining Akatsuki organization would soon disappear under the pursuit of Hands of the Salamander. But what he didn't expect was that the Akatsuki organization not only continued to exist. They also recruited many powerful rebels, including Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha. It has become a hidden force in the ninja world that cannot be underestimated. This result made Shimura-dan's very embarrassed. If he pursues it to the end, he is afraid that both sides will not please him. After all, it was all because of him that the friendly quasi-ally Xiao organization became a mortal enemy, and he also took the lives of Jiraiya's disciples. I heard that it is an organization of bounty hunters wandering in the ninja world. They accept all tasks, including war. After organizing the language, Shimura-dan's introduced it lightly. There are many organizations like this in the ninja world, and I didn't pay too much attention to it before. Tsunade also frowned. Bounty hunter organization. With Orochimaru's character, would he join that kind of organization? Third Hokage pondered for a while. Danzo, make the Xiao organization a key target, and find a way to investigate all their information. Before this, a group of elite ninjas were drawn from the Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Akamichi, Aberame and other families, with Jiraiya as the commander and Tsunade as the deputy commander, strangling the Akatsuki organization and the air ninja with all their strength. Apparently, a series of incidents had already angered Third Hokage, who had a good temper. At this meeting, he directly issued an order to counterattack the capital of the Country of Fire. In the underground experimental base of Shinra Trading Company, Tien Yuking looked at the glass of the large nutrient tank, completely immersed in the green nutrient solution, and looked at the clone that was 50% similar to himself, and his calm heart gradually rippled. President, this is a brand new clone that takes your cell genes as the main body, and integrates the genes of the Hyuga family into it through cell fusion technology. Dr. Kino stood in front of the large nutrient tank and excitedly pointed to one of the clones and introduced, because of the sealing technique of Uzumaki Anoka, during the experiment, the rejection of cells was greatly reduced and the stability was increased. So, the situation of this clone has far exceeded previous expectations. Whether it is physical function or cell activity, it has reached an unprecedented height. Even, without the control and development of the soul consciousness, I actively awakened the blood-sustaining limit of Bun. Naturally awakened with white eyes? Tien Yuking's eyes narrowed. He took the clone out of the nutrient solution, placed it on the experimental table, and gently opened the clone's eyelids. Suddenly, a pair of white eyeballs appeared in front of him. From the outside, it is no different from the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Red eye. Without hesitation, Tien Yuking opened his own red eyes, and carefully observed the eyes of this clone. Sure enough, this deep pupil power. Feeling the majestic yin in the eyes of the clone, Tien Yuking suddenly felt like he was hit by a pie from the sky. The semi-finished white eyes without soul consciousness surpassed his red eyes. It doesn't look like an ordinary white eye. When the soul resides in this clone, the combination of the two, the white eye may be further evolved. Tensegan is unlikely, it's a 6 paths level fairy eye. But is it okay to have a white eye comparable to the Mangeki Sharingan level? Others may not know, but Tien Yuking is very clear. The white eyes of the Hyuga family have many evolutionary roots. Tensegan is one type, and pure eyes is one type. In addition, there is also a white eye of its own. For example, can the white eyes of the Hyuga clan be the same as those of the Tsutsuki clan? Ordinary white eyes can see through, farsighted, and insight. The more advanced white eyes can exert coercion. Tsutsuki Ura-style white eyes can open the yellow spring Hirazaka. Tsutsuki's peach-like white eyes can even see through fate. Asterisk. Chapter 35 The Secret of the Giant Tenseigan. Does the soul exist? For the scientists in the previous life in Tianyuking, it was just an untrue hypothesis and speculation. But in the ninja world, the soul has long been determined. A series of forbidden techniques such as the dead and impure world reincarnation all rely on the wonderful effect of chakra and touch the soul. Well known. The pupil-like blood secondary boundary is a kind of high-end benign upgrade that is closely related to yin escape, spiritual power, and soul. A variety of magical and powerful abilities have been extended. In Tianyuking's view, a kind of pupil technique, the real power can never be realized by cloning technology. Because it lacks the soul, it is inherently incomplete. What the clones on the test bench lacked was the unique essence that belonged to the soul. But even so, the white eyes of these semi-finished products showed a pupil power that surpassed his current red eyes. It can be seen that its purity far exceeds the ordinary white eyes of the Hyuga family. That's right. If cloning technology alone can replicate all the boundaries of blood, Orochimaru won't be obsessed with the bodies of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Silently checking the various data of this clone, Tianyuking thought of another person in the center. Letter, or the guy who calls it Uchiha Letter. More than 10 years after the Fourth Ninja World War in the original book, relying on cloning technology, he has created a lot of clones and Sharingans. It seems that even his own Manjiki Sharingan is derived from cloning technology. Dr. Kinos, can White Eye and Sharingan be cloned individually? As for the questions that Tianyuking, who was just entry-level, couldn't understand in biotechnology, he naturally had to ask DNA around him. With the opponent's level, you can solve many problems. Lonely White Eyes, Sharingan. Dr. Kinos was stunned for a moment. Yes, but without the participation of self-consciousness, the data of these eyes will be much inferior to real eyes. Specifically, it's more like a bunch of white-eyed and Sharingan cells coming together. Poor with little pupil power. Unless there is an upgrade like the clone of the president, the bloodline will naturally return to its ancestors, and it has the attributes of yin and yang. Otherwise, cloning white eyes and Sharingan is completely worth the loss. Therefore, the value of this semi-finished product is very limited. If you want to use them to build giant Tenseigan and giant Sharingan, it is obviously impossible. Tianyuking knew it. But it also makes sense. The manufacture of giant Tenseigan may not be as simple as it seems. Just having a lot of white eyes may not be enough to create a six-paths level noble phantasm. The branch house of the Tsutsuki family on the moon, from beginning to end, also produced 2 giant Tenseigan. One is purple. It appeared in the Civil War. Its appearance is like stone. Although its power is very strong, it is far less than the later one. The other is golden and is enshrined in the core of the temple as the center of the moon and the source of energy. Reminiscent of the ancestors of the lunar Tsutsuki clan, the first Tsutsuki Hamura to open Tenseigan. Some things are worth thinking about, intriguing. Otherwise, the Hyuga family has not heard the slightest news of a giant Tenseigan for so many years. This question, it is better to find a way to go to the moon in the future and ask Tsutsuki Shiren in person. Guessing on your own is a waste of time. Tianyuking placed the clone with a calm expression. The data of this body is indeed beyond imagination, and the indicators are far superior to ordinary ninjas, reaching an unbelievable level. It's perfect. Dr. Kinos, Huonexiang, I will use the spiritualization technique later, and the soul will take over this clone. Please pay attention to collecting data. To others, no matter how strong this clone is, it is just a body without soul consciousness. But for Tian Yuqing, who has already learned the spiritual technique and strengthened it with the system, this kind of body cloned from his own cells is precisely his most perfect carrier. The assembly of members of the Star Organization is about to begin. He wasn't ready to go in person. As a professional Go Deo expert, all possible dangers must be stifled in the cradle in advance. Personal risk? Non-existent. Even if it is the avatar of Chakra's consciousness projection, he has never used his real appearance. Caution is his usual style. Spiritual technique. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Tian Yuqing made a seal with his hands, detached his soul from his body, and got into the clone. In an instant, the cloned body lying motionless on the test bench trembled and slowly opened his eyes. Okay. Awkward feeling. Supporting the body to sit up, the clone opened its mouth and said a complete sentence word by word. It feels very strange, as if a person who has not spoken for a long time is about to forget his ability to speak. For a while, he gradually got used to the new body and began to deeply control all aspects of this body. My eyes. Let Huonexiang take out a mirror. Tian Yuqing looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes glared suddenly. White eyes, open. Immediately, the white pupils shrank, blue veins bulged, and his vision changed dramatically. Black, white, red, green. Unlike ordinary white eyes that only have black and white vision, his white eyes can completely accept all colors. At the same time, Bai Yan's ability is still available. Even, the ability to create chakra projections, perceive danger, etc., should have belonged to red eyes. Is it because of the soul? The bloodline boundary is not just a simple bloodline gene, but also involves the essence of chakra and the soul. Tian Yuqing recalled some of the characteristics of the ninja in Impure World reincarnation. They obviously don't have their original bodies, they are just a group of undead from the dirty soil, but they can still use the various blood and inheritance boundaries in their lifetimes. Hyuga Hisashi's white eyes, Nagato's Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara's Sharingan and Rinnegan, and more. The complete bloodline boundary should include three aspects: blood, chakra, and soul. The combination of the three is the most perfect state. Once separated, you can't really show your peak strength. No wonder Uchiha Madara would say that Impure World Reincarnation's body is not as powerful as it was in life, even if Yakushi Kabuto added a lot of elements to his offerings. This body of mine has both my red-eye bloodline and the white-eyed bloodline of the Hyuga family. The two are perfectly fused together, resulting in a benign upgrade, and the bloodline returns to the ancestors, so I can inherit many abilities. Asterisk. Chapter 36 New Vest Satsuki Source. This pupil power. Taking his attention away from the white eye's field of vision, Tian Yuqing instantly felt the difference between these eyes and the body's red eyes. And chakra. Try to refine chakra while gently moving your limbs. I don't know if it was because of the benign upgrade and the reversion of blood to the ancestors, this body gave him a very comfortable feeling. It seems to be another body of his own, without the slightest stagnation. This is completely different from his previous learning of spiritual technique, trying to bring souls to some ordinary clones. The fit between the two is extremely high. Found a treasure. Running the chakra gushing out from his body, Tian Yuqing's eyes widened, his heart full of joy. The data on paper and the real experience are two completely different feelings. Compared to his mediocre body, the talent of this clone is really too strong. Without any training, the amount of chakra extracted has reached the level of Jainin. Is this what genius feels like? Knew it. The essence of the ninja world is to hang up. Normal people depend on hard work, geniuses depend on talent, Satsuki's descendants depend on blood, and the protagonist depends on his father. The more powerful the existence, the more open it is. That BD Naruto has all the talents, blood, father, and 9 tails, so he can beat Sasuke. Become Hokage and reach the pinnacle of life. Tian Yuqing's thoughts drifted away again. Looking back on his own experience in this life, he felt more and more that without plugins, he really couldn't get along in this ninja world. The novice gift package linked to the system brought him the red eye of the blood following the limit, and initially got rid of the limitations of ordinary people. The ability to add a little reinforcement has saved him countless hours of study. Any ninjutsu, secret art, forbidden technique. As long as you get started, you can add points directly and learn it instantly. You can even add more powerful secret techniques and abilities based on the original abilities. Well, it will take some time to get familiar with and develop this body to make it more powerful. At least, you have to reach other cage level strengths. But with the talent of this body, it shouldn't take much time, the talent is too powerful. Tien Yuking smacked his mouth, and the image of Satsuki's wife suddenly appeared in his mind. Calculated by age. Satsuki Shiren is not much older than Uzumaki Naruto. The opponent was able to awaken Tensegan at the age of teens, worthy of entering the threshold of the Six Paths level. The talent is unquestionably powerful. Even if it is Naruto Sasuke who is open, it is really hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker on the premise that there is no father hanging. The cells of the Moon Satsuki clan, the cells of the Water no Kunoha Yoryuaki clan. If this body wants to go a step further and reach the talent level of Satsuki Shiren, it also needs to complement these two things. Although Tien Yuking is very confident, he is not the kind of arrogant person. This clone of his originates from the Hyuga clan and his own cells, neither of which are top-notch. No matter how you upgrade and return to your ancestors, you can't compare to the pure descendants of the lunar Satsuki clan, who claim to be the closest to the ancestors. Roughly digitizing it, Satsuki's talent is S+, as long as he grows to the limit and gets the pure white eyes of the Hyuga family, he can instantly enter SS. And his body, his talent is almost S, far surpassing the Hyuga family who are stuck at the threshold of cage level, and has grown to the limit, enough to compete with the disabled Rinnegan Nagato 1 or 2. But that's it. In the super cage level, the strength gap is extremely large. Compare Senju Hashirama in Sage Mode, and Pain in Six Paths, to see. Dr. Kinos, I need to exercise the various abilities of this body. Do you want to collect data together? Tien Yuking looked at Dr. Kenos and Huo Naoxiang, who were constantly recording various data. Although this body is very good, it far exceeds previous expectations. But still not perfect. The Hyuga clan and the Hui Yoryuaki clan all originated from the ancient Satsuki clan, and their bloodlines have been degenerated. I need Dr. Kenos to study how to complete the bloodline of this clone and let it go back to its original source. Dr. Kenos, who was writing quickly, heard the words, and suddenly came to the spirit. This clone is already the most perfect one he has researched so far. Not only has the pure white-eyed blood, but also has a huge amount of chakra, it can be said to be a natural powerhouse. With just a little exercise, you can easily reach heights that no one else can reach in a lifetime. But now, Tien Yuking told him, he can also further strengthen on the basis of this clone, and truly achieve perfection. Simply unimaginable. President, is the source of the Terra Yoryuaki clan and the Hyuga clan the same? No wonder I found out that there are some defects in the genes of the Hyuga family. I thought it would be an inherent symptom of the Sweji boundary, but I didn't expect this to be the reason. And the so-called Satsuki clan, which the entire ninja world has never heard of, will they be extinct? Great, I think the blood potential of the Hyuga family seems to have been weakened a lot. If the root cause can be traced back, it may not be able to recover. In addition to the life technology researched from the Uzumaki clan, it is a little closer to becoming a god. President, as long as you can get the cells of the Hui Yoryuaki and Satsuki clans, it's not difficult to find a way to complete it. Knowing the unprecedented secret, Dr. Kinos was dominated by a frenzy. Don't care about recording data, pulling Tien Yuking is a series of problems. The cells of the Hui Yoryuaki and Satsuki clans, I will find a way to get them. Pulling the corner of his mouth, Tianyuking Vice Admiral grabbed his body and pulled it away. Doctor, research is not something that happens overnight. Being a god is even more so. Don't worry, follow me, one day, you will see your dream come true. Yet. By the way, Doctor, and Huonexiang. My body should also have a name. When I go out in the future, don't confuse it with my body. How about calling it Psutsuki Genshi? One day, the bloodline of this clone will be replenished, return to the original state of the Psutsuki clan, and become a new source. The author's account has been locked in a small dark room. If you find any problems, you can just say it in the book review area. The author can see it, but he can't reply, so it's not the author's coldness, there's no way. Asterisk. Chapter 37, Sasori's Aim of Red Sand. Land Country. Rolling wasteland hills, in a hidden cave. Sasori Akasha sat alone in front of the bonfire, carefully handling his injuries. In this trip to Konoha, I didn't get any information, not to mention, and lost almost all of my net worth. Now he only has third Kazekage as a puppet, and the rest of the materials are not enough to make a puppet prosthesis. Simply a miserable loss. Pressing the bandage on the broken arm, Sasori of Akasha flashed violent killing intent in his eyes. He has never suffered such a big loss since he was a child. That Orochimaru guy, and that mysterious cast of shadow clone who revealed his whereabouts and doesn't know his identity. You must pay the price in the future. Sasori of Akasha cursed fiercely in his heart. At this moment, a spiritual message entered his mind. It's finally here? Pain. Sasori of Akasha grinned, and the malice on his body broke out almost unabashedly. In an instant, with him as the center, all the small animals and insects within a radius of several hundred meters, as if they had encountered the most terrifying natural enemy, fled desperately. Slide body technique. Sasori of Akasha, who was tied with one hand, let out a low voice. Suddenly, his mental projection came to a huge underground cave. Inside the cave, there is a very tall human-shaped sculpture with a twisted face, his hands are held in empty hands, and his wrists and ankles are locked by heavy iron chains. It looks very weird. After the spiritual projection landed on one of the statue's fingers, Sasori of Red Sand immediately looked around. It was found that in addition to the leader of the Xia organization who called him Pain, and the White Tiger Konan who was with him, several others were also here. Taki Ninja Village Rebel Kakuzu, Nepenthes like Ju, and Biwajozo, one of the 7 people of Kirin Ninja Village. There is also a red cloud robe with a black background, which looks like a normal Orochimaru. A hole. Sasori of Akasha almost went berserk on the spot. Fortunately, he knew that this place was just a mental projection, and Orochimaru's real body was not here. Even if he killed this mental projection, it wouldn't damage Orochimaru in the slightest. Only then did he forcibly suppress the irritability and anger in his heart. The mission of Orochimaru and Sasori of Akasha failed. Tiendeo Pain, who was standing on the top of the thumb, said without a trace of emotion. Failed? Didn't their group have Orochimaru, one of the Sunnins? Can this fail? Kakuzu's green eyes scanned the two of them, puzzled. As a former high-ranking Konoha, he was only one step away from becoming the Orochimaru of Hokage. Don't be too familiar with the situation inside this village. Just sneak in and probe some intel. Can't handle this? Could it be that the strength of these two people is not enough? Orochimaru spread his hands. You can't blame me. On the way before, we didn't have any problems, we easily avoided Konoha's Anbu and the warning, and entered the interior of the village. It's just a pity that before we could officially start our action, we encountered an inexplicable guy. The other party stopped us and directly exposed us to the gaze of everyone in Konoha. If I didn't have some means, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back. If you want to blame you, blame that mysterious guy. Tendo Pain looked at Sasori of Akasha. He would never believe all the words of Orochimaru. Because the relationship between the other party and Konoha is too close. The teacher is the third Hokage, the companion is the senior Konoha, and the nephew is the fourth Hokage. There are a lot of students, disciples, and followers. If you're not careful, don't get caught in it. Sasori of Akasha snorted coldly. The general situation is similar to what he said. But, after being surrounded by Konoha shinobi, Orochimaru's actions are not as good as he says. First, I played against my old classmate Jiraiya for a while. I don't know if I was exchanging some secret information, and then I just abandoned my companions and ran away alone. On my side, I was besieged by 3 cage-level powerhouses, Uchiha Shisui, 3rd Hokage, and Jiraiya, as well as hundreds of Jonin. Boss, I have reason to suspect that there is a deeper connection between Orochimaru and Konoha. Maybe, it's the undercover agent sent by Konoha. Tiendeo Pain was silent when he heard the words. Naturally, he knew that Orochimaru's purpose in joining Akatsuki was not pure, and he coveted his Rinnegan from the very beginning. But he was confident that, with his powerful strength, he could suppress Orochimaru's ambitions. Perhaps in this mission, Orochimaru has a problem. But it is worth thinking about whether it is Konoha's undercover. Uchiha Shisui? Has that instant Shisui's strength reached cage level? Pipa Shizang was a little curious. During the Third Ninja World War, they faced the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan on the main battlefield of Kirigakure and Konoha, the Land of Water. Instantly Shisui's name was also played there. Sasori of Akasha glanced at the Pipa Juzo. Uchiha Shisui has opened the Manjiki Sharingan, which can display a green chakra energy giant, which is very difficult to deal with in one attack and defense. Manjiki Sharingan. Hearing this, Kakuzu, Ju, Konan and others were all shocked. Although the Uchiha family's name in the ninja world is quite loud, it is the man who used to be the all-powerful man who really made them pay attention. Uchiha Madara named Ninja Shura. Has someone in the Uchiha family opened these unidentified eyes again? Go ahead and notify Obito. Konoha's investigation is too strict during this time, and the barrier is open 24 hours a day. It is difficult for White Zetsu to sneak in. Otherwise, there is no need for Orochimaru and others to investigate the information at all. Black Zetsu's mind was hidden, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Orochimaru, is there anything you want to say? After a while, Tiendeo Pain turned his gaze to Orochimaru. The leader suspects that I have colluded with Konoha. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse, his long tongue constantly licking the corners of his mouth, and he asked with a smile. Are you the clearest in your own heart? Otherwise, why did the Konoha people stare at me and beat me to death alone? Sasori of Akasha said angrily. For the big country forbearance village, under normal circumstances, it is definitely more targeted for the betrayal and forbearance of their own village. Not only because of emotional factors, but also the issue of intelligence within the ninja village. Especially high-level rebels like Orochimaru know too much. Once it leaks out, it will definitely be a huge disaster. So given the chance, they'd definitely be more willing to take out Orochimaru. Instead of letting go of the other party, kill yourself. There must be a secret. The book review area said that Tensegan was copied in the last few chapters. The author saw it. There is a paragraph in chapter 33 that did draw some lessons. The author will revise it. It will probably be done at night. In other words, readers are really sharp-eyed. Embarrassment. There is also Gui Luo technique. The author can guarantee that the protagonist will never use it by himself. The upgrade route of the protagonist has been arranged, at most it is just learning, don't worry about copying the routines of other books. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Wind Commentary Murdered and Betrayed. That's because you exposed the third Kazekage puppet. Facing the scrutiny of everyone in the Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru still had a calm expression on his face. Don't forget what caused the Third Ninja War. At the beginning, Tsunagakure used this as an excuse to be the first to fight against Konoha. When it comes to hatred, your level is still higher than mine. All right. This explanation makes sense. Sand Shinobi Village caused a lot of losses to Konoha during the Third Ninja World War, so Konoha took revenge. After the war, Tsunagakure almost fell out of the sequence of the 5 major countries. In the end, he had to be shy and bow his arrogant head to his old enemy, Konoha, to form an alliance under the city. The 2 ninja villages said they were allies, but everyone knew it. Tsunagakure has actually become a subsidiary of Konoha, from economic to political to military, all-round infiltration and suppression. It's just appalling. No wonder at the beginning of the plot, 4th Kazekage Luosha will choose to join forces with Orochimaru desperately to carry out the Konoha collapse plan. The bottom line is that if they don't jump around, they will really be finished, and they will be completely reduced to puppets controlled by Konoha. Humph. Sasori's eyes became colder, the tongue is like a reed, so after escaping from Konoha, why did you connect with the BD who exposed us? Or, from the beginning, all actions were in your plan. Expose the information of the organization, kill the members of the organization, and reduce future enemies for Konoha. Hearing the words of Sasori of Akasha, even Tendo Pain, the leader of Akatsuki, believed that Orochimaru was a Konoha spy. First, the whereabouts were exposed, which led to the failure of the mission. Immediately after abandoning his companions, let Konoha's top combat power besiege the latter. Finally escaped, and then met with the previous exposed person to exchange information. This series of processes really looks more and more like it. He. It seems that everyone thinks that I betrayed the organization. Feeling the sudden change in the atmosphere, the fake smile on Orochimaru's face was no longer maintained, and he said in a cold voice. Orochimaru, this mission revealed too many problems. You need to prove yourself. Kakuzu said noncommittally. It's best for the leader to do it himself and check your memory. If there is no problem, naturally everyone is happy. Otherwise, our organization, which is full of betrayal and tolerance, can't stand the deliberate targeting of the forbearance village of the big country. Pipa Shizang grinned, revealing sharp teeth that shone with a cold white light. Exploring memory. Do you think that's possible? Orochimaru laughed angrily. They are all rebellious, selfish characters, who would be stupid enough to give their lives to others. Really agree. Pain probably wouldn't mind leaving something in his mind while probing his memory. Sure enough, I said that Orochimaru is unbelievable. A cold look flashed across Sasori's eyes. For a long time, he will push back the tasks assigned by the organization, and never take it to heart. This time, you dare to blatantly betray the organization, and you must be severely punished. Glancing at the missing arm, Sasori of Akasha didn't have much affection for Orochimaru. And now he hated him even more. The means of the puppet master, I underestimate you. After a moment of silence, Orochimaru took a deep look at Sasori of Akasha. He was still careless. In the forest outside Konoha, Sasori of Akasha left in anger while leaving some small toys. Saw the exchange between him and Tien Yuking's shadow clone. It wasn't supposed to be a problem. However, in connection with the failure of the mission, the pursuit of Konoha, and the targeting of Sasori of Akasha, in the huge Akatsuki organization, it seemed that there was no place for him for a while. The Xia organization couldn't stay any longer. Never mind. I didn't intend to keep doing it all the time. It's the same when I leave early and late. Just a pity. Those Rinegans haven't got it yet. Orochimaru lost the idea of continuing to defend. With a thought, the slide body technique was lifted, and the spiritual projection instantly disappeared in front of everyone in Xiao's organization. Left. Have you absconded in fear of crime? This is a real betrayal. Seeing that the situation has developed to this point, Kakuzu, Pipa Shizang, and others are still very calm, expressing their opinions without salt or lightness. Orochimaru. Tiandao Pain's eyes are deep. Since you choose to betray, there is nothing to say. Sasori, form a team with Kakuzu for now. It's up to you to hunt down Orochimaru. Be sure to bring back the ring of Korachen. Akasha no Sasori looked confident. No problem. Kakuzu is a bit unlucky. It's a waste of time to chase and kill the mission. It will delay me making money, right? Absolutely, I'll leave the question of intelligence to you. If it doesn't work for Konoha, start from other aspects. Once you find the trace of Kong Ninja, report it to me immediately. Tiandao Pain glanced at the rest of the members with stressful eyes. I hope the Orochimaru thing is the last time. Above, disband. Rain Country. In the tall tower-shaped building, Tiandao Pain stood on the balcony, quietly watching the light rain outside. Orochimaru's defection didn't cause much of his mood swings. He was already mentally prepared for Orochimaru's actions. Unlike the other Akatsuki members, Orochimaru's actions and purposes are always at odds with the world. If it weren't for Orochimaru's strength, he was actually unwilling to leave such a time bomb inside the organization. So, the first time Orochimaru left, his body, Nagato, began to sense the location of the other party with the help of Rinnegan's power. Prepare to kill this lion majesty and recover the empty Chen ring. However, the results were somewhat unexpected. Orochimaru didn't know what method to use to block his connection to the special shadowy creation inside the ring. Although the existence of the ring can be vaguely sensed, the exact location cannot be determined. As a result, his plan fell through. The task of chasing and killing can only be handed over to Sasori and Kakuzu. Without Orochimaru, the organization starts to lack manpower again. Tiandao Pain whispered to himself. In his plan, he needs to gather enough high-end combat power to complete the plan to capture the tailed beast. 10 full members is the most suitable. But now, even adding the Uchiha Madara hidden behind the scenes, there are only 7 people who can't meet the requirements. Asterisk. Chapter 39 The Calm and Attitude of the Strong. Northwest of the Fire Country. Tien Yuking controlled the body of the new Vest Satsuki Yuanchi, and rushed all the way to the location of Mount Sumuru. That's right. He is going to fool people, doing things. The ninja world seems to have been a little too calm recently. On Konoha's side, they sent a strangulation force composed of family elite ninjas with great fanfare. Going out everywhere, looking for all the information about Akatsuki and Kanjin. But the harvest is very small, and slowly, it relaxes. Now it's more of an appearance. At the same time, deter the surrounding countries and forces, and stabilize the situation in the country of fire. This made Tien Yuking feel a little bored. After getting the exact location of Beluga from Orochimaru, he sent someone to investigate it carefully. Determine where the opponent's base is. In addition, during this period of time, he completed the basic exercise of this vest body, and developed his strength to a small level of extreme state. If you want to improve and continue to rely on exercise, it will take a lot of time. Or, push him to break the shackles and reach the real cage level with a fierce battle or two. Counting down, it is the most suitable for Beiliuhu. The other powerhouses either exist in the ninja villages of the major countries, or they huddle together and gather in the Akatsuki organization. For the time being, I don't want to expose too much Tien Yuking, so naturally I won't choose them as opponents. Actually, in Tien Yuking, it is also for the sake of Beilu. In the original book, Beiliuhu is because his vision is too narrow, he does not know the truth of the ninja world, and he is complacent when he achieves a little achievement. The consequence of arrogance is a miserable death. In order to let him know the danger of the world, the cruelty of the truth, so that he can really calm down and further improve his strength. Tien Yuking felt that he had to sacrifice himself for others once. What? I am so great. No. When you go back, be sure to praise yourself. Kang. Accompanied by the crisp sound of sword chirping, a cold light suddenly appeared. Beluhu, who was conducting research in an unnamed valley base in Mount Sumuru, suddenly lowered his body and avoided the attack without warning. Whoa! The frigid sword Chi cut open one after another of expensive precision instruments, looking at them with a sullen and dazed Canthus. Those were all experimental equipment that he finally saved money to buy. It's worth tens of millions. Damn it, who are you? Beluhu scowled fiercely in the direction of the attack. There was a young man dressed in ancient white clothes and with short silver-grey hair, who calmly drew his sword and stood. Outside the base, the weather was very gloomy, as if it was going to rain. Just like the mood of Beluhu, it is like an active volcano about to erupt. This is the first time someone has broken into his research base. You are Beluhu. The corpse of the ninja, the cells of the blood follower. It seems that the wrong person is found. The information given by Orochimaru is very accurate. You're really working on some forbidden technique. After Tian Yuking approached, he looked around lightly. Fudge. Different people need different methods. A type like Beluhu who is easy to be arrogant and inflated must first show his strength and give the opponent a major blow. The latter words are easy to say, and will also increase a lot of credibility. Not a wily person like Orochimaru and Oya Castle. They value secrets, intelligence, interests, etc. more. Are you angry? Seeing Beluhu staring at himself, Tian Yuking smiled slightly. Beluhu, you are more or less a strong man, why are you not calm at all? For us, even if we encounter big things, we must maintain a certain calmness. This is the attitude of the strong. Your performance is a bit disqualified. Lying trough. The strong posture of God riding a horse, calm and calm. It was me who was almost cut off just now. Beluhu exhaled and trembled, his hands and feet were cold. What's wrong with this world? Can it be okay? There is a lot of oppression of researchers everywhere. Cough cough. Seems to be a bit off the stage. Skip skip. Humph, don't talk so much nonsense, who are you? Forcibly suppressing the urge to kill, Beluhu's whole body was twisted. Attack me, is it Orochimaru's order? He's eyeing my Guiluo technique. Tian Yuking was a little surprised, this Beluhu didn't seem to be as brainless as the original. It's all so exciting to you, can you hold back? No, Orochimaru can't order me. After adjusting his posture, Tian Yuking revealed a stern face of a strong man. Introduce yourself. My name is Tsutsuki Genshi, from the Star Organization. I'm here to invite you to join us. How? Do you want to think about it? Star Organization? Recruit me? Beluhu laughed loudly, unable to suppress the anger in his heart any longer. A dodge came to the front of Tian Yuking. Swift style, swift. Clenching a fist with one hand and hitting the abdomen is a merciless blow. Nice speed. Looks like it's going to take a little more work. Tian Yuking was not surprised, the white pupils shrank slightly, and the blue veins protruded from the corners of his eyes. Pat. With a lightning-like wave, he blocked Beluhu's fist. Immediately, a twisted body grabbed the opponent's arm and slammed it on the ground. The huge force caused the ground under his feet to shatter on the spot. Hey! Steel escape, steel! Beluhu was taken aback, and he didn't expect Tian Yuking to react at his swift style speed. When he came back to his senses, he was caught and pressed to the ground. There was no time to think about other things, so he immediately formed the seal and displayed another boundary of blood. Visible to the naked eye, a layer of black substance spread over Beluhu, like armament haki in the next world, greatly enhancing his defense. Rumbling. A terrifying force erupted, and the entire laboratory collapsed with a bang, smoke billowing, and all kinds of debris splashed. Swish! A grey-faced figure suddenly rushed out of the ruins. It was the Beluhu who suffered a small loss. I saw his face gloomy looking at Tian Yuking not far away, and countless thoughts rolled in his mind. The eyes of the Hyaga family, no wonder you can keep up with my swift style. His gaze rested on Tian Yuking's eyes for a moment, and Bei Liuhu said again, but with the power of the white eyes alone, it can't be my opponent. Asterisk. Chapter 40, The Confrontation of Speed and Reaction. I don't believe it, you can react every time. Bei Liuhu sneered, picked up a kunao from the ground, and directly activated the swift style ability to charge up. Ding ding dong. At lightning speed, Beluhu seemed to be insane as he launched a continuous offensive against Tian Yuking. Like a violent storm, it doesn't give the opponent a chance to breathe at all. SHH. Tian Yuking responded calmly, the ninja knife in his hand was about to be played out. Or pick, or block, or stab, or chop, or split. As if the perfect artist is playing a masterpiece. Every movement, every force, was calculated precisely, neither more nor less. It's just right. Clang. After a series of onslaughts, the two staggered past. Tian Yuking turned around without hesitation, a dazzling cold light suddenly appeared, and the sharp blade lightly cut through the air. There is no sound at all, which can be called the top skill of lore. Steel escape, steel martial body. Bei Liuhu's eyes widened, the hairs on his back stood on end, and he almost screamed in fright. Before he had time to think about other things, he instinctively displayed the power of the steel escape and blood following the limit, increasing the defense power of the whole body. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and bits and pieces of cremation splashed. Until the two stood up again, facing each other from a distance. Only then did Beluhu come back to his senses from the thrilling confrontation just now. Too dangerous. Almost, just a little bit. You will be cut to the sword. Looking at the crisscrossing sword marks and wounds on his body, Bei Liuhu's face became even more ugly. Combining the two kinds of blood, his strength has already surpassed the level of Jainin. Although I haven't played against other powerhouses in cage level. But he is confident that he will not lose to anyone. After all, the speed provided by swift style and the defense provided by steel dun can be described as a combination of offense and defense, with no flaws. But I never thought that under the attack of a young man, I would be so unbearable. In the battle just now, although Bai Yan's insight was very strong, he could clearly observe his movement trajectory, and cooperated with the opponent's top-notch reaction power. He easily blocked his own waves of offensive. On the contrary, he himself couldn't keep up with the speed of swift style, his body movements were a little sluggish, and there were many unnecessary flaws. Then he was caught by the other party, leaving one after another of wounds. Can't continue close combat anymore. The anxious Beilu shouted loudly, and the chakra all over his body suddenly burst out, and a powerful momentum swept the four directions. Fire style, great fireball technique. He jumped up and opened the distance between the two. A huge ball of fire spewed out of Beluhu's mouth. Have you changed ninjutsu? Tian Yuking was slightly disappointed. The previous thrilling confrontation of speed and reaction greatly stimulated his body. He could clearly sense that every inch of flesh and blood was rapidly adapting and active under strong pressure. Unprecedented power burst forth. If you can continue to fight, you can reduce your training for a long time. Water style, water barrier. Both hands formed seals, and a thin water curtain rose into the sky, blocking the fireball in front of Tian Yuking. The white mist spread out instantly, surging in all directions. Water style? How is that possible? When will the Hyaga clan be able to perform ninjutsu? Bei Liuhu looked at Tian Yuking, who was indifferent and calm, and his eyes couldn't stop showing envy and jealousy. He also wants such a strong posture. How can you be so stylish? He is not satisfied. Wind style, wind roar cannon. With jealousy towards Tian Yuking, Beilu opened his mouth and spit out a mass of highly concentrated air cannons. There are even sharp wind blades in it. Fire style, extinguishing fire. Huok Feng, faced with Bei Liuhu's strong wind-style ninjutsu, Tian Yuking responded instantly. The hot flame scorched the air and quickly evaporated the water mist that had just risen. Then the fire took advantage of the wind and burned more and more violently, submerging the entire laboratory. Boom! Just as the wind and the fire collided, a figure suddenly appeared behind Bei Liuhu and kicked him on the back. In an instant, Bei Liuhu showed an unbelievable look, and flew out with a bang, hitting the wall. Shadow clone, when? Bleeding from the corners of his mouth, Beluhu struggled to stand up from the ruins and whispered to himself. Just when you cast wind style. Your heart is messed up. I don't even have complete control over myself, and I can't exert all my strength. I have to say, you are a little disappointing. Biliahu. Tian Yuking still had a calm look, looking very calm. Damn, I don't need you to teach me. After listening to the words in Tian Yuking, Bei Lu exhaled out of anger, his face twisted and his expression ferocious, like a furious hungry wolf. Always ready to choose someone to devour. Kill you, I must kill you. With bloodshot eyes, Bei Liu rushed towards Tian Yuking viciously, and did not pursue any demeanor or posture. The whole person is like an irrational beast, starting all kinds of fist and foot attacks without any rules. Bang bang bang. There was a sound of fist-to-meat collisions. In order to better exercise and develop the potential of this body, Tian Yuking also gave up the sword and greeted it with bare hands. The two figures fought with the most primitive means. It is worth mentioning that the irrational Biliahu is more difficult to deal with than the sober one. Although there is no routine, it is surprisingly simple and direct, and elusive. Just like a sentence in the martial arts circle of the previous life, fist to kill the old master, instinct is the most powerful means of killing. However, this is the opponent Tian Yuking wants. The more evenly matched the battle, the more he can stimulate his potential, help him break the current shackles, and go further. Time passed slowly. The two of them in the battle seemed to be tireless. Not only did they not stop, but they became more and more intense. In the fierce battle, Beluhu's body became more and more adapted to the current state. The xenogenic cells engulfed in his body through the Guiluo technique are slowly merging with him and transforming into his own. Of course, the pressure on Tian Yuking also increased. It motivated him to grow and improve continuously, surpassing himself at the moment before. Yeah, that's it, asterisk. Chapter 41 I will give you a discount. In the middle of the broken ruins, Tian Yuking was leaning against a half-collapsed wall, silently watching the light rain that kept falling in the sky. Accompanied by a burst of pain, Bei Liuhu, who was in a coma, gradually woke up. Why didn't you kill me? Silently surveyed the surrounding environment, Beluhu asked in a hoarse voice. The battle between ninjas has never been merciful. Even if it has nothing to do, as long as you encounter it, it may be a killer. Not to mention that he also refused the invitation of the other party. Kill you. I'm here to recruit you to join our organization, not to kill. Of course, if you refuse the invitation now, in order to ensure that the organization's information will not be leaked, you can only choose to solve you on the spot. Tian Yuking said leisurely, his whole body exuding an indifferent temperament. As if nothing was taken into consideration. Whether he chooses to join or not, he can't cause the slightest bit of emotional fluctuations in the other party. This kind of calmness, this kind of style, is what he has always wanted to have. The demeanor a strong man should have. Can you tell me about your organization? The corners of Bei Liuhu's eyes twitched. Refusing is a death, only a fool would choose to refuse. He still has great dreams yet to come true. Perfect the Guiluo technique, integrate the 5 kinds of blood and follow the boundaries, and become the perfect ninja. This is the pursuit of his life. Absolutely cannot die here. Our star organization. How to say? It should be regarded as an organization that studies the truth of the world and explores the essence of life. In the process, we have gained great power, long lifespan, and countless magical means. If you join us, everything will be fine. Ninjutsu, secret jutsu, forbidden technique, longevity, strength. As long as you can afford it, you can get it. Tian Yuking just opened his mouth and flicked the other side skillfully. Your ghost Ye Luo technique should not be perfect, right? The corpse of the blood follower is not so easy to obtain, right? There are corresponding technologies in the tissue that can help you improve some of the defects, and can also create the body of the hemorrhagic follower. No matter what kind of blood follower limit, it can be. Bei Liuhu suddenly widened his eyes. What you said is true. Can Sharingan and wood style work too? No, that's not right. Do you really believe that I can integrate more bloodline boundaries? Compared with other help, what he wants more is recognition. He used to grow up with Sunan, but as he grew older, he gradually couldn't even catch up with their backs. From this was born the idea of becoming stronger and changing mediocre talents. The purpose is to get more recognition and attention from more people one day. After using the Gui Luo technique to devour the boundaries of Swift Style and Gang Dun, he could clearly feel it. His body seemed to be reaching a limit. Under normal conditions, he can only devour and fuse 1 or 2 kinds of blood-based boundaries at most, and it is impossible to accommodate 5 blood-based boundaries. Because the human body's capacity is not infinite. Even he himself is not sure whether he can complete the perfect ninja plan to build the 5 blood limit cycle. The potential of the Gui Luo technique is actually great. It is a powerful forbidden technique that can change people's talents, even from ordinary to God. It is precisely because I discovered the potential of this forbidden technique and believed in your ability that the Star Organization sent me to invite you to join us. After all, what our organization pursues is truly becoming a god. Like the stars, eternal and immortal. Tian Yuking opened his hands as if to embrace the entire sky. Star Organization, become a god. Bei Liuhu felt that his breathing was a little short. Compared with his goal, the Star Organization is obviously more magnificent and more incredible. Become a god. It's not just a simple word. It represents invincible power and eternal life. I would like to join you. For the first time, Beluha felt that his goal for the perfect ninja was a little narrow. Just relying on the 5 ordinary boundaries of blood, it is impossible for him to complete the transformation from human to god. He needs to start the plan again and choose a new bloodline limit. First of all, it is the limit of pupils and bloods. The Sharingan is very good. It can also be upgraded to the legendary Eye of the Mangeki Sharingan. The potential is huge. The battle just ended made him clearly see that without strong enough insight, even if he had the speed of ultimate, he would not be able to exert his greatest strength. Instead, it will become your own flaw. The Swift style can be kept, but the steel escape is a bit tasteless. I have to find a way to remove it from my body. Wood style must have the power of the ninja god to calm down the troubled world, absolutely not to be missed. Looking at Bei Liuhu, who was caught in a reverie, Tian Yuking twitched the corner of his mouth. Researchers are bad at this. Most people can't help but immerse themselves in their own world on a regular basis. The quality of combat will also be slightly weaker. In short, the experience and skills are very poor. Obviously on the attribute panel, he has to surpass the enemy by a lot, but he is always defeated by the weak, and the Jedi counterattacks. Beluhu is like this, Sheneng is like this, and Hyde is like this. Talents like Orochimaru with dual talents in scientific research and combat are too rare. No, this is your organization membership symbol. Throwing a black ring to Beluhu. Tian Yuking straightened up and let the drizzle fall on his head, injecting chakra. You can connect with other members of the organization. But under normal circumstances, no one will respond to you. Unless the leader of the organization calls everyone, or a meeting between members. Walking through the ruins step by step, Tian Yuking's voice became smaller and smaller. Your laboratory has been destroyed, if you want to build a new base, you can contact me. I have the most advanced experimental equipment and high-end instruments there. There are all kinds of models. If you have a large quantity, you can get a discount." Hearing the last sales pitch in Tianyuking, Bei Liuhu's eyes couldn't help but jump, and black lines hung down from his forehead. "My laboratory and base were destroyed, not because of your battle with me? No wonder you didn't hold back at all during the battle and deliberately channeled the aftermath to other well-established places. It turned out to be the idea of making me spend money to buy the instrument again. What a fool! That is the high-end equipment that I have saved for a long time to buy. It's all gone now. Heartache, **. Chapter 42 The Contradiction Between Shinobi Village and Daimyo. After solving the problem on the Beirahu side, Tianyuking had no plans to continue wandering, and returned directly to his old nest, the capital of the Kingdom of Fire. Start digesting the gains from this action. Have to say, there's still something in Beirahu. After swallowing the two bloodline boundaries of Gangdun and Swift Style, the basic hard power is firmly standing at the level of cage level. It's a pity that as a researcher, his combat awareness and experience are a bit poor. The strength of the whole body cannot show 70% of the peak state. Fortunately, in the end, when he lost his mind, his body was manipulated by instinct, and he attacked indiscriminately, but instead became stronger. It brought the expected pressure to Tianyuking. A hardy battle, several times of persecution on the edge of life and death, successfully made him feel the long-lost growth. With the great adaptability of the body of Tsutsuki Genji, the threshold between elite Jainin and cage level is virtually eliminated. Next, as long as he cultivates step by step, he can quickly develop his due potential and enter the level of shadow. Time passed slowly. Just when Tianyuking calmed down and concentrated on improving his strength. The other side of the ninja world. A majestic flying fortress is slowly cruising among the thick white clouds. A large number of air ninjas gathered on the deck for hard training. The result of the last raid on Konoha made Shenung clearly aware of the difference between his own empty village and the big country's village. Especially the kind of gap between the base ninjas. The existence of the same level, the air ninja has the advantage of flying, and will still be pressed and beaten by some Konoha shinobi. It was just a dozen waves of dive bombing, and there was no face-to-face fight. Come back with a statistic. FK. Lost several teams. If this is faced directly, wouldn't it collapse at one touch? No, absolutely not. The Kong Ninja Village is going to rise, to destroy Konoha, to dominate the ninja world. It must not be so stretched. High-level combat power Shenung does not count on them. The potential is limited, and there is no possibility of becoming a strong man at all. At least, it should also reflect the meaning of the existence of the subordinates, right? It is impossible for the leader to appear in groups after groups of enemies during the battle, turning heads-up fights into siege. That would be embarrassing. Ninjas are not the scary monsters with thick skin and high blood volume of the pirates next door. This is a fragile occupation with high attack and defense. The number of people at the level below the cage level is still very meaningful. If you are not careful, the strong cage level will also be killed by Chunin and Jainin. Lord Shenung, Silver Bullet Mountain has arrived. Just when Shen Nong was thinking about how to improve the combat power of his group, a man who looked like a secretary came over and reported. Are you there? Very good, then send someone to pick them up. Shenung nodded and ordered. Silver Bullet Mountain. It is a mountain range in the Land of Fire. Seriously speaking, in fact, it is not very far from Konoha, only a few hundred kilometers away. At the speed of a ninja, if you hurry with all your strength, you can arrive in less than half a day. Why did Shenung come here when the Konoha shinobi were mad dogs pulling their nets around in search of Kongnan? Because the person he is looking for exists here. Soon. The air ninjas dressed in flying wingsuits led 4 people dressed differently from ninjas to the flying fortress Anchor Bandian. Leader of Shenung, this is the first time we meet. On behalf of the country of fire, I would like to welcome you all." The leader of the four, Hema, stepped forward with a smile on his face and said, "Sir Deming has great expectations for this cooperation. Whether it is materials or intelligence, we will give the greatest support." "That's right. The people who came were 4 of the 12 guardian ninjas of the Fire Kingdom. As for why the guardian ninja of the Fire Country came together with the air ninja who destroyed 1/5 of the Konoha area with one shot. Then comes another question. The system of the ninja world is very strange. The rights of the state are not complete and unified at all. The daimyo master is the ruler of the country in terms of politics, economy, and so on. However, the military power was divided separately and handed over to Ninja Village. Then, Shadow, the leader of Shinobi Village, became the second Jade in secret, alongside the daimyo. As the saying goes, heaven has no 2 sons, and a country has no 2 lords. A country does not need to have 2 kings. As the supreme ruler in name, daimyo does not have enough strength. How can this make him feel at ease? How to be willing? As a result, they began to actively look for various ways to secretly weaken Shinobu Village and take back their rights. Just always. The huge gap between ninjas and ordinary people has made them work for many years without much achievement. But the appearance of Shenung gave the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire hope. Especially the strength of the flying fortress Anchor Bandian made him salivate. If only he could get this technology. What Konoha, what Hokage, all will become the past tense. A complete and powerful country will descend on this ancient land. Lord Daming's kindness will be remembered by Kongren in the 5 neighborhoods. Don't worry everyone. Konoha will completely disappear from this world soon. For the kindness of Hema and others, Shenung refused to come. To tell the truth, during this period of time, if it wasn't for the daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire to secretly support some supplies, they would not have been hiding so well. Flying fortresses are nice in the sky. But the food and fresh water in a fortress are still limited. So many people stayed in the fortress. The daily consumption is not a small amount. It is impossible not to replenish supplies for a long time. To replenish the supplies, it is necessary to contact the major grain merchants, leaving traces, which are traced by the ninjas following the clues. Konoha has achieved nothing for such a long time. Naturally, this group of homeless people in Kongnan village can't do it alone. We still believe in the strength of the leader of Shenung. The mere Konoha, under Anchor Bandian's fortress cannon, can only be wiped out. Kazuma got the promise he wanted, and was even more excited. As the most loyal ninja among the 12 guardian ninjas, his dream has always been to destroy Konoha and recover the military power of Ninja Village. Build an unprecedented powerful nation named as the Supreme Leader. Now, I finally see the possibility and hope of realizing my dream. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Pain, Sasori, you go first, I'll come later. Silver Bullet Mountain. In the dense forest, a head with short green hair emerged from the green tree trunk. Looking at the flying fortress slowly leaving in the sky, a strange smile appeared on his face. Allah! I didn't expect that the remnants of Kongnin village would get mixed up with the great name of the country of fire. No wonder the Konoha group couldn't find it. White Zetsu smiled wickedly, you need to tell Boss Pain this information as soon as possible, but he has been urging him for a long time. As the voice fell, White Zetsu's body merged into the trees again. Silently, as if no one had ever appeared. Aha! Have you found the traces of the Soren group? At a meeting of the Xia organization not long after, Pipa Zhang looked at Ju who looked like a pitcher plant in surprise. Can't see it. This weird-looking guy is even more capable than the 5 major countries in gathering intelligence. Looking at Konoha's performance, the whole team was dispatched, and they were almost digging 3 feet into the ground. Still nothing. From this, it can be seen how terrifying the hidden ability of Kong Ninja is. It's the name of the country of fire. Hema, one of the 12 guardian ninjas, and his subordinates secretly provided a lot of material and intelligence support for the Sky Ninja. Black Zetsu's voice was low, revealing the secret. Big name. Sasori, Kakuzu, and the others fell silent for a rare moment. The ninja world is actually a very traditional world. The rules and customs are very close to the classical society of the previous feudal era in Tianyuking. Most people have the ideology of loyalty kun patriotism. Even a ninja who kills like numbness has the idea of respect and obedience to the titular Lord Kun in his heart, and is unwilling to shoot at nobles, daimyo, and others for no reason. Cut. What happened to the big name? If you are killed, you will die. A group of high-ranking people who have no strength, but they are always delusional, those powers that should not be masters. Rebellion is rebellion after all. After a short silence, everyone in the Xia organization showed a look of disdain. In their view, the biggest role of daimyo is to manage ordinary people and provide funds for shinobi village. Other than that, it's not very useful. Anyway, they are betrayal, and they don't need to be scruples like Ninja Village. That's right, it's solved easily. Everyone pay attention. This time the task is very difficult. Not only must we capture the flying fortress Anchor Bandian, but also beware of other forces. According to information obtained by White Zetsu, there are people lurking in the area around Konoha, Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Sand Shinobi. Don't be taken advantage of by others. Tiandao Pain said expressionlessly and indifferently. This operation has to face a lot of forces, which will lead to the exposure of part of the organization's intelligence. So, Sasori of Red Sand, go first. There should already be your information in Konoha. Nani? Sasori of Akasha was stunned. Let me face so many enemies by myself? Chief, are you trying to kill me? No matter how strong I am still a puppet master. Although he also used puppetry to destroy a small country. But can countries be compared with countries? One is a dilapidated small village with few ninjas. One is Konoha, the head of the 5 kingdoms. There are 4 or 5 cage-level powerhouses alone, and there are tens of thousands of other ninjas. With 1 against 10,000, it is enough to think about it when you are dreaming. Don't take it seriously. I will lead the remaining members of the organization to hide in the dark and wait for the opportunity. When necessary, Pen 6 Paths will personally take action. Make sure the target falls into the hands of the organization. Tiandao Pain added. He thinks too. This time the enemy is not easy to deal with. There are too many ninjas gathered in Konoha. A lot of eyes from the ninja world are watching here. It's probably not easy for the Xia organization to want to take food from the tiger's mouth. However, thinking of the powerful main artillery power of the flying fortress Anchor Bandian, it is not impossible to take a little risk. The big deal, let Rin Egan come to life ahead of schedule. With his strength, there are really few people in the entire ninja world who can stop it. Pain is invincible. After everyone is offline, gather in the direction of Konoha, the country of fire, at the fastest speed. Be prepared in advance. Above, disband. Comfortable. In the capital city of the Kingdom of Fire, Tianyuking, who had finished a day of assiduous practice, soaked in a hot spring pool and stretched contentedly. After this period of hard work, the strength of his vest, Tsutsuki's original style, finally broke the shackles of cage level. Become a real cage level powerhouse. From now on, when you go to fool people again, you don't need to be as careful as before. From time to time, you can also put up a comparison in front of the members of the organization to improve the style. Isn't it delicious? President, this is today's information summary. A little girl with long brown hair strode in and handed a document to Tianyuking. It was the descendant of the Earth Spider clan who had been rescued by Tianyuking and was completely destroyed by Sheneng. A girl named 2 Spider Firefly. After Uzumaki Onoka resigned as vice president, he concentrated on learning cloning technology from Dr. Kinos. Tianyuking, who was temporarily unavailable, began to try to cultivate this girl who was still very young. The results were somewhat unexpected. The soil spider Firefly soon entered the state, learned all kinds of knowledge, and handled things in an orderly manner. It is completely impossible to see that the other party is just a child less than 10 years old. Therefore, he gradually entrusted some less important things to her to do, such as passing documents or something. The right should be to increase his experience. Among the 12 guardian ninjas who protect the daimyo, someone has quietly left the capital. The price of food and weapons has increased slightly recently. Anyone near Silver Bullet Mountain saw a big hole in the clouds in the sky. The samurai group around the capital is secretly gathering, and the number exceeds 10,000. Opening the file, Tian Yuking looked at the pieces of information, and his eyes flashed. This is to do something. The great name of the Land of Fire. It's worth it for me to reveal Sheneng's information to you, but you still can't hold back. It seems that a good show is about to be staged soon. Daimyo and Ninja Village. Is this bomb finally going to be exposed? Once the matter with Kazuma is exposed, not only the country of fire, but the entire ninja world will instantly fall into turmoil. The daimyo and movie systems that have lasted for many years will suffer an unprecedented impact. At that time, how many reinforcement points will there be? Asterisk. Chapter 44 Star Organization Member Assembly. It's almost time. Tian Yuking calculated the date. It was found that there were only a few days left before the small meeting between the official members of the Star Organization he planned to start. According to the speed of the Fire Country's daimyo and Kongnan Village Sheneng, I'm afraid the time of the two will collide. Thus, Uchiha Shisui will not be able to come. Without the participation of Uchiha Shisui, he has worked so hard to foreshadow so many foreshadowings, what is the use? Moreover, Konoha is the center of the story of the Hokage world, and it exists like the eye of a typhoon. The power of destiny is the strongest. It's also where Tian Yuking gets the most points of reinforcement. Therefore, instead of waiting for a few more days, it would be better to start the Star Organization member assembly in advance. Perhaps, in the upcoming war, it will not necessarily play an unexpected role. Think of doing it. Tian Yuking stood up directly from the hot spring, wiped his body, changed into the ancient white decoration, and began to summon the members of the Star Organization scattered all over the ninja world. Country of Field. In a hidden underground base, Orochimaru, who was busy with experimental research, was stunned for a moment, looked at the black ring on his finger, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Finally remember me. Star Organization, let me see if you really have the technology of immortality, as he said, Master. Greeting Yakushi Kabuto, who acted as his experimental assistant, Orochimaru walked to a secret room next to him without hesitation. The Country of Thunder. A small island near the Land of the Land. In the busy entertainment city, Yuya Chenjun watched with great interest the ninjas who were fighting bloodily in the arena. One of the girls, like him, has white hair and a round face, which looks very cute. At this time, she was staring at a pair of blood-red eyes, and a symbol similar to Naruto Sage Mode appeared in her pupils. Immediately afterwards, her opponent banged and exploded from the inside out. Flesh and blood were scattered all over the place. Makes the whole ring look as terrifying as the abyss of hell. But the guests watching the game on the field burst into earth-shattering cheers one by one, without the slightest difference. The blood made them even more excited. Suddenly, Oyajon noticed the black ring on his finger. After waiting for so long, I thought I was cheated. A meeting between the official members. Hopefully I can get an answer that satisfies me. Resurrection. Land Country. In an unknown valley not far from Mount Sumuru, which had turned into ruins. After finally collecting some money, Bei Liuhu, who bought a set of simple experimental equipment, was stunned for a moment. Immediately remembering something, he touched the black ring on his finger. Damn Satsuki Genshi. You promised to provide high-end equipment, but you can't get in touch. Are you kidding me? I want to see, what are you thinking about? Fire Country. The Uchiha clan in the edge of Konoha. Uchiha Shisui, who finally took a day off, is doing his daily practice in a family training ground. Suddenly, he seemed to feel something and stopped the movement in his hand. In an instant, he returned to his home. I was called at this time because the members of the organization have started to gather. I don't know who the other members are. Will they all be there? With fear and curiosity about the star organization, Uchiha Shisui took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and made a seal with one hand. To collect an illusory spiritual space. On the vast land, there is a rectangular table. Around the table, there are 5 seats on each side, plus the one in the main seat. There are a total of 11 seats. Representing the leader of the star organization, as well as 10 official members. Buzzing. With a slight vibration, ripples appeared in the space, and then, one after another projections descended here. Welcome to the temporary meeting place of the star organization, the 7th consciousness space, all regular members. Tien Yuking was wearing a Tsutsuki source-style vest, sitting in one of the seats at will, and smilingly opened his mouth to the crowd. Tisk tisk tisk, what a miraculous method! Compared to Xiao's slide body technique, this method of constructing consciousness space is obviously more mysterious. It seems to involve the realm of spirit and soul. Is it a special use of yin escape? As soon as he appeared, Orochimaru kept looking at his surroundings. He was very curious about the nature of this conscious space. Because this is quite similar to the method of constructing the soul space and devouring the soul of the container in his undead rebirth technique. If you study thoroughly, your undead rebirth technique can also be further improved. Reduce the resistance of the container and the rejection of the soul. Orochimaru, aren't you a member of Akatsuki's organization? Why did you appear in the star organization? Uchiha Shisui's eyes widened, and he almost couldn't hold back his shot on the spot. The battle in Konoha not long ago. He remembered it clearly. Orochimaru and Sasori of Red Sand are both members of Akatsuki's organization. How did it change in the blink of an eye, and he became a companion of the same organization? It's you. Shisui-kun. It's been a long time. I didn't expect you to be a member of the star organization too. It's amazing. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan really attracts people's attention. Orochimaru, who was interrupted to observe the consciousness space, suddenly saw the projection sitting opposite. That familiar look. Wasn't it the perfect vessel Uchiha Shisui that he was obsessed with? When did the star organization infiltrate Konoha and recruit the geniuses of the Uchiha family who started the Manjiki Sharingan into this organization? It's too deep to hide. Inexplicably, Orochimaru had a deep fear of the star organization. Thanks to you, I have left the Xia organization. I'm still being chased by them now. I happened to be invited by the leader of the star organization, so I came in and took a look. After briefly mentioning his own situation, Orochimaru shifted his gaze and landed on the other 2 projections beside him. There are so many acquaintances. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years? Baileahu. You seem to have changed a bit. And President Oya, you're here too. Hearing Orochimaru's greeting, Baileahu snorted coldly and turned his head. Orochimaru, I can really see you wherever I go. Stop pretending, didn't you disclose my information to the star organization? On the other hand, Oya Castle's attitude was much better. I haven't been in touch for a while, Orochimaru, it seems that we will be companions in the future. The two had worked together for a while and knew each other's situation. So the relationship is pretty good. I don't have a manuscript, I feel that the whole person is going to be scrapped. Write a chapter, post a chapter, try to ensure that there are 4 updates every day. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Tell the leaks about the history of the past. Clap clap. Looking at the few people greeting each other, Tian Yuking clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Let's put the old things to the back. Today's meeting, but I went to ask the leader, and I finally applied for it. The opening time of the 7th consciousness space is limited. You don't want to waste this opportunity to trade with each other, right? All right. In fact, the so-called issue of the opening time of the 7th consciousness space is due to the limited strength in Tian Yuking. Maintaining an illusory consciousness space that can accommodate several cage-level powerhouses for a long time consumes too much chakra and mental power. Even with his body that has reached cage level, it is very difficult. He. A strange face. Can you introduce yourself? This friend of the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru looked at the familiar white eyes in Tian Yuking and asked thoughtfully. The eyes of the Hyuga clan are famous in the entire ninja world. It is a very good auxiliary blood-following limit with a wide range of applications. Whether it is detection, perception, medical treatment, combat, or even the practice of ninjutsu and taijutsu, they all play an extremely important role. Cloud Shinobi Village has always been coveted by this, and there was a kidnapping incident a few years ago, and Konoha was severely beaten in the face. However, there must be gains and losses. The powerful ability of the White Eye has created the prestige of the Hyuga family. It also shackles the future of this family. At the middle and lower level, the Hyuga family can easily achieve Chunin and Jainin that others can't achieve in their entire lives by virtue of the ability of their eyes. But once you get to the cage level, white eyes become a drag. Excessive worship and the convenience of the blind eye wasted other aspects of exercise. It's been a long time since I heard that the Hyuga clan has a cage-level powerhouse. Even the patriarch Hyuga Hayashi is only at the level of elite Jainin. Orochimaru was curious. Who is the official member of the star organization in front of me? Who is the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan? Stop joking. Don't compare those ignorant clans with self-indulgent degenerates with me. My name is Tsutsuki Genshi. Tian Yuking showed disdain on his face, with a hint of contempt, but also showed his pride in Tsutsuki, and his acting skills were overwhelming. The Tsutsuki clan. Orochimaru, Uchiha Shisui, and others all frowned. After thinking about it for a long time, I have no clue. In the huge ninja world, there has never been a group called Tsutsuki, right? And it's a family with white eyes. You haven't heard it's normal. But there is one person, you must know. Sage of Six Paths. The founder of ninja, the origin of all ninjas. His real name is Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Laughing inwardly, Tian Yuking said with a very serious science. Nani? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then their eyes widened. Sage of Six Paths is also from the Tsutsuki clan? Doesn't that mean? That's right. We, the Tsutsuki clan, are the orthodox ninja world. The rest of the mixed-race descendants, like the Senju, Uzumaki, Yui, Uchiha, Hyuga, Hwayuryuaki, etc., are nothing more than fallen ignorant people. Tian Yuking had a proud look. And he spoke the secrets that shocked the entire ninja world without hesitation. Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, Yui, Hyuga, Kagaya. Yes, that's it. It turns out that there is such a relationship between these families. No wonder, when I was experimenting in the past, such a situation would occur. Orochimaru's eyes flashed brightly, as if he had thought of something, an excitement and trembling deep into the cell level swept through his body. Even his projected body formed by chakra and consciousness swayed and almost dissipated. Uchiha and Senju, the source is the same. Then what's the point of our hatred and killings that have lasted for thousands of years? Uchiha Shisui has never felt that the world is so absurd. They are the mortal enemy of the Uchiha clan, the undead enemy. In the end, they are relatives connected by blood. For a time, he felt that his three views had been shattered. Dazed, at a loss. Tien Yuking's gaze swept across the faces of Uchiha Shisui, Baileahu, and Oyajo Yana, who were puzzled, dazed, or puzzled, and continued to speak in shock. That's right, the history of the ninja world has long been lost. Forgotten. You don't know anything about that distant past. For the sake of being a member of the Star Organization, let me explain to you the history of the past. Lest you know nothing about the truth of this world. Looking at the few people who were about to hold their breath, Tien Yuking was no longer giving in. The origin of everything probably dates back to a certain day more than 1,000 years ago. Princess from beyond, Satsuki Kagaya and his companions came to our world with a seed called the Tree of Gods. She planted the seeds on the ground, and the divine tree began to sprout. It absorbed natural energy and grew rapidly. In a short period of time, it turned into a giant tree that penetrates the sky and the ground. In order to protect this sacred tree, Kagaya and his companions lived next to the sacred tree, waiting for the tree to bear fruit. Time is passing slowly, and Kagaya's companions can't wait. They are ready to sacrifice Kagaya to the sacred tree, so that the sacred tree will bear fruit as soon as possible. So, Kagaya, who was looking for self-protection, took advantage of his companion's inattentiveness, attacked him, and sacrificed him to the sacred tree. The divine tree that has been greatly supplemented has finally blossomed and bears fruit, and a fruit called chakra is born. Kagaya ate the chakra fruit, gained an immortal body, an unrivaled power, and then ruled the whole world. She is also called the goddess of Mao by the people of the earth. But it's not over yet. Kagaya knew that she would be punished by a family outside the sky if she secretly shot at her companions and ate the chakra fruit. She, who was unwilling to accept punishment, used the power of Shuejisuo and Yin and Yang to mix her own blood and created 2 sons. At the same time, with the help of the power of the divine tree, human beings are used as raw materials to continuously manufacture biological weapons, White Zetsu. She wants to use this to increase her strength and fight against possible family pursuits. As a result, her actions caused fear throughout humanity, as well as opposition from her 2 sons. A war has erupted across the entire planet. In the end, the soft-hearted Satsuki Kagaya was defeated by his 2 sons and sealed on the moon. The son of Kagaya who won the victory, one stayed in the ninja world and led mankind to restore the wounds of the earth, and the other went to the moon to guard the seal. Among them, the one who stayed in the ninja world was named Satsuki Hago Romo, also known as Sage of 6 Paths. *. Chapter 46 Eyes, Coercion. Tien Yuking slightly modified the history he knew, and revealed the truth of the shinobi world to a few people. Although Satsuki Kagaya is not a good thing, it is also a huge threat to everyone in the ninja world. But she is still under seal, so she can't come out to do things, and it won't affect his plans. You can put her in the back. It's okay to say a few good words, it's nothing to lose anyway. The primary enemies are those old silver coins hidden in the dark. The most feared among Tien Yuking is that Sage of 6 Paths Satsuki Hago Romo, and the leader of the shell organization Cien. Don't look at the original work. Sage of 6 Paths seems to have been standing on the side of justice, seeking peace in the ninja world and understanding between people. But in fact, what is his real purpose? No one knows. Tien Yuking couldn't believe that a person who chose to attack his mother and even killed his younger brother because of the death of his beloved girl would be the kind of saint with boundless love. Even if his younger brother was rescued by Mount Maiboku's talisman. In the Fourth Ninja World War, the only shot was to save the lives of the protagonist duo, giving them the power of yin and yang of 6 paths. The backhand turned the tide of the battle, and Satsuki Kagaya, who had managed to break the seal, failed again. This shows how powerful he is. It can be said. Ninja World is a real chessboard. Sage of 6 Paths is the chess player, with Ashura and Indra as chess pieces, playing a big game that no one knows about. The fate of the Hokage world, or the general trend, is a rolling wave that he personally shaped and swept forward. The existence of Tianyuking is constantly changing this general trend, and sooner or later it will affect the chess game of Sage of Six Paths. There is an irreconcilable contradiction between the two. So he had to guard. In addition to Sage of Six Paths, the leader of the shell organization Cision can also be regarded as a chess player. As a Tsutsuki-style tool, his true strength is unquestionably powerful. With all their strength, even Naruto and Sasuke after the Fourth Ninja World War were easily defeated and had no resistance. However, for the time being, Tsutsuki's injury has not fully recovered, and the threat is not comparable to that of Sage of Six Paths. The same is true of the original trajectory. With the fear of Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki has been hiding in the dark, not even showing up in the 4 battles, until he regained some of his strength. He jumped out and began to stir up the storm. Looking at Uchiha Shisui and the others who were in shock, he knew that his goal had been achieved. After knowing the truth of the ninja world, will they still play the role and life of chess pieces as before? Sage of Six Paths Tsutsuki Hago Romo. Outer Man Tsutsuki Kagaya. Goddess of Mao. Sacred Tree, Chakra Fruit. Baluhu, Orochimaru, and the others whispered to themselves one by one, and the world view was hit like never before. They feel that this is not history at all. It's more like a fairy tale. Too mysterious. The history of the ninja world could be rooted in a group of aliens from outside the sky? What a joke! Even the energy of Chakra is no longer a mixture of his own body energy and spiritual energy, but has become the fruit of the divine tree. It's ridiculous. From the bottom of their hearts, they are reluctant to accept such a setting. But inexplicably, another voice in their hearts was telling them not to deceive themselves. It was all true. The reality of the world is so cruel. Shell tissue, Tsutsuki, utensils. Suddenly, Oya Chenjun remembered some intelligence information that the Star Organization said casually when recruiting him. Contact the history just mentioned in Tianyuking. He understood at once. The leader of the shell organization who cooperated with him is probably the companion who was attacked by Tsutsuki Kagaya and sacrificed to the sacred tree. Another Tsutsuki from outside. The establishment of the shell organization is also to find a new body and complete the resurrection. No wonder the organization's name is Shell. The body of the soul? So apt. After a while, several talents initially digested the sudden news that broke out in Tianyuking, and once again looked at Tsutsuki Yuanshi's eyes, which had completely changed. This is the legendary Tsutsuki clan. Even if it's not a terrifying existence like Tsutsuki in the sky, it is one of the bloodlines closest to God in the ninja world. If you can get some cells from the opponent's body. Deep in the eyes of Orochimaru and Beirahu, traces of greed silently emerged. Compared with the bloodlines of the Tsutsuki clan, other bloodlines are completely out of reach. After all, this is derived from the blood of God and immortal. Don't look at me with that disgusting look. Orochimaru, and Beirahu. It is forbidden to kill each other within the organization. The order of the leader of Ziwei is absolute. Tianyuking suddenly sensed an inexplicable malice, and after a little thought in his heart, he immediately knew the source of the malice, and indifferently warned, although the leader's body has been staring at Sage of Six Paths, Tsutsuki Hamura, and the Shell Organization. Chief Cision and others. Usually just send a projection avatar to walk in the ninja world. But if you really want to anger him, I'm afraid the consequences are not what you want to see. Before he finished speaking, a powerful aura swelled up from his body. The surging chakra, mixed with the pupil power of the white eyes, pressed down on Orochimaru and Beirahu like a stormy sea. Besides, with the strength of the two of you, if you want to shoot me, it's still a long way off. White eyes, coercion. If it was outside, Tianyuking might still hesitate for a second. But into the space of consciousness. He is not afraid anymore. He owns the home field advantage, so what are Orochimaru and Beirahu? To Daddy Claw. This is... Orochimaru and Beirahu were suddenly startled, and they retreated again and again under the pressure of this momentum. The projection was distorted, and their faces changed greatly. The strong chakra, as well as that pupil power, is probably no weaker than Manjaki Sharingan. Is this the bloodline of the Tsutsuki clan? Yuan Shikun is joking, everyone is a companion of an organization, how could they have other ideas? Orochimaru suppressed the shock in his eyes, Kaide, who was not smiling. He is determined to join the Star Organization. For nothing else, Tsutsuki alone attracted all his interest. Not to mention, there are the leaders of the Shell Organization hidden in the dark, Sage of Six Paths, etc., legendary characters. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Senju, Ui, Kagaya. White Eyes, the Tsutsuki clan. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention in the future. The White Eyes of the Hyuga clan have the same potential as the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. It can't be developed because they are trash. Countless thoughts popped into Orochimaru's mind in a blink of an eye. With the strength shown by Tsutsuki's source style, his careful thinking might not work. The only thing left is to use the ninjas of the Hyuga clan to spy on the bloodline power of the legendary Tsutsuki clan. Or, by gathering the bloodlines of Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga, Kagaya, Ui and other families together to create a perfect body that is truly comparable to a complete Tsutsuki? Thinking of this, Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. The means of force are not good, and science is also an avenue to the sky. Most people in the ninja world don't know enough about biology, but he is different. The future is very promising. Manjaki Sharingan level White Eyes. Uchiha Shisui glanced at Orochimaru and Kyuubi, who had been warned, but didn't pay too much attention. His eyes were deeply attracted by Tsutsuki's white eyes. The White Eyes of the Hyuga clan have a reputation in the ninja world that is comparable to Sharingan. But in fact, everyone knows that White Eyes is weaker than Sharingan. The existence of Uchiha Madara has broken the limit of 3 Tomo Sharingan and made everyone realize another level of eyes. Manjaki Sharingan. The terrifying force that can control the tailed beast and destroy the world. That is a large-scale strategic weapon unmatched by ordinary ninjas. All the time. The Uchiha clan, who are also Konoha giants, are also proud of this and suppress the Hyuga clan everywhere. Now, for the first time, he knew. It turns out that White Eyes can also evolve. Not weaker than the Sharingan of their Uchiha clan. What kind of pupil technique and power does Baiyan of this level have? Uchiha Shisui was very curious. Just like his Manjaki Sharingan, awakened the terrifying pupil art of distinguished heavenly gods. The same is the limit of pupil surgery, and if Baiyan has evolved to this level, he should also give birth to his own pupil surgery, right? Looking at his appearance, what he said should be true. The Tsutsuki clan of ninja origin, descendants of Senju, Uchiha, Hyuga, Kagaya. No, my Guiluo technique can be even more perfect. Swift style, Steel Dun must find a way to get rid of them, and replace them with Sharingan, Wood style, Dead Bone Pulse, etc. Only in this way can a perfect god's body be created. On the other hand, Beluha felt a huge headache. His body has devoured and fused the 2 blood successive boundaries, bringing him cage-level strength, which once made him very satisfied. But after knowing the truth of the world, he suddenly regretted it. What are mere steel escapes and swift styles? Compared with the Tsutsuki clan, they are scum. However, those bloodlines have long been integrated with him, regardless of each other. It's so hard to get rid of it. For a while, he didn't think of a good way. I hope you really think so. Tien Yuking glanced at Orochimaru with a deep meaning, and didn't care whether it was true or false, and simply skipped the topic. There's not much time, so I won't talk nonsense. The reason why everyone participated in this rally is for their own interests. By trading. In exchange for something that will help each other. For example, ninjutsu, secret art, forbidden technique. how to resurrect, how to prolong life, and more. After a pause, Tian Yuqing noticed that the expressions of several people changed slightly. Obviously, they were attracted by what Tian Yuqing said. Strength and longevity are the eternal pursuit of human beings. No one can take it lightly. First of all, let's welcome Dr. Kinos. Tian Yuqing waved his hand, and a projection suddenly appeared in the consciousness space. It was Dr. Kinos who was staying in the Shinra Trading Company's underground base and was conducting various researches on biology, blood limit, and cloning experiments. Conscious projection, what a magical technology! It feels the same as a real person, and it is too valuable for research. Dr. Kinos moved for a while, curiously talking about his experience. Doctor, there will be opportunities for research in the consciousness space in the future, so let's complete your transaction now. Tian Yuqing looked at Dr. Kinos' eyes full of research ideas and reminded. All right. Dr. Kinos knew very well in his heart that Satsuki's original identity would naturally not continue to be demolished. Master in my hands has complete cloning technology, cell fusion technology, and life extension technology. It is possible to create clones, blood-limited bodies, and lifespan medicines that are exactly the same as real people. I want to exchange for the cells of the Hui-Yoryuaki clan, the Yui clan, the Senju clan, or the secret techniques and forbidden techniques involving blood and soul. What? Does the Star Organization really possess these technologies? Cloned human, blood follower bounded body, and lifespan medicine have achieved results? Even Orochimaru, who prides himself on being knowledgeable, couldn't help but feel a little frightened. Compared with the Xia Organization, the Star Organization is obviously more unfathomable. He has always paid attention to the biological development of the ninja world. Never heard of it. Where are these technologies developed? If Orochimaru was just a little surprised, Uchiha Shisui was really frightened, and the whole person was a little overwhelmed. What Dr. Kinos said greatly challenged his inherent cognition. When will even the bloodline limit be mass-produced? Too terrifying. Silently, Uchiha Shisui's fear of the Star Organization deepened again. Funny, so funny. Dr. Kinos, I want your cloning technology. How about using the cells of the Yui clan, the Hui-Yoryuaki clan and the Senju clan? After a moment of silence, Orochimaru said with a wicked smile, the cells of the Yui family come from the Goldenhorn and Silverhorn brothers in Cloud Shinobi Village. The cells of the Hui-Yoryuaki family come from Kimimaro who awakened Dead Bone Pulse, and the cells of the Senju family come from First Hokage. How's it going? They're all ninjas who have awakened the boundaries of blood, and are excellent research subjects. Complete cloning technology, for Orochimaru, is far more important than longevity medicine and cell fusion technology. With the undead rebirth technique, his lifespan surpasses that of ordinary people. If something goes wrong, you can change a body at any time. As for cell fusion technology, he has already been involved in it. When he was in Konoha, he studied the fusion of Hashirama cells and others. And created Yamato, a low-profile version of wood-style users. I believe that he can also be perfected by himself. No need to pay for a replacement. Only cloning technology is what he wants most now. It's too much trouble to do his own research. He has just started, and it takes a lot of time to complete it. And the goal of undead reincarnation technique is not easy to find, and there are too few individuals who meet the requirements. Instead of wasting a lot of energy to find and cultivate, it is better to directly extract the cells of those powerful blood and limit ninjas, and clone a body that meets the requirements as a container. Yes, but you need to prepare a few more cells. After thinking about it, Dr. Kinos agreed to Orochimaru's deal. Asterisk. Chapter 48, Izanagi and Izanami. Soon. Dr. Kinos and Orochimaru discussed a series of issues such as the method and location of the transaction. The first transaction was successfully completed, stimulating the rest of the people. Dr. Kinos, I want your cell fusion technology. I can exchange it for Gang Dun, Swift Style, Lava Style, and Lan Dun's Swedgy Boundary Ninja cells. Without waiting for the others to speak, Beiliuhu jumped out eagerly. If it's not enough, I can also give you some knowledge of the magic circle using the power of celestial phenomena. After thinking about it, he added, sealing techniques are also fine. I have mastered more than 10 kinds of sealing techniques, all of which come from the advanced sealing techniques of the Uzumaki family. Perhaps it was because he knew that he had few chips and did not meet the requirements of Dr. Kino's. Beluhu added several precious spells one after another. Heavenly Phantasm, Sealing Technique. Dr. Kino's didn't care about the cells of the blood follower. With the strength of Tian Yuking reaching the cage level, the general bloodline limit of the ninja world can no longer attract his attention. Because what he wants, Tian Yuking can get it for him and conduct research. Only groups like the Hashirama cells, the dead bone pulse of the Huayuruaki clan, and the Ui clan, who disappeared into the ninja world and the boundaries of blood, can impress him. However, Dr. Kino's is still quite interested in the magic circle and sealing technique provided by Beluhu. Although Uzumaki Onoka is also a Uzumaki clan. But she just fled, she was still young when the kingdom of Vortex was destroyed, and she didn't know much about the sealing technique of the Uzumaki family. The true heritage of the Uzumaki clan was captured by Konoha. Like what the seal of the 4 signs, the seal of the 4 signs, the seal of the ghoul, the seal of the 5 elements, the 8-sign seal, the seal of the evil law, the seal of the contract, the 100 healings mark and so on. Except for the high-rise Konoha, I have never heard of it anywhere else. Beluhu used to be the Jainin of Konoha. Because of his research, he came into contact with a lot of knowledge about sealing. This is what he wants. It's not enough, I already have the bloodline boundaries of Gang Dun, Swift Style, Lan Dun, and Lava Style, and I don't need them. The remaining celestial formations and sealing techniques are not enough to exchange for complete cell fusion technology. Dr. Kino's shook his head, but he knew that Beluhu's real cards were not these things. It is Guya Luo technique. Through special ceremonies, devour and fuse other people's blood and follow the boundaries, which involves very advanced blood fusion and soul fusion technology. Even if this forbidden technique is not perfect, there are various flaws. The value is still great. But if you want Beiliuhu to take out the foundation of his life and trade it, he knows that it is impossible. Actually, you can exchange it for Guya Luo technique. With a hint of curiosity, Dr. Kino's suggested. Impossible. Beiliuhu refused without hesitation. What if I provide you with a mindless clone of the bloodline boundary? Based on your cells, the clone that is most suitable for you. Dr. Kino's persevered. A blood-restricted clone with my cell as the core. Beiliuhu's heart was shocked, and there was a slight movement. If this is really possible, then his Guya Luo technique can avoid a lot of risks when swallowing and merging. Nothing fits you better than yourself. For a time, Beiliuhu became extremely tangled. After a long time, he made up his mind, I agreed, and I will use the Guya Luo technique in exchange for the blood-based limit clone provided by Dr. Kino's. So, there was another round of private exchanges and discussions. When Dr. Kino's asked again, seeing that neither Uchiha Shisui nor Oya Castle Flame had any idea of a deal, he greeted him and left the space of consciousness. Okay, Dr. Kino's deal is done. Next is mine. Tian Yuking sent Dr. Jino's away and stood up. I have 3 things here, namely, the full set of techniques of Anchor Bandian, the Flying Fortress of Kong Ninja Village, the Physical Activation Secret Technique, and the Resurrection Forbidden Technique Self-Life Reincarnation. Anything you want to trade? Then, he explained the specific situation of these 3 things again. Physical Activation Secret Technique, Flying Fortress Anchor Bandian, Yuan Shikun robbed the entire Kong Ninja Village. Orochimaru pointed it out. During this time, the biggest focus of the entire ninja world was the group of Kong Ninja Sheneng. Everyone was shocked by the other party's technology that surpassed the times. Even Xia organization couldn't bear it, and wanted to snatch the flying fortress Anchor Bandian and control the power that could go back to the village and destroy the country. However, no one thought that the Star organization had already wiped out the background of Kongnin village. It's so hidden. Orochimaru, do you want to think about it? The body activation secret technique is still very good. It can quickly enhance a person's physical fitness and increase the amount of chakra. Even with low aptitude, you can cultivate and gain powerful strength. Tian Yuking said in a sales pitch, "Didn't you recruit a group of little devils? This secret technique is very suitable for them." "No. I don't have a huge source of chakra energy here to assist this secret technique." Orochimaru was unmoved. The little devils he recruited were all outstanding and talented in the ninja world. There is no need to use physical activation secret technique to strengthen the power. Moreover, he is very aware of the flaws of this secret technique. He knew a lot about Sheneng's news, and naturally he would not miss this secret technique. "Senior Yuanqi, I want to trade with you the full set of technology of the flying fortress Anchor Bandian. I don't know what to pay." When Tian Yuking took out his trade items, Uchiha Shisui couldn't help it. The current situation in Konoha is too dangerous. There is an urgent need for a strategic weapon that can break through the threat of Kongnin village to increase the village's heritage and deterrence. Suppress both internal and external unstable factors and maintain the peace of the ninja world. The flying fortress Anchor Bandian is the best choice. Therefore, he asked a little impatiently. "Pay what?" Tian Yuking tilted his head and thought about it. The most valuable thing in Uchiha Shisui, needless to say, is the Mangeki Sharingan who awakened distinguished heavenly gods. However, this is definitely not going to be traded. Besides, that's the fire style and swordsmanship of the Uchiha family. For the Star organization, there is absolutely no need for a transaction. After thinking for a while, he finally thought of something. "Okay, let's exchange the forbidden technique of your Uchiha family, Izanagi and Izanami." Izanagi and Izanami? Not only Uchiha Shisui was stunned, but even Orochimaru, Oya Castle, and Baloha who were in the audience were also stunned. In other words, does the Uchiha family have such a forbidden technique? As a well-known wealthy family in the ninja world, the history of the Uchiha family has been studied by countless people. The various ninjutsu, illusion, and secret techniques they use will be carefully analyzed. But they have never heard that the Uchiha family has forbidden technique called these two names. Moreover, looking at the appearance of Tsutsuki's source style, these two forbidden techniques are probably not simple. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Uchiha Madara is still alive. Senior Genshi, what is the forbidden technique of Izanagi and Izanami? Why have I never heard of it? The blank-faced Uchiha Shisui pondered for a moment, making sure that he was not impressed at all, and asked curiously. It stands to reason that as the top powerhouse of the Uchiha clan, many of the clan's heritage will be open to him. Especially after the Mangeki Sharingan was exposed, the weight of the words was comparable to that of the patriarch. There is nothing in the family that he doesn't know. Don't you even know? Looks like Uchiha Fugaku is hiding a lot. As expected of the Uchiha clan patriarch who opened Mangeki Sharingan a long time ago, but has never used it in front of others, his mind is really cautious enough. The words in Tian Yuking resounded in Uchiha Shisui's head like thunder, and his pupils contracted violently involuntarily. Uchiha Fugaku owns Mangeki Sharingan? He has never heard of it. No news at all. Recalling the scene during the Nine Tails Rebellion, his heart throbbed suddenly, and a terrible conjecture emerged. Is it? No, it shouldn't be the patriarch. There is absolutely no need for him to do so. Forcibly suppressing the swirling thoughts in his mind, Uchiha Shisui calmed down and continued to look at Tian Yuking. Izanagi and Izanami are the blood of your Uchiha clan forbidden technique. Among them, Izanagi is a powerful forbidden technique that confuses the illusory and the real, reverses the established facts, and changes the fate of the 3 Tomo Sharingan at the cost of losing their light. Even death can be forcibly changed. During the time of the spell, the caster is invincible, and all unfavorable factors can be turned into an illusion. It is the ultimate use of the power of yin and izanami, also at the expense of 3 Tomo Sharingan's blindness, a spell that determines fate. As opposed to izanagi, nullify all the favorable factors of the enemy, and forcibly formulate a predetermined result. Tien Yuking smiled and broke the news. Although you Uchiha clan are arrogant, they look down on others, which makes everyone very disgusted. But there are still some ways to develop the bloodline of the immortal eye. These 2 Sharingan forbidden techniques are expensive to perform, but they also have merits. If they are used well, they can play a significant role. Just like Uchiha Madara back then, when he fought first Hokage, he set Izanagi in his eyes in advance. Konoha thought he won. First Hokage Senju Hashirama killed him, but he didn't know. In fact, Uchiha Madara didn't die at all. He was resurrected with the help of Izanagi, and then hid and spied the whole ninja world. Nani? Uchiha Madara is not dead? Everyone was shocked. This news is more frightening than the effects of the 2 terrifying forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami. In the ninja world, no one does not know Uchiha Madara. Many times, the name itself represents a power. It has a magical power that makes people involuntarily attracted. Appalled, horrified. Okay, Uchiha Madara's business has nothing to do with you. Even if you want to do something, it doesn't make any sense to face him. Your strength is good, and you are also at the middle and upper level in the shadows level, but compared with that person, the gap is too big. Of course it doesn't make sense. After entrusting the Eye of the Moon project to Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, Uchiha Madara cut herself off and returned to the Pure Land. The current Uchiha Madara doesn't even know in which corner the body was buried. Tien Yuking's eyes swept over the sluggish people, and opened his mouth to draw their attention back. So, let's get back to the point, let's talk about Izanagi and Izanami. Shisui, what's your answer? Flying Fortress Anchor Bandian's full set of techniques in exchange for the forbidden technique of the Uchiha family, Izanagi and Izanami, do you do it? Hearing the question in Tien Yuking, Uchiha Shisui felt a mess in his heart. It was originally just a simple transaction, but it involved so many earth-shattering secrets that he was completely groggy. Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan, the terrifying forbidden technique Izanagi and Izanami, and Uchiha Madara are still alive. Any one of these 3 things is enough to cause a storm. Make countless people crazy. But it was all exposed in a short moment. Even if he was as calm as him, he was a little overwhelmed. Senior Yuanchi, it seems that I have to go back to the family to see the patriarch first. I don't know the 2 forbidden techniques of Izanagi and Izanami, so let's talk about it when I get back from the patriarch. After calming down, Uchiha Shisui shook his head bitterly and replied. At this moment, he can't wait to end this rally immediately. Then, at the fastest speed, he returned to Konoha and passed the news that Uchiha Madara was still alive to the top of the village. So that everyone is prepared to guard against the legendary ninja. In front of this person, the Kong Ninja Village and the 5 great nations are not a deadly threat. But fortunately he still has some sense. Knowing that Uchiha Madara is still alive, I am afraid that the high-level villagers will not believe it. If the information of the Star Organization is leaked, it may lead to more troublesome consequences. The more contact, the more terrifying the Star Organization can be experienced. In his mind, the threat of the Star Organization is far above Uchiha Madara. Before he had enough confidence, he would rather offend the other 5 major countries than provoke the Star Organization. Is that so? That's okay. I'm not in a hurry anyway. Tien Yuking said leisurely, is there anyone else who wants to trade with me? Mr. Yuanchi, I don't know what I need to pay if I want to exchange for the reincarnation forbidden technique. Yuya Chenjun stood up and resurrected the technique he had longed for a long time. Since the last time he communicated with the Star Organization, he has investigated the Akatsuki organization hidden in the country of Rain. The existence of Rin Egan is confirmed. But after feeling the breath of that Rin Egan from afar, he wisely gave up the idea of shooting. The difference is too big. It is impossible to take Rin Egan from such a ninja and resurrect his wife. Only now did he once again know the existence of the resurrected forbidden technique from the mouth of Tian Yuking. And it's a cheap and convenient way to look. A life for a life? For the strong, it is not a big deal to arrest some scumbags like betrayal and wandering ninjas. As for the other party's unwillingness, that's not a problem anymore. You know, the illusion ability of the Blood Dragon Eye is comparable to that of Sharingan. *. Chapter 50 Organizational Reserves. Since it's Mr. Oya Shiroka, I don't want those who don't have it, and I'll exchange some cells and tissues of the Blood Follower Limiter. I heard that you have a lot of orphans from the Bloodline Limit. Dr. Kinos has been coveting it for a long time. The Blood Dragon's Eye of the Blood Pool family is also a powerful pupil technique and Blood Follower Limit. Tian Yuking laughed. Oya Castle Flame is different from Uchiha Shisui, Beluga, and others. He is a hero with both strength and power. In the commercial field and among the underground forces, there is a huge network of relationships. The Tianyu Trading Company in Tianyuking can't be compared with it at all. In the future, many things may trouble each other. It is also a good choice to sell in advance now. No problem. Yuya Chenjun nodded. He didn't care about the blood followers' cells or something. Even those children, he can abandon at any time, as pawns, into the bloody arena to consume. Not to mention a bit of cellular organization. As for the Blood Dragon Eye of the Blood Pool family, he doesn't believe that the ability that the Star Organization has shown so far will not be available. In Hell Valley, there are still a lot of corpses of the Blood Pond family, all of which he slaughtered and threw there. By the way, I'm here to remind Mr. Oya Shiroka. Reincarnation, although it can perfectly resurrect a person, there is still a small premise. That is the target to be resurrected, and it must be a corpse that has just died not long ago. Otherwise, the difficulty of resurrection will increase geometrically. The consumption of chakra is also an astronomical amount. So, if Mr. Oyajoy wants to resurrect a person who has been dead for many years, it is best to cooperate with Orochimaru first. Using his impure world reincarnation technique, summon the target's soul from the Pure Land world. Then go to perform the self-life reincarnation technique. After discussing the details of the transaction, Tian Yuking suddenly thought of something and solemnly reminded him. In the original work, the self-birth reincarnation technique is the elder of Tsunagakur, a kind of forbidden technique developed by the mother-in-law of Cho in order to revive her own son and daughter-in-law. It was finally applied to Gaara, who had just lost one tail Shikaku. On the surface there seems to be no problem. A life for a life, an equivalent exchange. But Tian Yuking carefully studied the technique of reincarnation of oneself and found one of the defects that was not considered a defect. That is, the object of resurrection also has requirements. The shorter the time to die, the less chakra and vitality it consumes, and the easier it is. The longer you die, the more chakra and life force you consume, and you will encounter various invisible limitations. It seems that the rules of the world also prevent the reversal of life and death, which violates the laws of nature. When the time of death exceeds 1 year, I want to rely on self-life reincarnation to revive. That's just wishful thinking. Even the chakra of a tailed beast is not enough to consume. Is that so? Yuya Chenjun was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. The perfect resurrection forbidden technique is inherently heaven-defying, and it is reasonable to have this limitation. It's good to be able to resurrect. But what else is there to ask for? But with Orochimaru? Glancing at Orochimaru, who was in deep thought beside him, Miyagi nods his head. Anyway, he and Orochimaru have a good relationship, so the other party will not deliberately make things difficult for him. After the deal with Oya Shiroyan was over, the rest of the people also exchanged ideas with each other, using their own non-core ninjutsu, secret techniques, forbidden technique, and the like to exchange things that were useful to them. The whole process can be said to be rewarding and happy. All feel that this meeting is worthwhile. The capital of the country of fire. In a base of Tianyu Trading Company. After the meeting between the official members of the Star Organization, Tian Yuking came here, and also called Uzumaki Anoka, who was addicted to experimental research. Huo Naxiang, these are the ones you created recently, are they good enough to become the younger members of the organization? Tian Yuking looked down at the center of the arena, and asked a few little devils who looked around curiously. After experimenting with a large number of clones, we carefully selected 3 of the thousands of artificial humans. Whether it is talent or learning ability, it is far above the ordinary genius. Once you grow up, you will definitely not be weaker than other powerhouses in cage level. Uzumaki Kanoka said confidently, the only flaw is that I don't have enough self-awareness, and I can't be as smart as a manager, with excellent judgment and decisiveness. However, it is very qualified to be used as a subordinate. Tian Yuking's eyes lit up. Judgment and determination are not enough. It is not for training high-end management talents. What he wants is a strong subordinate. Call them up. Okay. Uzumaki Anoka smiled, and she knew that Tian Yuking would definitely be interested. The world of ninjas is different from the business world and doesn't require much thought. Being able to complete the task is the most important thing. Soon, 2 boys and 1 girl, 3 teenagers who looked to be around 10 years old, came to Tian Yuking. After seeing him, the whole person became respectful. Master Yuanqi. Well, raise your heads. Tian Yuking looked at the 3 and nodded with satisfaction. 2 boys, one with short black hair and white pupils, the other with short red hair and brown pupils. As for the girl, she has long black hair and black pupils. All 3 of them have a chakra that is not weak enough to be comparable to some chinins in Konoha village. The girl is an artificial human of the Uchiha clan, created with the cells of the patriarch's wife Uchiha Mikoto as the main body and fused with the cells of the female Jainin of the Uchiha clan. 2 boys, one is the cyborg of the Hyuga clan, the other is the android of the Uzumaki clan, they are the best achievements so far. Uzumaki Anoka pointed to the 3 boys and introduced them one by one. Uchiha, Uzumaki, Hyuga. Tian Yuking thought thoughtfully, they should have started exercising, right? Who is teaching them now? The exercise is handled by a wandering chinin who was recruited. Uzumaki Anoka replied. Wandering chinin? What can that trash teach? 3 body technique, or chakra refinement? Tian Yuking frowned, a little displeased. President, you also know that our Tianyu Trading Company was originally just an ordinary trading company. And it did not involve much ninja power. A real powerhouse can't come to us at all. Uzumaki Huo Naoxiang is helpless, without a strong man, he can't change. Okay, I will find a way to solve this. Tian Yuking rubbed his temples with a headache. Are these geniuses really going to be taught by those stray chinin? I'm afraid it will be a waste of talent. Asterisk.